And hello, there's Mr. Brennan. Good evening, everybody. This is the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission holding its meeting virtually on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. Before we begin, we have some postponements to announce, and they are items 3, 4, and 5, which all pertain to 18 Armstrong Lane for a final coastal subdivision, a final coastal site plan, or 2 final coastal site plans, and those have been postponed. In addition, item 9, Sebastian Gunningham TR is also postponed for a final site plan and special permit at 65 Upper Cross Road. This evening, Mr. Levy is absent and Mr. Wells will be seated for him. And with that, we begin with an application from the Town of Greenwich Board of Selectmen for an MI to enter into a lease agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich. And I believe that is Mr. Branyan and Mr. Romano. Hello, Mr. Branyan.
Oh, well, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Romano. You've got someone else who needs to come in? Yes, sir. Who do you want to bring in?
Christina, who is the CEO.
Oh, yes, of course. I see her.
Our first selectman will be joining us as well.
Okay.
He's just logging in momentarily.
Okay, just tell him to raise his hand or something if you get it. Maybe Katie, just let him know to raise his hand when he comes in. Okay, all righty. So, hello there. Hello, Miss Victoria, welcome.
Thank you.
So the application before you is the MI for the lease extension, or a new lease. You've seen this same lease the last 2 times when neighbor to neighbor was presented for an MI. I understand from discussions with our town planner and from your meeting yesterday, the briefing, there's been some concerns about the habitual reuse of the facility.
Yes.
The administration shares that.
Oh, good.
So I just saw Fred just joined in and he's willing to speak to a couple of points. I'll have Fred say it rather than myself.
Fred, I'm bringing you in. I should call him Mr. Camillo, though.
And as he's joining, Mr. Camillo is time crunched, so he's just, so I'll let him speak before I continue to speak.
Hello, Mr. Camillo. Go right ahead, Mr. First Selectman. We are just starting the discussion.
Okay, Margaret, good to see you. And I don't know what you covered so far, but
nothing. Your timing is perfect.
Okay. No, I mean, our thoughts are on this is, we don't like the way that looks there, and certainly don't want that to be there forever. But in retrospect, thank God we had it to help us out of a couple jams. So you don't want to keep it open-ended, but you certainly want to, have some type of plan going forward. So we do plan to, seek funds to demolish that structure. We think there's much better use for a surface parking lot than just parking cars, on one level there. It's because it's built into a grade there with an on-ramp. We think it could really be nice and put to better use, and maybe even get a little more green in there for people going by. But I mean, we're happy we've had it this long for this, and we certainly think this will help the Boys and Girls Club. But there is a plan, and we haven't got a timeline yet, but I'd like to eventually get the money, apply for the money to demolish it and move forward with what we're trying to do all over. So this is, having this structure there is not part of the permanent plan at all.
So I think Katie relayed to Ben, first of all, that we pulled out all the approvals, and starting in 2011, it says that once the central firehouse has a CO, the building's going to be demolished and it shall not be used for anything else except, then we go on to say it can only be used for firehouses, and we have the Byram Firehouse. No. Yet at some point we then go to the film festival, and then after the firehouses and the film festival, we do neighbor to neighbor. And so beginning in 2011, you start out saying absolutely no other than one use. And Mr. Camillo, the last time you were here, we made you all swear on a stack of Bibles that was the very last time.
I did not swear on a stack of Bible.
Well, Ben Branyan did.
No, he wouldn't do that.
So we held them to the flames. And at the same time, we'd like to be supportive and helpful to the Boys and Girls Club. Let me throw out a suggestion to you.
Mhm.
From our take of this, we at this point really do need a site plan revision as well, because the decision letter on the site plan would not contemplate this. When we did neighbor to neighbor, we were in the middle of the pandemic and we rushed it through in order to be helpful because we saw the tremendous need for a food bank. But since we're doing this yet again, the previous times we had amended the site plan. During the pandemic, we did not. And, you know, whenever I know the lesson, Mr. Branyan, don't bend over backwards to help someone and stop following process, because the next thing you know, it comes back to bite you. And I'm sorry for that, because during the pandemic, somebody comes in and says, look, the food bank needs a place to go. What are you going to do? So we rushed it. But at this point, what we were going to suggest to you is, or I wanted to suggest to you, I can't talk to the commission, as you know, ahead of time. How would you guys feel if we leave this open? You all quickly modify the site plan and you bring it to us as soon as you have it done and submit it to the RTM for August, the August deadline for the RTM. And in it, you have the plan for how we would move forward after Boys and Girls Club has their CO. You know, what we would be doing, because of course, this is, as you said, Mr. Camillo, an underutilized property. I believe in suggesting this to you, and Ms. Victoria can comment, but I don't believe we inconvenience the Boys and Girls Club if we wait till the September RTM, because I don't believe that they will have their permits by then. They are right now, they're at the preliminary application stage with us. I know they're very far with their plans, but they're still at pre-app. So it should work out perfectly for permit timing and when they would need the facility. And that way we would have laid out a plan that you don't have to have a plan, but let's at least commit that we're going to do something strategic with this property. And I know I've had it whispered to me that the skating rink people want it too. I know that the affordable housing people want it. So a lot of people want it. So we could make a strategic plan for this. Mr. Camillo, yesterday we were thinking it would be really cool if we could fit it in with a strategy for Island Beach and make this whole section of town transform. But that would be your call, sir.
Yeah, we've discussed that already. It's, you know,
Cool.
Originally we started with Roger Sherman, and we said, what, for doing that, how about the park lot across the street? And then someone said, well, what do you do? Why not the whole area there? And it makes sense. It definitely makes sense.
And it's also how much we all know the challenges of how hard it is to get something really big accomplished. So maybe we do it in phases, but we'd love to see a strategic plan for this.
Okay.
So the big question we have, really the only big deal we have is, I believe we're not inconveniencing the Boys and Girls Club if we hold it off till we have all our T's crossed and our I's dotted, and we just would leave it open then. That's what I'm suggesting to the commission, that we leave it open, get everything right. So Ms. Victoria, the question's over to you. Have you had any reason to think you would have the permits sooner than mid-September?
No, I think that we are fine sort of coupling the final plans with this.
Okay, perfect. And I think that's the best way. I mean, I think that's the best way to move it forward then, if you guys are all amenable. Mr. Branyan, you look like you're thinking something.
I just want to make sure I know the ball will be in our court for getting back on the P&Z.
Just come back right away.
Okay.
Come back as soon as you can, because Mr. Camillo already said, we've got a plan. We're going to maybe, I don't know what he's got in mind. That's all we're looking for is there's been this is an underutilized property, and we've been hollering about that for 11 years now. And we've been, every time a wonderful not-for-profit comes in the door, we buckle and we say, oh yeah, we got to accommodate them. But why don't we go ahead and get a strategy? Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. The one point of information I'd just like to share is the administration did include I think it was 600,000 for the demolition of the structures in the CIP. It was removed by the BET when this particular item became in play. So
Oh,
I didn't want you to get the
yeah.
impression that we were ignoring the desire
No,
of P and Z.
we
We didn't
are-
have a capital plan. in there.
I actually contacted the BET and said, so is the money there for the demolition? They said, no, we took it out because we thought you'd approve the MI. I was like, wow. Okay, then. So nothing like having people assume you're pushovers. So sorry, Miss Victoria. But we do support you. Everybody spoke very highly of your organization yesterday while we were expressing our concerns. So yeah, I had heard that, but I figure at this point, the lease goes long enough that you'll have a chance to put it in another budget. And it'll be coupled with possibly someone else doing the work and not having the town have to pay for the demo if you've got a partner in developing the property. Okay,
Yes. So we'll put our thoughts into writing.
awesome. And we're just looking for, and we volunteer and we're volunteering to help with it. Of course, you know, we're always happy to help think through what would be good strategy. We've spent time thinking about it in our POCD. I even wondered, just throwing this out there, since we're working on downtown, that would be another sub-plan to our POCD, Katie?
Yeah.
And that we could include some reference to these properties in whatever we write as a sub-plan for downtown. And that would be on us, not the consultant, but I think you guys know that we've gotten into the habit of writing a lot of our own plans now. Because, you know, we think we do it better or something. So, all right.
Before we move on, I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What do you, for my notes here, just so we record what we're talking about here, what do you want to see on the site plan revision?
It's the same one as what they did in 2017. 2017 is the last one, Katie, or 20?
Yeah. Well, it was
Okay, so
2011, I guess, was the last time that there
So-
was.
there were two things on the last site plan revision, Mr. McRae. The first one was to take out the condition that the property could only be used for temporary firehouses. And the second one was to extend the amount of period that the building was standing and that it could, so the last time we did it, we combined it and we said, we're revising the site plan. It can be continued. It can be used for a not-for-profit. And then we just extend the period that it stands till the end of this lease.
Okay, and then we're looking for a narrative on the uses after the CO of the Boys and Girls Club.
I don't think the front office is going to be that close. I think what we're looking for is an intent to lay out a strategic plan and how we're going to do it and that what that would entail, something that they can get done in the next month or so without a lot of resources. Because from what I understand, they're pretty darn busy right now.
Okay.
Is that good with the commission? To leave it open and do that? Okay.
Good by me.
Okay, I think everybody's happier with that. Anything else, Mr. Branyan?
If you're happy, I'm happy. So thank you.
Okay, great. And Ms. Victoria, you let us know if you have any problem, okay? That you're our concern here, but I don't think this will hold job.
Thank you. I as long as if there's a future for us, we'll move it.
Yeah, I mean, even once you have the permits, you've got to get your demolition guy go. I mean, yeah, you're not going to be ready. So I think the timing will work. Otherwise, we would have been much more reluctant to propose this.
That sounds good to me.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, see you all soon.
See you soon. Have a good night.
Okie dokie, now we're going to go to a discussion item, which Ms. Victoria is staying for. I guess Luigi has to leave, right? Okay. Hello, Mr. Cohen. Our discussion item is item 2A, which is the Greenwich Boys and the Boys Club Association. For the alterations, the Greenwich Boys and Girls Club for Horseneck Lane, it's the R6, it's coastal overlay and flood hazard zones. And with that, Mr. Cohen, I'm crossing my fingers we can do this quickly because the commission seemed to like your plan and just had some comments. So if you want to do a quick intro and tell us what issues you have of concern, we're good.
Yeah, what I thought I'd do, Ms. Altman, is quickly describe what we're going to do. Ask Ms. Victoria to talk just a little bit about what the Boys and Girls Club is intending, and particularly the fact that they're going to continue to operate during any construction that the commission may approve, which is why the lease at the Horseneck lot is so important and appreciated by the Boys and Girls Club. And maybe to start, I'd show a couple of images, Pat, that we sent over to you. This will give you a quick idea of where we're located, what we've got, and what we're planning to do. The aerial on top shows the 2.5 acre parcel that is the home of the Boys and Girls Club clubhouse. It's bounded, as you can see, on the north by the Metro North right of way, on the south by Horseneck Lane, and across the street, of course, is the commuter parking lot to the southeast. I-95, of course, is one parcel over. The next image shows.
So let me ask you a quick question on that.
Sure.
On this one, I noticed that there's a difference in the width of the Metro North right of way. Is there a possibility that you could get a little more intrusion into it?
It's possible. I think that the Boys and Girls Club has been, let's say, hesitant about trying to reach some kind of an agreement with Metro North.
Okay.
Actually DOT, but perhaps we can help, introduce them to someone there that.
No, I was just thinking that little piece of land could be useful to you somehow.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It depends really on the DOT, and they're, fairly rigid about their property rights. But we'll give it a shot.
But they're not consistent, was
No,
what
they're
I
not.
was noticing. And it
They're-
seems kind of unfair to the Boys and Girls property. And why not get you guys a little more space? Because you're a little tight on that lot and it would give you a little more space.
We'll give it a shot.
I'm sure you've thought about it before. So okay, go ahead.
The next one is the aerial showing the existing building. The building is the main clubhouse. To the right of the main clubhouse is that turf field, which is going to have some regrading and landscaping. And then to the left is, and to the front is the existing outdoor parking lot that would be covered by the new addition. Pat? And that is the site plan of existing conditions, which we just showed you. And Pat, the next one is essentially what we're proposing to do, which is to construct a new gym extension above the outdoor parking area, and to the right or to the east to create a sitting area that would overlook the turf field. Pat, the next one. And that's a perspective of what we're proposing to do. The big change, of course, is to the left with the new section that comes out to toward Horseneck Lane. And then to the right, you can see a little of the new landscape and grading of overlooking the turf field, which I think may show a little better on the succeeding image, Pat. Yeah, so that's the turf field, and what's being proposed is some regrading and the creation of some stepped up landscape sitting areas for people to see what's going on at the turf field. So
That's the area in which I thought the extra space, I know it impinges into that beautiful stand of trees, but that's the area where I was thinking the space could help you.
it's possible. Of course, there is a issue of access, but we'll have to take a look at
Well,
it.
just to widen that, the area alongside the turf field.
Yeah. Yep, I understand. What I'd quickly like to do is to ask Christina Vittoria, the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, to talk a little bit about why we're doing what we're proposing to do and what we hope to accomplish. Christina?
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Thank you for having me today.
Can you take down the share, Pat?
I thank you so much. As many of you know, the Boys and Girls Club has really been a cornerstone of the Greenwich community since we first opened our doors almost over 100 years ago in 1910. And over 350 youth ages 6 through 18 walk through our doors every day. The club is open every day after school, during school vacations and holidays to help support working families in Greenwich who really need a reliable and affordable option for their kids. Our after school and evening programs are only $75 per year, providing parents with a really affordable resource so that they can work full-time knowing that their kids are being cared for by our wonderful, terrific youth development staff. So in addition to the after school programs, we also serve over 600 kids and teens each summer at our 3 camps. So, you know, we are really fortunate to have an active board of directors and advisory board that number over 60 members. And we also have an incredible engaged alumni community that numbers in the thousands. Representing a collection of business owners and elected officials, first responders, and professionals that really are involved with our club and in the community. So, you know, why are we doing this project? The club was built back in the 1930s, and the clubhouse has really not been significantly rehabilitated since its renovation almost 20 years ago. The project, this project, it's really a generational project that will help us serve the youth of Greenwich more efficiently, more creatively, and thoughtfully by addressing the needs of the next generation and really providing a home away from home. That's what our kids say, like that the club is their home away from home. So, you know, some of the highlights of these improvements will be to continue to serve as a community resource. We're going to construct a new athletic center to fit regulation size facilities, specifically a basketball court. We're hoping to upgrade our pool locker rooms with the addition of universal and family changing rooms. We hope to double our instructional and educational space. One of our main tenets of our program is academic success and enrichment, and this will help us do that. We also are creating a larger teen center for our kids. We've seen, especially during the pandemic, an increase in the number of middle school and high school youth that are just looking for a place to be safe, to hang out, and to be together. So that's what we're hoping to do in our new teen center. We also, as Bruce mentioned, are hoping to enhance our outdoor gathering spaces that can be used for area for kids to play and for outdoor activities. And then finally, to modernize the facility's outdated infrastructure. And so, you know, more specifically, how will these improvements impact our membership? You know, by improving and expanding the club's existing instructional athletic space, it really will help meet our current needs. You know, at the heart of this project is this new full-size gymnasium on the first floor. And this will really make substantial renovations to the building to provide more spaces for our kids, but also the spaces that we're expanding on our second floor, which are educational instruction spaces, allow us to group our members by age. And by grouping them by age, we really are able to serve them more efficiently. So in addition, obviously the non sort of attractive part is that we are going to be replacing and updating a lot of our aging building systems and materials and addressing our campus and building infrastructure needs, most especially our outdated HVAC system. And this will help us by updating these mechanical systems with some more energy efficient solutions. That will also include some IT, AV, et cetera. And those are not currently things and features of the club that we have that help us meet the needs of our academic and STEM programs that we have for our kids. And then finally, providing a safe and secure space for our members. This will provide a new security system and new security vestibule, which is located adjacent to the front office, which will now be located on the main floor. So we keep parents and visitors out of the main space of the club and more controlled on the first floor, which I think is going to help us ensure safety throughout the building. And also adding new bathrooms and universal changing rooms will also be provided so that, we can meet the needs of users who require privacy or accessibility, et cetera. And as I think, just in closing, our club, BGCG, has really works for the whole good of the community, not just for the members. During the pandemic, we opened our doors to provide critical support to the Greenwich community. We partnered with local agencies, the Department of Human Services, Neighbor to Neighbor, TAG, Kids in Crisis, United Way, just to name a few. And in addition, we collaborated with the Greenwich Public Schools to provide remote learning space for high schoolers during their hybrid operations. And we opened our doors to the students and staff of Julian Curtis and North Miamis when they needed temporary space during their unexpected closures. So, our club provides space for many townwide agencies outside of pandemic times, including our local first responders, community groups, and really all of our residents. So, the Boys and Girls Club has had a long history of serving the community and intends to do so for the next 100 years. So we're hoping that this project will have a generational impact and help us continue to serve thousands of youth each year. So I hope that summarizes the use.
Thanks, Christine.
Do you have any
Yeah,
questions?
appreciate it. To conclude, Madam Chair, I'd just like to address a couple of the issues that were raised at yesterday's briefing. One of the things that came up had to do with issues regarding sustainability of design and landscape issues.
Sustainability all around.
All around, bearing in mind the new regulatory process that may be coming forward. Needless to say, our design team is very much aware of these issues and the town's interest in them. And when we present our plans with our final application, hopefully they will be well received by the commission. We also, of course, will present a study from our traffic engineer regarding traffic and parking issues, as well as
just a quick question on that.
Sure.
Do you have enough change in scope to warrant a traffic study? I'm just asking the question because when you talk about your needs for the future, I know you have a lot of people. What's the increase in your scope change, Ms. Victoria? Like your members?
Sure. So
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, we're really not looking to increase our membership. We're really just bringing our membership back to our pre-pandemic levels. That's really what, we've been doing. We're serving the community in the ways that we have been pretty consistently for the past at least 10 years.
We believe that there may be queuing issues, Ms. Alban, and
Okay.
I think that a traffic study of that particular.
Hey, if the applicant tells me that they may have queuing issues, I'm all over it. So we only commented, the only one of the things, and I think you were about to go there, Mr. Cohen, and Ms. Victoria knows the problem well. Whenever any of us goes to your property, that parking garage is weird to use.
Yeah, we're
That
gonna
whole
try to-
parking thing
we're-
is weird.
We're gonna try
That
to
we're
understand
interested in, the
it.
circulation and the queuing for the parking.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at. And hopefully we'll make it less weird.
It's a technical term.
Yeah. And one of the issues that was raised yesterday had to do with the FAR and whether or not we were looking at it correctly. We are, as a result
Oh,
of
he says.
the current definition of
Yeah.
FAR, our basement is no longer included within it. So even though we actually are adding interior floor area, we are not adding that much in FAR. Based, of course, on the grade plan calculation.
And you've got no problem with the flood zone because you're going above. Do you have any problem with flood zone, with flood exposure?
No.
No, okay.
there
All right.
isn't. And then I think Mr. McRae raised the issue of the closeness of the
The setback, the front setback.
front setback is 25 feet. The required is 25 feet. Although Mr. McRae have been making an architectural observation as
He
well
was.
as a legal one. And
He was making an architectural observation. His point was, it was.
I can make the point.
Yeah.
I got a few other I can give. I just briefly, because
Yes.
I've been told not to get into the woods.
Weeds. You
quickly.
can go in the woods if you want.
Okay. Quickly, Mr. Cohen, I noticed that the closeness to the street was brought about by what I think actually the building is, as it is very elegant and is set back from the street, which kind of lends to that elegance. The garage seems to bow out, and then there's some kind of a deck or something on top. I was concerned about the closeness of that bow to the street and its relationship to the curb and how the building will feel much closer to, than it already is. I was wondering if that bow could be omitted and have the garage go straight across that facade, even if those cars do poke out from underneath. On the second floor, I noticed that you're closing up some windows that are existing. That's it. On the second floor, and on the inside space, according to the plans I'm looking for, there's 2 classrooms there. And I'm just wondering if those windows could be kept open specifically because they're classrooms and not to kind of compromise the existing facade, which I think actually presents itself well on the street. And then on the third floor, there are 2 shed dormers that are being proposed. Each one of them, one is a finance office and then 2 development offices. Just wondering if shed dormers, if you could actually go back to the standalone dormers that are existing on the building, maybe group them together closer. There's 3 now, maybe it could be 4. So we're looking at kind of a symmetry and getting back to that type of architecture. Something just to address when you return.
Thank you. I know that the project architect is listening in and is taking notes of what you're saying. That bowing out of the garage is largely to create an outdoor terrace into which the new athletic area would open up, which we thought was a kind of a nice feature. But we'll take a look at it. And I wonder whether or not, as a part of trying to help us keep up with Mr. Branding, we could move forward with the ARC on this application and perhaps get that under their eyeglass, magnifying glasses sooner rather than later.
I'd like to do that. What could we have some opinions from other people?
You know my answer.
That's a strong yes.
Mr. Cohen, are you familiar with Mr. McRae's philosophy on the order of
Yes.
events?
Intimately.
We nudge him every time we can, and it's just sometimes we just. So, Mr. McRae, could you explain to us why you think you want to see the architecture before it goes forward?
I think if there's going to be any changes or anything that's going to be any revisions between now and whenever they come back. Also, this is a pre-app and non-binding. I'd like to have an open application before we send it on to
Alright.
another committee.
The other thing too is with the circulation, once we get DPW and Beta involved, that might
Good.
necessitate some changes.
There's a good point. I like that one a lot. So, and especially since you're
But
making,
we could commit that once these other steps have taken place to.
we're very bad, Ms.
Attempt to
Vittoria.
absorb-
You're gonna regret hanging out with us. We were just polite to Mr. Branyan and Mr. Camillo. All right. So, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Just saying, we could attempt to commit an acceleration of the process once these other steps have taken place to the satisfaction of the commission, particularly in the form of the secretary.
In other words, we have a lot of, what everybody said at the briefing yesterday is that they have high esteem for the organization and they would like to be helpful to the organization itself and to what it does in town. I think you heard us say that about the rental at Horseneck as well, that everybody holds the organization in great esteem. But to your point, Mr. Cohen, that whole thing with the parking and the queuing, we should probably resolve it in case it impacts your site plan before we send it on to ARC, or to Katie's point, really. Katie, give you credit. Smarter than Mr. Cohen.
Well, the site plan is pretty much going to stay the way it is. I think the comments, the points, the design points raised by Mr. McRae are very valid and we'll give it consideration.
Well, I
We're
wouldn't
not going
put,
to change the site plan very much.
well, Mr. Cohen, you don't have your traffic analysis yet. Don't go falling on your sword just yet.
We've got more than you may imagine, actually.
All right. Okay. Well, to Katie's point, she wants to make sure that the queuing that that's a good idea to look at all that. So we'll try to accommodate you as best we can, understanding that we also beat up Mr. LaRoe if he overschedules us. But we'll try to accommodate you quickly so that you can get onto ARC and hopefully we'll be able to expedite the process for you.
Yes, and I assume that you're going to want to continue to keep the MI and the site plan pretty much in tandem or close to in tandem. So we've got kind of that.
The
that
MI for
schedule.
the lease?
Yeah,
No, the MI for the lease will go to the RTM September 19th.
only if you approve it.
Right.
So, Ms. Victoria, during construction, obviously the facility will stay open, I imagine. So,
Yes,
so another question for your traffic person is how are you going to deal with all of that during construction?
So our facility, meaning the 4 Horseneck,
Yeah,
it
Or
will
it's-
not stay open during.
Oh.
I
construction.
see.
No,
Oh,
it will not. We
oh, you
are,
said the activities would continue in your introduction.
so
That's
yes,
correct. The programs will
the
continue.
programs will continue. We are currently looking for alternate space for the programs as we did 20 years ago with
Got you.
Western Civic Center to keep the
Got you.
continuation of programming.
Okay.
So and that's where you went 20 years ago, was to the Civic Center, or where did you end up temporarily?
I guess 20 years ago, I was not there, but I know part of our facilities, part of our programs went to the Western Civic Center. And currently that's what we're currently looking for, alternate program spaces, considering churches and different places in the area.
And a lot of the kids get to the Boys and Girls Club through buses and whatnot. So presumably that will all take and continue during the construction period. And how long is the construction period, do you reckon?
Bruce, I think it's about a 15-month project. They're about, from about June of 23 till about, I would say, September 24. So we're hoping only to be closed for one programmatic year.
All right. Okay, so back to us. We'll try to accommodate you as best we can, as quickly as we can, because we all saw that you're very far along with your plans. And we'll see
We
you when we see
appreciate it.
you. Thanks for making the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so now we go to the public hearing. Our first item on the public hearing is 6 Glenmere, I'm sorry, is item 6, which is Glenmere 2 LLC at 207 Byram Shore Road for a final coastal site plan and special permit. And with that, we got everybody going. Who's the applicant? There's Mr. Brower. Okay. Hello, Mr. Brower.
Yes, good afternoon. On behalf of the applicant, Eric Brower, we had a full presentation of this 2 weeks ago at your
Yes.
meeting. And I did listen in to the briefing session yesterday afternoon. And from that, I gathered that the departmental comments have indicated that they're resolved. And I think we answered prior questions of the commission. So basically, I'm here to answer questions if you have any.
Does anybody have any questions on this application? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Which I forgot to do the last time. All righty. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Therefore, this application is now closed. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Brower. You can take your jacket off now.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Our next application is Arnold Foods Company for an application for a coastal site plan and special permit for an emergency generator. 10 Hamilton Avenue. This is Bimbo Bakery. And Mr. O'Donnell, if you would go ahead. Mr. O'Donnell went away.
Oh, wrong agent.
Oh,
Sorry.
wrong agent. I didn't think it was Mr. O'Donnell.
I had
but
my
then there-
C's mixed up.
Your C's, okay. Mr. Haslam, would you go ahead? Hello.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize. I loaned my jacket to Mr. Brower and I haven't gotten it back yet.
What happened to your tie?
He's got that too, I think, but he just didn't put it on. You've been moving along a lot faster than I anticipated, and I need to send a message to my engineer too that he needs to get on the line. If you'll forgive me for one moment, I sent him a text message. I'll be right back with you.
Okay, while you're doing that, just for the clarity for the public, the Zoning Board of Appeals has already given this applicant a variance for this application, and that would not be up to us. That has already been decided. So that matter of the variance is not before us tonight. And nor would the commission be able to opine on whether the applicant needs a generator or does not. That would be a difficult decision for us to make, as there is no zoning regulation that applies to whether or not somebody needs a power backup. With that, Mr. Haslam, you can unmute. I know it's like frazzling you, isn't it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, I just want to make sure my engineer was on because I did listen to the briefing yesterday.
Yes, and you know what we want to know.
I know, and particularly Mr. Wells had several questions that we hope to respond to favorably this evening.
And what is his name, your engineer?
Greg Ersprung,
Okay, not
and I
yet.
just sent him a text to get on.
Well, you're gonna have to fake it for a while and tell us why they have not proposed a gas generator.
Well,
actually-
let me start with the screening issue first, if I may.
All right, that's a great idea. Start with the screening issue before Mr. Wells begins with his questions.
Okay, thank you. So as you mentioned, we went to the Zoning Board of Appeals and we received a variance for this application. But prior to that, we did go to the ARC to have them review the plan as well. The issue of landscaping came up in that meeting, as you could well expect. And there was a question similar to Mr. McRise as to why we couldn't do some landscaping along Hamilton Avenue there, where there's currently some arborvitae on the eastern side of the property, and then discontinues as you continue down Hamilton Avenue and proceed under the railroad bridge. The reason why is topographically, there's a drop of about 8 feet on a wall, which is behind the fence. And it goes down to asphalt, which is where the trucks maneuver around the site. And we also looked into whether there's possibly an area between our property and the town sidewalk that could maybe take some trees, but we just didn't think it was viable. And then we looked at if you could, Mr. Leroux, go to the end of our application materials. There's a picture of the existing conditions and the proposed conditions, which I think might be helpful. I think it's near the very end, just short of the emails that Mr. Wells submitted. But what we showed the ARC is that the intent is to have a custom color on the generator enclosure that will blend with the brick that's existing on the building. Surrounding it right now is all asphalt area. And we thought that it blended in quite nicely, and that not only was it going to be difficult to introduce any screening, but also it seemed to be unnecessary, and might actually just bring your eye to greater attention looking at this portion of the building, rather than just letting it kind of melt into the existing building that's been there since 1950. So that was the intent. The ARC accepted that, and we basically moved on from that point. Pat, were you able to bring that up? Can you find that? I don't know what number it is in your packet, but it's near the end in ours. Thank you. Yep. So you can see the existing conditions are on your left-hand side of the page, and the proposed are on your right. And it really does just blend into the existing wall, which, as I said, has been there since 1950. It's a challenging site. I mean, we had to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals because of FAR variance. There's a stipulation with the commission that deals with non-conforming parking that date back several decades now. We've got to move the trucks in and out of the property, and it functions very well, but we thought it was just extraneous to have the additional screening. That was our thinking, and hoping that you will agree with the ARC that it is so.
I think actually, Mr. Lowe, if you can go back to his photographs, one of the things that really concerned me is that you're hiding the generator, but as the back of the building, you've done a great job of actually doing some screening here.
Mhm.
And here's an opportunity to screen. And I think the existing conditions in the upper left-hand corner is
Yes.
probably the thing that really kind of drove this to me, is that I'm seeing the back of the building. And I could see the brick oven through the glass. That's great, but I'm seeing the back of trucks, and I'm seeing the power area, those kind of things. And I think actually that brick oven is actually historic to me, but the back of trucks it's unsightly. And the applicant's done a really great job. That fence on top of the wall is fantastic. The arborvitae that's farther up on Hamilton Avenue is fantastic because it's grown in quite well. And I'm thinking to myself, you went out of your way to cover up the generator, but everything between the property line and the generator isn't covered up. And that's what's actually the detriment to the site. And I'm just thinking, okay, looking at the site plan and what's down there, why couldn't the arborvitae be, on the other side of the wall and grow tall, really to help hide the back of those trucks and everything that's happening in that parking lot? And at the same time, we can still see the historic brick oven.
What if we were, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, I have not spoken to the client about this yet at all, but what if we were to replace that fence so it wouldn't be see-through, and you would, I'm looking at the top of those trucks there, the cabs. If you had a solid fence, you wouldn't see that area. What if,
Well, see, I just thinking about that, but the fence is, there was a lot of effort put into that fence.
yeah,
It's sitting on top of, the stone wall, which is, ages old. And to me, I was thinking, okay, great. A couple of arborvitae down below in that little bit of asphalt, you still could park cars there and even the trees, something that grows up to give us a little bit of a visual screening that's closer to the street. Because me and I'm sure about 10,000 other people go around that bend every single day. And it's just this little, 100-foot section that would be perfect just for a little bit more.
And
Well,
it
I
would be-
don't
and
think
it
we'd
would
be able,
green.
I'm sorry.
It would be green, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to a solid fence.
I'm just thinking, as I said, on this side between the fence and the roadway, we didn't think, looking at both the maps as well as in the field, that it could sustain plantings because it wasn't wide enough to do so. So what you'd have to do, I think, is create a bed on the other side. And as I said, it's about an 8-foot drop. So you'd immediately lose the height there. You could, I suppose, create a wall behind it with a bed. Is that something that you're suggesting, Mr. Macker?
Yeah, so that drop behind the wall, I'm looking at a bird's eye view. It seems that there's some kind of a green buffer there or something that's there already that possibly could be used. And, just bring the arborvitae in and just let it go, let it grow and see what happens to get it up above the wall in time. These things do have a tendency to grow tall. And I would think if we do it today, in 10 years, it's going to be perfect. And you've got from the end of the wall around the corner, it's not the full length of the curve of the wall. It's only a portion of it. And then you actually do have green area and a planting area that you can put trees in.
Okay, I'll have to take that back to the client to discuss. And there's several layers of engineers and whatnot that we're dealing with here. But
Now, knowing that the bakery itself has been, an asset to Greenwich for many, many, many years. The site is very big. They've gone out of their way really to work with the neighborhood and things. The site is enormous. If you actually take a look at it,
It's huge. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I had never realized it was that big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of the last, it would be, I guess, the last quote factory in Greenwich. It employs a lot of people. So just a little bit of something there, a couple of trees would be fantastic and just make it that much better. And like I said, you still can see in that window and see the ovens. And that's what it's all about, is the ovens, right?
So I'm sorry, then you just said a couple trees. Are you talking, what extent are you talking about?
Yeah, a couple of trees, just around the corner where that open fence is, from the end of the existing arborvitaes around the curve to where it's overgrown forest.
But you would want it to be close enough so that it creates a hedge type of effect, right?
Yes, yeah, against the wall, right.
Okay, so we're talking more than a couple of trees. Obviously, we're talking about a long
Yes.
row of trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it's that row of trees has already been established. It's actually on the inside of the fence up towards the traffic light.
yeah, there was existing soil there. Obviously, there's nothing that where we have now. So we'd have to create a bed of some sort.
Okay, well, the street view or the aerial view I have shows something, but it could be nothing. I have no idea because it's not very clear.
But
Greg,
again, just
Greg?
make sure I'm clear. You're talking about between the fence and the building. So it's behind the fence from what you're seeing in Hamilton Avenue.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, that's
And-
clear.
Greg Unsprung?
Yep.
Ursprung? Okay, and he comes.
So the other thing that you had asked us about back in the pre-app, and which got into a little bit more detail about yesterday, was if we would explore the idea of using natural gas rather than diesel fuel in the location. So we went back to the client and had that investigated, and then Mr. Wells got into a little more detail yesterday about some eco issues and the proposed generator, which we intend to respond to today. So I'll have Greg, who has been working with the engineering, he's at PE, the engineering group, and been getting various answers from people within the organization and without, to hopefully be responsive to the issues raised by Mr. Wells. Greg.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just getting on. So that's referring to the generator?
Yes, the question was
Okay.
raised before you got in the screening, and I deferred until you got on, was again, why are we going with diesel rather than with natural gas? And then we'll get into the finer points down the road.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. So Bimbo typically considers all alternative backup supplies for their facilities, including secondary feeds, diesel generators, natural gas generators, and battery systems. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the baking process, which uses natural gas, they're limited on the time the generator has to come up to full power to deliver the power needed for the operation. The generator essentially has to be hospital grade, which means it must be able to transfer power within 10 seconds, which is very quick. If the power doesn't transfer in 10 seconds, they would have severe issues with unspent natural gas in the ovens, which is a safety concern. In addition, product is lost if the conveyors stop for longer than 10 seconds. So they would have a significant loss there. Currently, only diesel generators provide that capability. Natural gas has 3 times the startup curve that the diesel generators have. And they really don't manufacture a gas generator that needs, to provide the power that they need for that size. As far as the operation, the generator is typically tested once a month for about an hour. Excuse me. The generator has a capacity of about 9,000 gallons and a fuel consumption of about 128 gallons per hour. So for 1 hour of testing each month over the period of a year, they'd use about 1,540 gallons, which is well below the tank capacity. So those are basically the reasons why they went with the diesel versus gas.
Mr. Upsprung, is the tank, diesel tank, heated to keep the fuel warm for the startup?
I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Okay. The diesel generator has no issue starting in the cold weather?
I don't believe so, no. I mean, I believe that they would have provisions to start up in cold weather.
So
I don't
you
know
don't need
specifically what they are, though.
So you don't need to run it at a low idle in really cold weather to keep it going?
That's my understanding that you don't know.
What about, so I guess issues with propane would also apply to natural gas in terms of the startup?
Yes.
Okay. I might challenge the point that natural gas generators don't exist in the amount that could produce, 2.75 megawatts. I mean, Eversource has huge natural gas generators, so I'm not persuaded by that. I did want to make a point in terms of other alternatives because I'm really looking for a win-win here. Obviously, you all are looking for resiliency, and we're looking for clean air. And we have some serious concerns, continue to have serious concerns about diesel exhaust. And I just wonder if we couldn't sort of open this up and think more broadly, like what is to prevent Arnold Bakery from seriously exploring putting solar panels. You have an enormous roof. I've looked at it. Most of it's empty. Putting solar panels there, which could obviously generate electricity for your existing business and reduce your payments to Eversource, number one. Number two, you could have backup batteries that they could keep full, and then that would allow you to have a smaller size generator, because you're basically sizing a generator to run that whole enormous plant, and I understand that, but that seems to be, that's not the easy solution. Like I have a home and I need a generator. How about looking for ways to reduce the size of that generator, so therefore reduce greenhouse gas and the diesel exhaust? That you're, as you know, you're right in the middle of a very sensitive neighborhood. You have affordable housing to your east, you have Nick Macri to your west, you have Western Middle School right next to you where the playing fields, if they ever fix those fields, there'll be kids out there running. You have Dorothy Hamill hockey rink not that far away. I mean, it's just not healthy for people to be breathing, you know, the small particulate matter that diesel generators use. Now, okay, so you run it once a month. Well, what if we have a 1 week outage? I mean, you're building it basically to take care of an outage. So what if we have, you know, 1 week outage? What does that do to your emissions?
I mean, I don't have an answer as far as, you know, what the impact would be on the air quality as opposed to the like a gas generator. Certainly things that we would have to look into to see if alternative power could be provided. I think they did look at like solar and things like that, but I think that the amount of storage that they, or for the battery power to store it, you know, they'd fill up the parking lot with the batteries. So
I agree.
It's
Yeah,
kind
I
of,
agree with that.
it's not practical, at least from their perspective. And
yeah.
I do think that you know, considering all of the traffic and other things that are going on around, that, you know, how much pollutants that this generator might put into the air is, you know, I think negligible compared to all of the other.
Okay. Yes, sir,
pollutants.
but you have to start somewhere. You can't say that yours doesn't count. I'm sorry, sir, but that's not acceptable, because if everybody has that attitude, people used to have that attitude about litter. It's okay if I drop a piece of paper on the floor because there's already so much litter on the ground anyway, who cares? So we're trying to make a difference here. So.
No, understood.
Mr. Armstrong, I've got a quick question. You were talking about a 10-second startup based on making sure that the product in the ovens, that kind of stuff, isn't lost. I mean, maybe this is an operational question, but once the 10-second startup and you're actually running, is the premise to actually making sure that during an outage that the generator isn't completely run, so it's actually much more production? Or is the premise to have the generator run so you can actually clear out the product and not start another run of product until the lights come back on again? Or is it to have it running all the time until the lights come on no matter what?
Well, I think it's twofold. It's one, to maintain the power so they don't have really unused gas, you know, filling up within the ovens. So that's a safety concern. And then the other issue is trying to keep the production going rather than having it shut down, and then they would they would lose product. They'd end up throwing it away and, you know, have to restart the assembly.
Okay, so it's basically to start the generator to keep the factory running, you know, in its capacity at all times.
Right.
Great, I understand. Thank you.
So is there, I mean, this is probably a silly question, but is there, if you did keep the diesel generator, is there some sort of contraption that you can use to sort of catch this particulate or something? I mean, some sort of cleaner, so to speak.
Filter.
A filter, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's certainly something that we could look into and implement if that's possible.
Yeah, to Katie's point, I think our goal would be such that your greenhouse gases and particulate emissions would be no greater than what they would be if you were using natural gas. So we would suggest exploring pollution control devices, scrubbers, maybe you'd carbon sequestration, whatever, but get it as clean as natural gas. And then we're no worse off. If, you know, as you say, you need to start it up in 10 seconds, you know, that's pretty quick, but I don't, that might be one alternative.
We,
May I ask, what happens now when you have an outage?
Your stuff goes bad.
Does it? I'm just curious.
yeah, they can't manufacture.
So
So
the
what
last
happens to the
couple of
natural
years, we've
gas?
had- The last several years,
Yeah.
are you saying there's no backup at all right now?
That's my understanding, correct?
So when we have a storm and they go out for days, they shut the plant down?
We
Yeah,
don't-
they put, they send the employees home because they, you know, they're not in operation.
So, but actually, Dennis, very rarely does the area of town by 95 stay out for any extended period of time because of the amount of, it's just different than where you are. I won't say anything specific in case I jinx us all that live closer to.
Oh, I can tell you from experience. Irene was a few days, Sandy was a week.
Yeah,
I
you,
think-
but in Byram, yeah, I know you've had it, but
And, you know,
I
just
don't,
across the tracks kind of thing. So
yeah.
if what Mr. Upspring is talking about, just a couple of hours and they're stuck, right?
Yeah. So,
But I wasn't talking about, he's saying that the problem is you can't afford a 10-second delay, right?
20 second,
How much?
20, because 10 seconds is what we can get with diesel, 30 seconds is what we get with the natural gas. So
Well,
that's a
there's
20-second difference.
You know, even in parts of town that don't go out, they go out for 20 seconds. Takes a while to kick back in. I was just curious, that plant's been there a long time. We've had outages a long time. I was just curious. So when they go down for, 30 seconds, they shut the plant down and redo everything because they're worried about the gas in the ovens?
I mean, it's my understanding that if they don't get it started within 10 seconds, yes, that, you know, they end up having to shut the plant down. And,
Interesting.
you know, they lose product.
Glad it doesn't happen in our houses when we're making bread. Do you guys have, I mean, it's kind of surprising, isn't it? That 10 seconds would make a difference like that in the bread baking process. We
also-
have a lot of people with their hands up in the public. Would you guys want to hear from those people in the public? I'd like to point out that some of them are from the Energy Management Advisory Committee. The first one is
I'm
Ally.
sorry, Madam Chair, can I speak though before we have to go to the public? I would like to have a moment to speak.
Okay,
Thank you. I did want to just say that we did read the correspondence between Mr. Wells and Dr. Thompson from UConn, the professor there who's very knowledgeable in energy issues. And we thought that her communication with Mr. Wells is very informative. And we would tend to agree with her that, first of all, Bimbo is known internationally for having very good environmental standards. But that this plant the bakery is actually, as we just explained, run by natural gas. And as she points out in her correspondence with Mr. Wells, the big nut here is to make sure that the operations of the plant are more eco-friendly than necessarily a short-term issue like this, where you have a backup generator. And that, I think, is clear from her email. This is a very small nut compared to the fact that Bimbo does operate their ovens on natural gas.
on the other hand, I would argue with you that if you're not willing to look at an incremental use in a sustainable way, we have no impact on your ongoing operations right now. All we can do is try to work on what you're doing incrementally, because that's all that's before us. So if you tell us that what's before us has no impact, which is where Mr. Ersprung went, I disagree with you, because that's not it. We have something before us and we are trying to make that as best we can for the town. So I appreciate that the operations may be important, but unless you want to submit the operations to us and the whole site plan of the plant to us, there's not anything we can do.
Well, it may very well be too that the plantings that Mr. McRae is proposing that we put in the front may also have an offsetting effect.
Of
on the
course,
minimum
they're-
amount.
But
But-
I will let the EMAC people tell you as well, Mr. Haslam, that trees are good, but they don't do as much as some of the reduction in emissions. And that if you want to really work on carbon, you have to also do emission reduction. They've trained me, so I know to say that now, because to me, trees are the best. All right. Do you mind now, Mr. Haslam, if I
No,
turn
that's
it
fine.
over?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Walsh.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. I'm Allison Walsh. I'm a member of the representative town meeting from District 3, which is called Chickahominy, and where the bakery is located. I'm also a member of the Energy Management Advisory Committee of the town, although I'm speaking now in my personal capacity and on behalf of my community. I live on the opposite side of Holly Hill from the bakery, so I can smell the lovely baking smells. I don't live right on top of it as do the people of Armstrong Court, which are hundreds of people who live in lower income housing, which are literally right up against where the bakery is located. And I oppose this application to put in a new diesel generator at this location in particular. Diesel exhaust contains more than 40 toxic air contaminants, including many known or suspected cancer-causing substances such as benzene, arsenic, and formaldehyde. It also contains other harmful pollutants, including nitrogen oxide, which is currently the single most important ozone-depleting emission. According to the EPA, human health, our environment, global climate warming, and environmental justice are all impacted adversely by diesel emissions. Human health is impacted in the exposure to diesel exhaust, leads to serious health conditions like asthma and respiratory illnesses. It can worsen existing heart and lung diseases, especially in children and the elderly. These conditions can result in increased numbers of emergency room visits, hospital admissions, absences from work and school, premature deaths. Emissions from diesel engines contribute to the production of ground level ozone, which damages crops, trees, and other vegetation. So when we say we like trees, we want to not expose them to more ozone. It also produces acid rain, which affects soils, lakes, and streams, and it enters the human food chain through what we eat. These emissions contribute to property damage and reduced visibility. They also contribute to climate change. And that's one of the reasons that Congress enacted DERA, the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act, back in 2005, I believe. So there is a national strategy as well as hopefully more of a local strategy to reduce diesel emissions and environmental justice impacts as well. In particular, I'm concerned about the environmental justice impacts on my community, which although you've legally been bound to notice only a few property owners, there's hundreds of people living in Armstrong Court and many more hundreds living in the nearby streets. We are already overburdened with pollutants from I-95 and not sufficient green space, not sufficient trees, not sufficient vegetation. We certainly don't need more toxic pollutants in our air from an entity which should be a good corporate citizen of our town. So in 2022, Greenwich is trying to move into the 21st century, and we're exploring diesel-free school buses and thinking about requiring new buildings to be constructed in a lower emissions manner. So approving a diesel generator when there's other options would seem to be going in the wrong direction.
Well, the state it looks like the legislature did. The governor's about to sign the bill with the fleets, the school fleets that are electrified and all of that. As a matter of fact, I just sent it to EMAC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Anything else?
I understand that the bakery wants to plan for outages, but I think that this isn't also necessary. Eversource has constructing a new substation in Greenwich and including two 115 kilovolt underground transmission lines to strengthen our electric system so that we don't have power outages during heat waves, prolonged cold snaps and storms and other peak times of energy usage. And I would submit that the difference between 10 seconds and 30 seconds in startup time, might cost you some product. And I do understand that, you want to plan for emergencies as best you can as a corporate entity, but I don't think it's worth, greater impacts to the community's health. And I don't think that argument, you're already overburdened in terms of environmental, in terms of environmental burdens as a community. So why don't we just pile some more on you is acceptable these days. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh. And the next person to speak is Mr. Peter Schweinfurth, and he is the chair of the Energy Management Advisory Committee. Mr. Schweinfurth, if you would go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Albin. I wanted to just point out two things quickly. It is not true that natural gas generators can't have a fast response. Caterpillar, in fact, makes fast response very large natural gas gensets that can be ready in 7.5 seconds and accept 100% block load. So that might be something you want to explore. I would also say that a 9,000 gallon diesel generator that burns 128 gallons an hour will last less than 3 days in the event of a power outage. And it is much more likely that you'll have a diesel gas shortage or problems sourcing additional diesel gas in a emergency storm situation than you would if you were relying on natural gas. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Does anybody have any questions? I should have given you an opportunity to ask Ms. Walsh as well. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Schweinfurth? No? Okay. I know, Dennis, you went to school in engineering. All right. Thank you very much.
My question, my
Peter, don't go
question
away.
earlier was, I found it hard to believe that you couldn't find a generator, and the 10-second, they've been living with that for years. I don't know, that sounds unproductive. How about that? So I'm glad that this fellow is saying there is a generator. Caterpillar can deliver it. I was surprised that didn't already. I thought they already had a generator. This was an upgrade or something like that. So he should send that information to the applicant, right?
Yes. So who's going to send that? Mr. Schweinfurth, if you would do that.
I sent a link to Commissioner Wells.
Okay, good. Mr. Wells, if you would share that with Katie, she'll share it with the applicant.
On the other hand, I don't want to shut down the bakery because I love that smell. I mean, I love that smell driving down there.
None of us want to shut down the bakery. There's a lot of people who like that smell. Thank you, Mr. Schweinfurth. Hope we see you momentarily. We have to do, I skipped an application, but the EMAC one is after that. So I have to go back. Thank you. And the next speaker is Daniel Kissel. If you would unmute, sir. And I think we have one more after that. Mr. Kissel?
Okay, yes, good afternoon. I'm an employee of Beanbowl Bakeries and I am on this project.
Yes, sir.
I'll be the project manager if this goes through. I want to make some clarifications that we.
Oh, you're just the guy we want to talk to.
Yeah.
Well, I am not normally a spokesman for this, so you'll have to forgive me for some of my awkwardness. First, I want to address the 10-second rule. The 10-second rule is actually because after 10 seconds, we will lose purge on the oven, which means we have to repurge the oven, which is like 15 to 20 minutes, of which whatever in there is lost. Whatever product that's going to be fed in there from our proofers is lost. So it's really not only what's in the oven, but it's what's in transfer, which I think might be a half an hour to 40 minutes that will also be lost. So then we have to go ahead and remake all of that product. And that's what the 10-second rule is all about, is that we've got to come up drop dead 10 seconds. So we have to come up, sync with the utility, if the utility is there, and we talk about open and close transition, but that's probably getting into the weeds here. The other issue is the diesel of the size of it. We have looked at gas. Natural gas will not come up, and we work with both Caterpillar and Cummings. And both of them have said natural gas will not come up and engage as fast as we need it. That's why we're defaulting to the diesel. Yes, the gas tank, the fuel tank is not big enough to last a week, but we just need, for the most part, to last 24, maybe 48 hours. And if we do have a Sandy type situation, hopefully we can get fuel in there to address that. I think some of the other issues were, if there is a natural gas one, and I'm not saying they don't come natural gas this big, that could, it's got to fit in a location here. So we have a footprint that we have to go ahead and fit this in. It's only going to be run maybe once a month or whatever Cummings recommends. And currently I think, and I put 2 of these in, about once a month to go ahead and run it for a half an hour or so to prove that it is a viable alternative and that it's ready to run if it's needed.
So, Mr. Kissel, just looking really fast because I don't know much about professional bakery ovens. The purge cycle is a 15-minute period of time during which you ensure that there's no gas left in the oven after a baking cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And
Yeah.
it's because
And
your
as soon as we
ovens,
do,
it's because your ovens are propane fired. And then at the end of a baking cycle, you have to run the purge to make sure there's no gas in them. Okay.
actually, we run at the end of a cycle to cool them down. The purge is to ensure that when we light them off, there's no gases
inside. Got it.
As
Okay.
soon as we lose power, we shut
All
off immediately. That is
All right.
shut off. There shouldn't be any unspent gas in there because we still got the flame in there.
Okay. Does anybody
So-
have any questions for Mr. Kissel? Mr. Yeski?
So it's the same question, Mr. Kissel. How often has this happened in the past? You have no backup now. So I've got to believe you've lost power for more than 10 seconds in the past.
Oh, yes.
How
Yes,
often
we
has it
have lost.
happened?
I'm told once, maybe twice a year, that we may lose enough time that the generator can come up and actually engage. If we lose on a blip, on a power blip, then the whole plant does drop down. Power comes back, equipment comes back on, but we've already lost, essentially the gas is off. So if you start the generator in time to maintain this purge, which is ventilation fans, we turn on the ventilation fans to clear whatever is in there out.
No, I got it. And if that is
And
the
that's a code
frequency,
issue.
yeah. If that's the frequency, I'm surprised you waited this long to put a backup in, but hey, that you're getting to it.
Yes.
I guess now we can't ask this question, but obviously it's in the back of our mind, which is going from a 10-second startup to a 30-second startup. You lose some bread. Well, that obviously that has a cost and an inconvenience, but you need to weigh what is that cost versus, what is the cost of the negative health effects. Now, we're not going to ask you for that number. We're not going to get in the weeds, but that's sort of in the back of my mind. A lot of loads go bad versus potential negative health costs. Well, for me, the answer to that is pretty easy where I would come out on that.
Well, our environmental person is trying to figuring out how they can address your issues explicitly. Is that I know that
Mr.
BU
Kissel,
is
your environmental person by any chance Eddie Jones? There's a person who had their hand up.
Eddie Jones is with the organization for Schneider Electric. There's also Chris Wolf, who's actually our environmental person.
Okay, there's Chris Wolf. Okay, I got him. All right. but now, there he is. Okay, hello, Mr. Wolf.
I apologize. I was, Dan reached out to me, so I'm a late joiner. So I'm Chris Wolf, Head of Sustainability for Bimbo Bakeries. We have 61 bakeries in the US, 2 in Canada, 1,000 sales centers. I heard a bit of the conversation. First and foremost, we want to be a good citizen, be a good neighbor. If you look at our track record overall, we're highly regarded EPA Energy Star certified bakeries. We're a Green Power, EPA Green Power partner. We're the 41st greenest company in the United States, so we stand by that. But with that being said, I understand some of the concerns that's brought up. I know Dennis had some comments and some others. The premise on here is just for emergency operations. We don't want to run it. The only time we want to run it is when we absolutely need to under emergency situations. Typically, frequency is like laid out earlier, couple times a year. The biggest one is that when we had the big storm come through, we were down for 4 days. And if we could get the transition time there for natural gas, that would definitely be where we'd want to go. But again, based on our suppliers and our engineers, they're telling us that it's not there yet. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Wolf, I wanted to ask you a question. You must have other bakeries that have addressed the same situation. Has anybody come up with a more sustainable solution than you're offering us?
No, diesel has been our standard emergency generator for the said reason that Dan pointed out. I do want to comment what we're trying to do, and it's a separate project in Greenwich. But we are looking to potentially, and obviously we understand it's got to go a front of this committee and others, but we are looking at solar options. We are looking at battery storage, which would help this system, and we would rely on the battery for the short periods of time, and then the generator only for the longer periods of time. But again, I'm kind of coming in a little cold today, so forgive me with today's forum. But the last thing I want is, and hopefully we're not trying to, we want to be a good neighbor. And again, we're trying to do the right thing. It's an emergency generator. We're going to follow the federal rice regulations. We're going to run it limited for non-emergencies to less than 100 hours per year. And it will have secondary containment. It will be part of our spill plans and so forth. But again, I've taken notes since I got on the call so that we can do some type of follow-up.
Great. I think we're going to give you, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, just a obvious follow-up question for Mr. Wolf. I mean, if you are looking at solar and battery options, would it make sense to explore those aggressively first before you commit to buy a large diesel generator? I mean, because one impacts the other. I mean, obviously, if you've got solar and battery, you're not going to need as large I don't think, a diesel generator. So shouldn't that be the first analysis that's done?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I'm going to leave this call. We're going to regroup on it and have some discussions. We were trying to run them concurrent. Again, they will be a microgrid system, meaning they're going to work in harmony and they'll speak to each other. And for the short periods of time, the battery would be the one that we go to. And then the generator, we'd flip to only for the long durations. And when I'm saying long durations, I'm talking batteries typically can give you about an hour. And then we would flip to the generator for longer periods of time. But again, your comments, I get where you're coming from. The long-term plan is to have some type of integration of the systems, but the generator was kind of put forth first. And again, based on the limited time I've been on this call, Dan and I and others will have to have some conversations to circle back to this team.
And just a follow-up comment, I mean, it goes without saying, if you have battery backup that can run your plant for an hour, you certainly have the 10-second startup, because I don't think there's any delay with a battery.
The batteries would be able to run the bakery for the short period of time. So we would just need to have some type of means to run the bakery for periods of time where it's excessive. Now, we'd still have to exercise the unit. Usually it's like 15 minutes a month, just to make sure that it's operable when we need it.
How do you handle the situation of the degrading of the fuel? Because as I understand, if you've got a lot of diesel fuel sitting in a tank over an extended period of time, it degrades and, you know, loses its, whatever it is, mojo.
Yeah, I mean,
Use a technical term.
yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of an issue at our other bakeries, and we have these in at least a half a dozen locations.
Okay.
But I guess just, let me just follow, Madam Chair.
sorry.
I guess I doubt you're going to keep that tank completely full. Maybe you are, but.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally we'll have a certain amount in it, and then we watch the weather patterns. And if like, for example, if we have a nor'easter or a hurricane coming in, then we would address it accordingly.
So that's going to mean, you know, more fuel trucks, because you're going to have to top it up in an extended period of time, because you're not going to keep it full. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So no, and it says it goes down the road, but I'm hearing an offer to work this a little more, and I would be comfortable with that idea. I add to that, Mr. Wolf, that Greenwich had the highest number of points in sustainability in the state of Connecticut this year, and we would love to keep that going. So we are really looking to enhance our sustainability. And that's why we focused on this. I know Mr. Ersprung was saying it's, you know, it's incremental, it's minor, but to us, it is an overall endeavor that's part of our 10-year strategy. And we include in that sustainability, we include things like affordable housing. So I, for one, would love you to regroup and come back to us and see if you can improve on this. Mr. Haslam? Oh, sorry.
No, Madam Chair, I agree. I will be getting with the internal team here at Bimbo, and we'll look at our varying options. We do have a developer that we work with on microgrids, and we'll look at options to maybe change the design so it's more focused on the renewable side.
Is the rest of the commission comfortable with leaving this open?
Yes, I have just a quick question for Mr. Kissel. Understanding you have a lot of trucks that go in and out, is there a diesel supply on site for those trucks that's similar or could supply the generator?
Dan, you want me to answer
why don't you answer that, Chris? I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, so one time we did have an above ground storage tank there. Some folks that have been in Greenwich and involved for some time might have recalled that we had an AST up there. We removed that a number of years ago.
Okay, so
the answer is no. The answer is no.
There's no fuel on site. So
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
All right. So, Mr. Haslam, and you have you're represented by an excellent attorney, Arnold Folks. He will give you guidance, but I think he understands that what we're looking for. And since this is a special permit, one of the things that the neighbor commented on, Allison Walsh being a neighbor as well, is the impact on the surrounding area of, you know, because unfortunately, when y'all are running a generator, the whole darn town is running its generators. So anyway, so we'll see you when you're ready to come back, I guess. Mr. Haslam, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I guess I'd like to ask, is there an opportunity here if at the end of the day, we feel that we have no choice but to go with the diesel? What I'm hearing from my team is that nonetheless, there may be other things that are in the works on the property that we need. I think of like a carbon credit type thing, where if we can mitigate things elsewhere on the property, would that be something that would be considered by the commission?
Yeah, we're not, you know, we're looking at, you know, where we're going with regulations on energy and sustainability. We're looking first for a best efforts. What do applicants want to do? What is feasible? What are people willing to consider? We want to do this as a partnership, but
Okay.
we're just putting it on the table right now that we'd like to see that partnership for sustainability. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment for the, go ahead, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
of course, Mr. Wolf.
If you want to look at our long-term vision, this would include Greenwich's. We're trying to push to get to as close to net carbon as possible.
See, now you're singing our song.
Again, we got technical, constraints right now. We're hoping that over time, technology we're not even aware of kicks in. We are looking at hydrogen long-term. There's pros and cons with that.
Okay.
We are looking at procuring bio-natural gas for offsets. I already touched on, and you guys can Google it on our record on the electrical side of things for scope 2 emissions. But candidly, I mean, scope 1 is our biggest challenge currently. So long-term, we have a vision. We know where we're headed. It's just that we got the short term and then we got the long term, and we got to come out with what's the best fit.
To Mr. Haslam's question, he asked the perfect question. If you tell us all this, we'll be a lot more comfortable. The initial response we got from you is, we'll tell you when we see you. And we were like, whoa, that's not good, because we read all of our material over the weekend before the meeting, and we really would like to read why the diesel doesn't work, and et cetera. So if you lay that out for us, to Mr. Haslam's point, that goes very far. We just want to understand how you would do this and what your long range plans are.
Yeah, I'll get with Mr. Haslam, and I'll get with Dan and
Thank
the
you,
rest
sir.
of our team.
Thank you very much to all of you.
All right,
Madam
thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
may I ask- Now that Mr. Wolf is here, may I ask my filter question? Is there any on the diesel generator? Is there any filter or any sort of catchment or anything that is out there?
The
that?
current, so the current plan typically with an emergency generator is there's no control device like an oxidizer. If it was a diesel boiler, the answer would be yes. But currently we won't be obligated to put it there, and the plan is not to have anything there. But again, I got to regroup with our team. So hopefully I answered your question.
You did. I think you did.
And one thing would, when you come back, would be what your short-term plan is and what that actual duration is versus these net neutral you're talking about, how long it'll be before that's available.
Understood.
Okay.
All right.
Alrighty.
Thanks, everybody. Sorry I was
Thank you
late
again.
joining.
No worries.
Thank
I think everybody's at the table now. We're good.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
care.
Now I have to
Thank you.
apologize to the people who are in the public and also to the commission, because I goofed. And my only excuse is that I stayed up with the RTM last night. And that is that I skipped an application. So we are now going backwards in time. Mr. Basili, I'm so sorry. We are going back now from application 8 to application 7. Darien Partners LLC, 26 Homestead Lane. And this is for a final coastal site plan and special permit. This is a 2-family residential building on a 4,900 square foot parcel. It is before us because it is an undersized property. As you know, if the property is regulation sized, it is as of right and does not need to come before us. All righty. And now Mr. O'Donnell, whom we kicked out by accident before, we're so sorry. Hello.
Hey, Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's an honor to be kicked out by you.
And he says that now before we start being mean and grumpy. Okay,
I thought
go
that was
ahead.
yesterday. Today's nice day again.
Oh, yes, we'll see. I haven't All right, Mr.
Okay.
O'Donnell. I think we've been with you. We know you've made, do you want to just recap the changes you made since before, and we'll take it from there. We'll try to wrap you up quick.
I would love to, thank you. When we came in, we had, the parking was tight, and there were, I acknowledge, some maneuverability issues for both the indoor and the outdoor parking. In addition to that, we heard a discussion and requests to shrink the building to create more green space. And then again, really just think about how the parking versus the density would work. And when we looked very closely at the site, the only way to address all of those issues was to reduce the bedroom count from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms. And I'm gonna, when I can, I would love to take a bus stop because I apologize. I did make an error in the application materials, and I'd like to draw your attention to it. But overall, we heard, give us more green space. We did it. We heard, fix the parking. We took the parking that we had, we reduced it because we couldn't fix it in a way that we felt that would satisfy the commission. And the remaining parking indoors, we made it so it would be drive straight through, so we wouldn't have maneuverability issues as per the code. We shrunk the building, so we reduced the height. As for architectural elements, we went from vertical to horizontal siding to help address the massing issues. We've gone to a landscape plan that includes more native trees and preserves the long existing maples at the rear of the property. And we've come to an agreement with the sewer division about the proposed changes, and we have their agreement. So what we have done is obtain positive comments from all departments. And just quick sidebar is the sewer division has asked the applicant, as sometimes happens, to install adequate infrastructure today for this very small project that would address any future needs. So any house that's not hooked up to sewer on Homestead will now have a path to hook up to sewer. So that means we could potentially eliminate up to 4 more cesspools in town, which is great if this project is approved. And you know, this applicant will be essentially the initial funder of that infrastructure that's going to serve other properties in town. Can I address the error in my application?
Yes, I'm also struggling with why you sent us that section of the building code. Go ahead.
I'll go back to that. You know me, sometimes I'm over conservative and I just like to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So with apologies, and Pat, if you want to pull it up, I apologize that I don't have, my sheets aren't numbered for the total page number of your agenda, but there are sheets in our architectural plans, sheets A101, A102, and FAR3. So if you go to the FAR3 sheets, I had miscopied the FAR for the total project. So the total proposed floor area ratio for this building is 1,691.2 square feet. That represents 62% of the allowable FAR for the site. And I think over the years of doing multifamily in the R6 zone, we've always found site coverage to be the limiting factor. But I have not been privileged to bring an application that represents such a small percentage of the floor area before this commission, I think ever. And that's going to go to some of the commission's concerns with the overall bulk of the project. Now that 1,600 number considers, or the 1,700 number nearly, considers that the attic floor area doesn't count. But even if you added the attic floor area in to make it count, you'd still be at 78% of the total FAR available for the site, which I would suggest is still a substantially reduced number. So I hope that you'll consider, as we move through the application, the corrected materials that you see before here reflected by our architect.
I can't.
The charts to the right,
Yep.
Madam Chair, you have 1,315 square feet on the first floor.
Yeah.
You have 1,380 square feet on the second floor, and
Okay.
430 square feet at the top or attic level. And because the 430 is less than 40%, that does not count to floor area.
I'm gonna let the other commissioners speak to the questions they were raising yesterday first. Okay, I see you've got everything labeled bedroom now. Okay, bedrooms.
Mr. O'Donnell, looking at the plans, you changed the names to protect the innocents, but not the faces.
I take
Drawing
issue with that.
102.
Yeah, Nick, could you
Uh,
go to A102 or
I'm looking at it
A301 or
right
Pat?
now, and I'm looking at that, the comparison of what we had previously and what we have now, and I see 2 doors that are missing, and I see 4 closets that are gone. But I'm telling you, I'm looking at dimensions on your new plan that dimension the closets as if they were still there, and the doors as if they were still there.
You're so
Okay, let me keep going. So basically, we changed the names, took out the closets, but I'm still looking at something that could be used as a bedroom.
Which under zoning is a bedroom.
Okay, on A300, which is the section, the doors to the closet are still shown. And on A301, the door to the from the at the top of the plan is still shown. So I've got a set of drawings here that plan shows one thing, everything else shows another. And then in the narrative, the roof was lowered by a few inches. Okay, and I was very excited when it was understanding that actually the roof line was coming down and you had eliminated bedrooms, and I'm like, wow, this is going to be great. The building's not going to be as tall anymore. But I see what happened is that, yeah, we changed the name, so it's a yoga room instead of a bedroom. It came down a few inches, not significantly. So we're back to where we are here. My concern is, even though it's not a bedroom and we have no, it's not labeled a bedroom, I have no closets, that kind of stuff, I still have a full bathroom up there. I have a full stair that goes up there. There's head height. What is going to be the situation that provides me with security that says this is not a bedroom and will never be a bedroom?
Pat, could you go to A301? Nick, I apologize that some of the details in the sections still indicated either the bathroom or the closet doors. What quite frankly, just from a functional perspective, what I'd like to suggest is let's put the closets back in the room because we're in a flood zone. We don't have a basement. We don't have a lot of storage, and New England folk we appreciate those things. And maybe let's reduce the bathroom to a half bath instead of a full bath, if that gives you confidence. When you look at this plan, one of the things that I was looking at when I was giving advice to my client is this area still open? Are we talking about cased openings that are still there that can accommodate a door very quickly? And what I would suggest you is no. So I can't guarantee you what the future of the building is going to be, but what I can tell you is somebody's going to be carrying sheetrock up 3 flights of stairs. And I think that would signal somebody to say, we think there could be a change going on in the property based on the openness of the stairwell and the design and the missing casement, the casement opening. So it's a wide open space. And then Pat, if you can go to A101, please. I recognize what the code says, and I think a lot about what the intent of that code is. And I beg, Nick, you're saying, hey, listen, it's near a full bathroom. When I tried to differentiate A102, the user, Pat, this is perfect, the living room spaces from the 3rd floor space to ask myself, why would I treat the living room, den or study different than I would treat the 3rd floor? Really, the only answer that I could come up with was the fact that there was a full bathroom up there. Now, I have, the phase of my life I'm in is I have 3 kids. I have, 3 under 5. And we have a bathroom in the basement. And that means that we don't have to run upstairs when we have to use a bathroom or we're doing potty training or whatever we're doing with the kids. And then there was a time when that was Stephanie and my shared office when we were working home. Now I'm privileged to be back in the office. But I think if the commission looks around the room they're in and then answer me, are you home or are you in a professional office? So I think the space is reasonable. And I think that the guarantee that this is never going to become a bedroom or very unlikely to become a bedroom is look at these plans. There's a total of 1,500 square feet that we've proposed here. 1,500 square feet. You have a kitchen, you have bedrooms. If you convert that area to a bedroom, you really don't have any living space anymore. And you certainly don't have any storage space. And that's also going to go to my comments, which I want to understand what Scott wanted to discuss the open foundation for. But again, I live in this neighborhood. It really lacks storage space without a basement. This garage is your storage space. This is what's going to keep your bike, and not someone else's bike, is when you close that garage door. It has flood vents. It meets the code. It uses low impact design and best practices. I think that for this neighborhood, this is a lovely opportunity to have some different variety of housing than this commission's seen over the past 18 months and prior to that.
No, we see these.
Madam Chair, you do see these, and I looked
But-
and I was curious to discuss the how the bedrooms and how bonus rooms and other finished playrooms or areas were treated. And I found that the commission's approved 3 two-family dwellings since January of 2020. 3.
Yes, I know, but that's because if it's an undersized lot, we don't see them there. We only see the undersized lots. The standard size lots are as of right.
Administrative site plan, I agree.
So when you say we've done 3, you're just telling us that we've had 3 undersized lots. Everybody else is as of right. I have no idea how many have come in. Okay, I purposely said that at the beginning, that because, you know, the commission might have forgotten why they're seeing this. Okay, my problem here is we actually have more rooms that could be classified under zoning as a bedroom, and we don't have enough parking for them. So I don't know what we're supposed to do with this.
If I can suggest, Mr. Casey, kind of meeting in the middle.
Yes, sir. Go right
Okay,
ahead.
So I have leftovers of the previous application. I have a full bathroom in both sides. I have egress window. I have stairs. I have, leftovers of closets. So let's start and say, as you suggested, can we make this a half bath in those areas?
Yeah,
I'll
I have
give you-
authority to accept that
Okay.
as a condition that it would be a half bath.
I can go with putting the closets back in. Okay. And I think that would go farther. Now, this is the one thing, this is kind of, hear me out on this because it's kind of strange. Because you're at the roof, would you consider putting in skylights instead of the windows?
What about access? What about egress?
So Nick, and I actually had to go in to see Will Schwartz to ask him about that one. And I asked the architect when it first came to me, I said, this is egress window, and I sent it back. And she said, it's required by the code. But before I came to see you today, and that's why I emailed Pat LaRoe, this is your area of expertise, not mine. But as I went through it, it looks like we have to have some emergency penetration there.
Yep, I would have said that too.
But we can make that, well, I guess there's only one per side.
And so, okay, so here's we come back to this really quickly, Mr. O'Donnell. This is a must close for us tonight. Would you be okay with converting to preliminary so that we can get all this fixed?
I want you to approve it tonight, but it's also not a must close tonight. I think I can go through and we can talk about it.
Did I misread?
This can come back in May and June.
No, it can't. It says on my agenda that the maximum extension to close is 5/21.
I have, based on my count, I have 65 days is June 15th.
Somebody better check that because I got to go by my public notice because it's a public hearing
That's
item.
fair. So, and here's, give me one more 30-second stump speech. In 2002, a stop work order was posted on this property because the scope of work had
That I
been
don't
exceeded.
remember.
20 years ago. In 2006, I visited the site as an agent of the town. In 2007, as an agent of the town, I referred the owner to Superior Court and begged him to make the property safe. And that was an incredible investment in my time in that role. 20 years ago, this property, it's just been sitting. Approve, please approve this. Make this a family home for 2 families in the town. 1,500 square feet per unit. You have exactly one piece of separate living space, whether it's going to be a kid's playroom or a home office. We remove the full bath and we make it a half bath, and we put a little bit of storage back upstairs. And you have a plan that you're going to approve that is at 62% of the total allowable FAR and has 52% green area where 35% is required. And you have every positive departmental comment, and this is the first time we're talking. So we have paid attention to what the commission's requests are and attempted to meet them.
But we haven't got a final site plan. We don't have a site plan that we can approve. We're,
You do. You
You're-
have a
well-
site plan that's approved by sewer and
but your
DPW
problem
engineering.
is you still don't have enough parking for the number of rooms that you have, and a half bathroom can be converted. I'm struggling with, I understand what your point. You're saying we're not overdeveloping the property. So, but the question is, this neighborhood is always under parking under, you know, this neighborhood. You
I live
know
in
the
it.
parking pressure. You know that what they always look for us to do is to make sure that we're not putting more cars on the street. That's a concern here. And we've been fooling around with your parking. Does the commission have any more questions right now that they would like to see addressed?
I think it's just, we were talking about the piers. And that's the only thing we haven't addressed, but I would say, if that we have the, excuse me, the half bath, we'll keep the windows, one closet, the stairs are kept open, that kind of thing. You know, I think we're trying to get this to make sure that it's not a bedroom. It can't be construed as anything else other than just an open space that's used for anything but sleeping. You know, and anything but a bedroom. I think we can come to something in the middle on
Okay.
that. So now, understanding Mr. O'Donnell, sorry about that.
Mr. Casey too.
Storage, okay. And that you want to make sure that the bicycle stays as the bicycle, that kind of thing. And you weren't talking about security and that issue. Okay, I see, yes, there is some internal storage that could be used down below, you know, in and amongst the cars, but the cars take up an awful lot of space. That I'm looking at specifically, what is it, drawing A100. Okay, I think because, and we had talked about this and you've actually addressed it with the siding, that the verticality of this building is going to kind of impose on the street. And that idea of actually twofold: one, to really provide significant amount of flood relief if this does flood out, and to give this building a little bit more lift on the street, so it's not so grounded and so vertical. So kind of twofold, from engineering saying, yeah, maybe this thing should be really off the ground, and you know, so the water can pass in and around. And I'm thinking with that, get some lift, get it off the ground so it actually looks a little bit lighter, and add in your basement plan some storage. You've got stairs that go up, and then you've got a closet underneath the stair. Maybe that's your locked storage, is make that closet underneath the stair bigger. You know, you've got a lot of room there for the cars. I think you're going to be hard pressed to actually store anything there. And the issue of this is that we want the cars to be inside the building.
I just hate
as
to
much
get
as
to the
possible.
point where I hate when the commission starts moving. I mean, our job is not moving closets around. Patrick,
Okay.
you have your hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have an answer about the dates if you care
Thank
to
you.
stop. I mean, I don't want to stop the flow.
No, because I was just saying to Mr. McRae that I actually don't want to be redesigning this building, have the commission be redesigning it. The applicant has offered some changes. I just don't want to get where we do that. Go ahead, Mr. LaRoe.
So the applicant filed it on or around the 3rd of December of last year, this application, by my records. The meeting date, which start the clock, was the 7th of that month. With the initial 65 days to open, that took us to February. with the use of extension times, et cetera, and the 35 days for opening, I see the maximum date of this to be the 21st of this month. So I don't
And they
think that-
postponed, I thought they postponed the opening a couple of times.
so we had a must open situation at the last hearing, and that allowed for an additional 35 days. So we were at or near the maximum extension at the last
All right.
hearing.
Okay.
So
So Mr. O'Donnell, now that Mr. LaRoe has weighed in on that, can you convert to preliminary? Because the reason we're in this sticky place is because of all the postponements. And could you just come back and figure all this out with the building department? And I know you want to get this done, but I just don't want to be having a closet discussion.
I need a minute to check with my client, but what I think I'm going to do is if you feel it's must close, close it. And I would like you to vote for approval. I think this is a very reasonable development with all positive comments. And I certainly appreciate Mr. McBride's concerns with the massing. But when you look at the total FAR of 60%, how do we push the mass down less?
But what we're saying to you is you don't
1,500 square
comply.
feet per unit, Madam Chair.
Your bedrooms don't comply with the parking regulations. You are under parked according to the regulations right now.
Madam Chair, I challenge that because if
Oh,
we
but they
start
do
looking
challenge
at,
that because that's where I'm the most stuck is you've got to comply with the parking regulations
would you
in your.
please,
Yeah,
please
go ahead.
please differentiate the living room that's in this and every other development that you approve and a den or loft, same as such is on the third floor of this proposed
Katie,
development.
we keep having this discussion that dens are bedrooms.
Yeah, and we have historically considered them as bedrooms. And the last time we discussed this was in a basement situation and with this much activity. There is one situation where I recall, but it wasn't a multifamily, but it was at Chieftains where they had the extra room, which was a septic issue. It wasn't a parking issue. But in that instance, they had a playroom type of room, but they had very, very wide open doors. In other words, it wasn't a normal doorway. But historically speaking, the commission has used these libraries, dens, what have you, as in the parking count.
And
Katie, can you differentiate? I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. And our old zoning enforcement officer might remember that because I know that you talked to Richard Maitland about that at one point. So I do recall that. So if you go into your ancient memory, you'll find that we've always treated, this is why I keep telling you, as den space, we count it as bedrooms. And therefore, when you got closets, we're counting it as den space as bedrooms. You don't have enough parking if that's bedrooms. And that's where I'm stuck.
So do I have to eliminate the living room on the first floor as well as the third floor attic?
This is where I don't,
I'm
they
asking
don't
you to
pay me,
differentiate the
they
two
don't
spaces.
pay me to redesign your building. They just tell me, it just says I have to enforce the regulations. Katie,
Remind me,
ahead.
how many units are there now? Or what's the parking requirement now?
Right, if we had only 2 bedrooms, then we would be required to have 2 spaces per unit for a total of 4 spaces. The garage is tandem parked for a total of 4 spaces with no outdoor parking, no front yard parking.
So right now it's a two family unit and you're proposing to make it a 2-family unit.
Right, there's nothing there now. It's been since 2002, it started to fall into the hole.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was just thinking the public acts might have come in handy.
No, because
But it
we
won't in
haven't-
this instance,
no,
yeah.
no.
Yeah, it's
because-
been gone for a long time.
No,
Well, did you
2129 would reduce the parking requirement, but it does not necessarily apply to a 2-family zone. That's what I keep thinking.
Well,
So-
I'm talking about the 17-132. I mean, because there at one point was a structure there, right?
Oh, there was definitely a structure there. It was, I can tell you probably based on the demo permit, what the nature of the structure was.
I think it was a single family residence under permit 070302. It was demolished in 2007. And I believe, if I'm correct, that it was the previous owner who did that.
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't think that actually the section that you're citing, Katie,
Yeah.
would apply because it's a new owner.
Right.
The new owner is buying a vacant lot. Okay. Anybody have anything else? I'm done.
So your issue, so Katie, coming back to the issue is if the dens count as bedrooms, they're underparked.
Right. I mean, it's a funny thing in the regulation because like Mr. O'Donnell's saying, I mean, what's a living room? What's a den? What's a kitchen? I mean, a kitchen we got. But you know, all these other rooms, dining room, you know, I mean, but that's the way the regulation reads. And we have historically looked at it that way. I mean, the last one where we had this argument, I remember distinctly, it was a Tony DeAndre plan and it was in the basement. And we went around and around on it, but it's, you know, this is the way the regulation reads. And if the commission is looking at that room as a den, then yes, there's a parking deficiency because it counts. But if you look at the room differently, like the half bath or the closet space, I mean, if there was no bathroom and no closet space, then what? I mean, then what kind of room is it?
Exactly.
To me, if there was no closets and no baths, it would just be attic. But I think the fact that there's a bathroom up there with closets, it's a detached area, detached from the main living area, and even detached from the other two bedrooms. That location in the attic area, in that configuration of having a full bath and closets, tells me it's a bedroom.
So,
if you take the closets out, if you take it and make it a half bath, okay, and it's wide open, so you actually have an open stair top and bottom, then to me, it could, even though it's detached from the other floors, it can become a separate space like a living room.
So then under that instance, if there was no closet and it was just a half bath, then the parking in your mind would be compliant?
Yes, because it's not a bedroom.
Katie,
and it can't be converted to be a bedroom.
So Katie, just to explain it to you, because you might have heard Mr. Barilak comment on this yesterday. So on the second floor, they have a living room, okay, on the first floor, both units. On the second floor, both units have 2 bedrooms each. And then on the third floor, they had something in the site plan, in the designs, that was called a yoga room. They both had yoga rooms, and the yoga rooms have full bathrooms.
Right.
And so they are space in the attic that is full bathrooms. So our question is, that's a bedroom. By commission standards, you have a room on the third floor that has a full bathroom. That is a bedroom. Even in my mind, and since it's not specific to whether you have a half bath or a full bath, to me, this is a 3-bedroom. And I think we've talked about this long enough. I mean, we've been on this for a while now. So, and I still need to get public comment if anyone has it. So my question is, again, does anybody in the commission have any more questions of the applicant? The applicant wants to close, but we'll confirm that. We could leave you open for a while you talk to your client. But, you know, as we have administered our regulations, we see it as underparked.
Just a quick question. I don't know if this is a solution or not, but what if there was some sort of, you know, some sort of connection between one of those lower bedrooms and the third floor, like a spiral staircase or something along those lines, or you made it a loft or a mezzanine or something?
Well, they have a normal staircase.
They haven't, I know, something that doesn't come off of a corridor, something that comes out of the bedroom from within the bedroom.
You know, again, we're redesigning. Our job is not to redesign buildings. This is something we did in the old days, and we are not here to do that anymore.
Right.
Okay. I'm not architect city redesigning buildings here. That goes to the ARC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry I sound grouchy, but I just think.
Not to me, Madam Chair.
Yes, I do, but that's okay.
Asked and answered. If there's no public comment, or if there is, I would just ask to have my one last statement, and then I'll set you free.
No, we'll let you have one last statement, and you come back to us and you tell us if you truly want us to close, okay?
I truly want you to close. I truly want you to approve this as it's submitted with the condition that there will be no closets on the third floor and a half bathroom. That is what I would like to have, Madam Chair.
Do I have any public comment? This
Mr.
is on 26 Homestead Lane, Dairy and Partners LLC.
Mr. Lowe wanted to say something also, I think.
Mr. Lone, we didn't let you talk?
Well, no, I put up this finger. Normally I just interrupt, but so I'm trying to take a chapter out of Mr. Yeski's book and try to be more polite, but it's so out of character that people are just ignoring it. So
Yes, it's exactly true.
I don't understand
Keep working
why-
on it, Peter. She'll see you in the future.
I frankly don't understand why this conversation is so prolonged. I think that the commission has made it extremely clear the guidelines that we feel are telling us what to do. And I don't know why we have to belabor this anymore.
Thank you. All right.
And I agree
Okay.
with Commissioner Lowe.
Gosh, is that a first time? No, must have done it before, right? Okay, do
No,
I have
no.
any comments? I'm just joking. Do I have any comments from the public on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. No. Okay, no comments from the public. Mr. O'Donnell, you wanted to say one more thing, or did you already say it?
That is what I said.
Okey
That's it.
dokey.
I would like you
All
to
right.
approve this with a condition that there's no closets and a half bathroom upstairs.
And you want us to close this application at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't think it, I'll ask, does anybody object to us closing this application? Because we always leave it to the commission.
I'm still stuck on the piers, but I need to move on.
All right, okay, so therefore, we will close this application and at this time. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. All righty, we now move on to number 10, Planning and Zoning Department and Board of Selectmen's Energy Management Advisory Committee for the zoning text amendment. And that would be Katie.
Yes, thank you. If you saw in your email this afternoon, we did send you a slight revision. This is non-substantive. We added the word "a" in front of some of the exclusions, and we also changed some of the numbering a little bit. So it was nothing of substance. This is something that you've viewed before in the pre-application stage. Nothing has changed since then. We also did have a public workshop on these regulations. It has been reviewed by Westcog and found to be no issue. Effectively, what we're asking to have approved here is a narrative that would be submitted by the applicant for basically the larger applications that you see, the site plan applications. It would not impact someone who's looking to do a single family home or something that doesn't come before this commission. And the reason we want to do that is due to Public Act 2129, which is a new public act that for the first time allows municipalities to review and consider efficiency and energy regulations. What we've come across, given the newness, so to speak, is that the relationship between the building code and the zoning regulation is such that we can't exceed beyond the building code. And what we're looking to do at this point is just get this narrative so that we're ready to go when those changes come into play, and so we can see what level of energy efficiency people are willing to do at this stage and what we might be able to require people to do in the future.
All right. Thank you very much, Katie. Does anybody from the commission have any comments?
Yeah, just a clarification. I mean, instead of the word require, it might be, what levels we might want for incentives, as opposed to require. I don't know if we're thinking about requiring right now.
One of the things is that I've been dragging my feet for the future on whether we are enabled to incentivize energy efficiency. And I've been dragging my feet because with EMAC because I know the commission is conservative about FAR bonuses. And I know how you all have expressed your feelings in the past, so I have said to EMAC that I don't think the commission is ready to entertain that at this time.
But the narrative is a requirement, though, just to be
No,
clear.
no, the narrative is a
Okay.
requirement, but the state law enables us to provide incentives for energy efficiency that's beyond building code. And I'm just not sure we're there yet. And I've said that to EMAC. I just think that the commission's been uncomfortable enough with FAR bonuses that I didn't want to put that on the table right now until I heard differently from you all. Any other comments or questions? I know this is the third time we've discussed it. Better not be coffee. I'm like so jealous.
Worse, it's Coca-Cola. I'm like taking a page out of Andy's book. And usually, so if I'm wired in about an hour, you'll know why.
Do I have, I know that a couple of people who were going to speak from the public had to leave. I believe Allison, if you would raise your hand.
Actually, before we get into the public, Mrs. DeLuca, real quick, we're amending section 614, not 613 and 614.
Correct, just 614.
Okay.
And we're adding a new section, so 6-1422. And that then goes into the 2 copies of a brief narrative addressing then the 3 points. And then underneath that is subsection A. And then subsection A is excluded from the requirements of 6-1422. And then it's the things that you don't, that would not necessitate getting this narrative.
Great, thank you.
Okay, public.
And so just to clarify, I'm sorry. So the section 6-14 reads procedure applications for site plan review. So when you see an exclusion from that, it reads any non-residential use or group of uses of less than 3,000 square feet. So even though one would still need a site plan, it would be something, you know, that it would have to meet a certain level. So again, just to this point that if you don't, if you have some sort of proposal that doesn't need a site plan review by the commission, this does not apply to you at all. And even if you do need a site plan, sometimes it won't apply to you, and that's what those exclusions are.
Right. I'm going to turn now to the public for comment. If you wish to speak, would you kindly raise your virtual hand? For those of you that are on the phone, it is *9 to raise your virtual hand and *6 to unmute. There you go. Hey, that was good. I'm only saying that because she didn't know that originally. And Ms. Walsh, if you would now go to the *6, you can unmute. There you go. You're all set.
Hello.
Perfectly
Thank
done,
you.
ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I had to walk the dog. So I had to get on my phone. I just wanted to say that, of course, the Energy Management Advisory Committee supports these draft regulations and thinks they're, you know, we think this is a really important information gathering tool so that we can figure out what the appropriate next step is to work with the building community and the developer community and, you know, make Greenwich more energy efficient and lower carbon emission place, do our little part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while still moving forward. And we think that the building community has supported a lot of these inquiries and a lot of the things that we're asking about are things that are already being done. And so we want to gather information as a first step so that we make really smart recommendations to all of you. Thank you.
And you're going to have to come to all of our meetings and comment on the narratives. You know that, right? And I understand,
Yes.
I understand that EMAC's next step is to provide some guidance on the content of these narratives for staff and the commission.
That is
Right.
true. And I believe if we haven't already done so, that we will be developing sort of a template to make it easy for developers to answer the questions that we want to have information on, so that there is guidance about what kinds of submissions will be complete in terms of information gathering. And yes, we will provide narratives on what is received on a going forward basis, and that'll be a new commitment for us.
Yep.
So we're excited about it.
Fine, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh.
Thank you.
Does anybody else from the public wish to speak at this time? No. Does anybody on the commission make any further comments or questions? Nope. All righty. Does anybody object to closing this item?
No.
No. Okie dokie. This item is hereby closed, and we now move on to Affordable Housing Plan number 11. Ms. DeLuca.
Well, I just want to say that I'm extremely excited to have this on the agenda. This is the result of many years of thought, but many years in the last couple of years of very, very intense thought and discussion and public workshops and the rest of it. And I think you can see that when you read through the plan. It is a requirement by the state of Connecticut that every town have an affordable housing plan. And even if we weren't required to have one, it was something that we talked about through the Plan of Conservation and Development, which is the finding that you would need to make that this plan is in keeping with said, the affordable housing is in keeping with the Plan of Conservation and Development. But anyway, what you will see when you go through
Both
the plan.
the town and the region, correct?
Yes, yep, exactly. So
Got that,
what
Mr.
you'll
McGrath? Yep, okay.
Yep.
Go ahead,
So what
Katie.
you'll see when you go through the plan is it introduces the subject of affordable housing and the various pieces that apply to the Greenwich from the state level and from the town zoning level. There's sets of objectives in here about how we plan to meet the goals of that are outlined in the plan. There's also a review of the history of the land use within the plan and the infrastructure needs and challenges and existing conditions, which will impact where we can have, we have affordable housing. The same is true of the roadway infrastructure. And there's also a very detailed housing needs overview. And this speaks to the frankly interesting composition of Greenwich, one that we all know intimately, but if you're not from Greenwich or maybe aren't too versed in who we are as a community, you will probably be surprised with some of the things that you'll read in there. One thing I do want to note is that we have a very diverse housing stock, and as what was noted in the Plan of Conservation and Development, the two areas that we really wanted to address moving forward was that we increase the affordable housing and increase housing for the elderly. So those are the two areas that we wanted to address, and you can see that in the plan. So there's 6 primary strategies that you can see in the plan. The first is to focus on creating affordable units in multifamily and accessory rental properties, rather than seeking to encourage development of lower income owner occupied housing. 2 is to investigate programs by which Greenwich can provide or channel financial support for the creation of affordable housing units. And it goes into detail thereof. 3 is to explore town or state-owned land as potential sites for affordable housing development. That's the second time that we've brought this up this evening. We started off with that conversation in number 1. Number 4 is to support and partner with Greenwich communities, which we have done very successfully in the past. So that's a great goal. And 5 is to encourage 830G set aside applicants either to make more than 30% of their affordable or their units affordable, or to build smaller assisted housing projects offering town financial support in both cases. 6 is to explore ways to identify and encourage the creation of affordable accessory dwelling units. 7 is to promote the development of workforce housing by encouraging greater availability of affordable housing benefits. 8 is to investigate all forms of state and federal assistance, which can be used to encourage economic development of affordable housing in Greenwich. 9 is to re-examine our zoning rules, including our new inclusionary zoning rules, for possible improvements that might encourage development of affordable housing properties that comport with our density, building size, and other land use requirements. And 10 is to encourage sustainability, focus, and historically sensitive development. And so with that, if this moves forward this evening, then, and even if it doesn't, in fact, it will be before the Board of Selectmen this Thursday. Assuming that moves forward, then we will be putting this on the RTM agenda for their June 13th meeting. It has to be into them by May 20th. So we are encouraged comments at any time during this process, not just tonight, but as we proceed forward, even while up until we're with the RTM, the idea being that we have edits that we can do along the way. So obviously we encourage people to read it and to comment on it. And there you have it. And I should also note that there's an appendix that has been added that addresses some of the graphs and more on that housing needs assessment and composition of the town that has been added that is now on the website.
If it's okay, I'd like to quickly show the commission. Okay, this is fascinating. This is in the appendix, and we just received this today, so it's being posted in the appendix. The percent of renters in Greenwich who are paying gross rent greater than 35% of their annual income. And you look at what is interesting is that all in through this area in here and in here, these are high rents. Many of them are high rents. So when you look at the fact that, and you can spend some time looking at that appendix, but when you look at the data on Greenwich's need for affordable housing that you'll see on something like Partnership for Strong Communities, it says that 33% of all Greenwich residents pay more than 30% of their income in housing. What is fascinating is that there's a whole lot of very high income people paying a lot of money for luxury rentals that are in that cost burden group. So it's been tough to figure out where the low income need is because the data says, oh, you're cost burdened. So we've got a bunch of charts in the main body of the affordable housing plan that show that, but this one illustrates something different. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Nice job.
Excellent job.
And credit to Mr. Barilak and Katie DeLuca because they did the lion's share of the work. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on the affordable housing plan? Please raise your virtual hand. I feel like nobody's interested in our affordable housing plan.
Well, it so obviously covers the bases. I think that a lot of work really did go into it.
Now, one of the things is, did you all get it out to the RTM today?
Yes, I did send that email.
Okay, so the affordable housing plan has been mailed to the entire RTM to give them a heads up right away because we want to get to them as soon as possible. They finished the budget last night and we weren't going to let them get a night's sleep. Somebody has their hand up, so I'm going to let them speak. If you would kindly identify yourself.
Hi, pardon me. Hi, I'm Joe Rossetti.
Hello, Mr. Rossetti. You're commenting on the affordable housing plan. You're in here twice. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay, you're on the phone and you're also online. Yes, Mr. Rossetti, you're commenting on the affordable housing plan?
Yes, ma'am. So I was wondering if has the P and Z Commission considered at all allowing FAR to exceed for accessory affordable housing or elderly housing, and to encourage that? Because I did go do some research on my own, and it's not really too scientific. Perhaps maybe Katie and her staff have better, but I did go to the P&Z office and asked and looked at some of the records of what's affordable housing and elderly housing, and did some, rough, pretty, I wouldn't say rough, but spent some time looking at the matrices that was available from Crystal. And over the last 30 years, there really has been a dearth of accessory apartments.
Yes, sir.
Either for elderly or affordable. And for example, since 2014, there has been a decrease in the affordables and the elderly. For example, right now, as best I can figure, there's 16 affordable accessory apartments in town, and there's 80 affordable accessory apartments in town. Those are both respectively 14 less and 41 less from 2014. So my basic question is, again, back to my initial question, wouldn't it be appropriate to allow FAR to be exceeded? Because I think that might encourage, I believe that's probably what's discouraging a lot of this.
Well,
if you're allowed to exceed your FAR a little bit to create or convert an accessory apartment for elderly or affordable.
That's a great suggestion, Mr. Rossetti. We will look at that. In the meantime, just a few months ago, we completely changed the regulations on accessory apartments to see if that would accelerate them. And these are the changes we've made. We have allowed them to be a lot bigger. They used to be limited to 700 square feet. They can now be as big as 1,200 square feet or 35% of your FAR. And previously that was not possible. It also used to be that you needed to have an oversized lot to have an accessory unit. We got rid of that. The next thing we got rid of, so A, it can be bigger. B, you don't have to have an oversized lot. Then we said it's too complicated for the applicant. So now you don't have to come to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They're what we call as of right. The next thing we did was we added a category for accessory apartments for disabled people. So you can do affordable, disabled, or senior. But we had not looked at allowing extra FAR, and we will happily look at that next. That's a great idea. But we just changed the regulation. So take a look at it. If you go to our website and if you go to the town website and you click on Planning and Zoning Department at the very top, you click on the zoning regulations, you'll see at the very top, you'll see amendments to Regulation 6-99 and click on the most recent or you will get confused. Click on the newest one because we've changed it a couple of times. So go to building zone regulations on the town website and click at the very top on the changes to Regulation 699 because we've changed it a lot. Just because of the points you're making. Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, I've reviewed those extensively. In fact, I've been to your office or the P&Z office. I've met with Patrick. I've met with Marisa. I've spoken with Crystal. I do appreciate those expansions, if you will. I think they're.
And now you think we should look at FAR. Got it. Okay.
But I just think it's. I don't think you're going to get. I know what the P&Z and zoning is very concerned about. People are going to build all these mansions around town. It's not happening. It's just not happening when you say, okay, you can increase it by a few hundred square feet. You're not going to get another. We need 1,200 units in town.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
You're not going to get. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rossetti.
All right, thank you.
So does anybody else from the public wish to speak on the affordable housing plan? I keep thinking you know, someone, I know Janet Stone McGuigan was here and she had to leave. Several people who were here had to leave. So I suppose if there's no more people from the public and no more questions from the commission, we can close this item and we can make a decision tonight. Does anybody object to closing?
Nope.
All righty. So with that, the item is hereby closed. Wait, Mr. Basili? Don't fall over. We just ended the public hearing.
Oh, and look, it's so light out. That's nice.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us.
I think we deserve more enthusiasm, Mr. Basili.
So, you know, in the old days, it was only me that gave you grief, and now they are like all giving you grief.
Actually, I've been sick and I have.
No.
Yes. In fact, my daughter-in-law came over, gave me a COVID test yesterday, but it seems I don't have it, but I'm not feeling that great. So you did me a by ending.
Well, get some rest because you might be recovering from COVID and no longer be positive, and you might just be recovering from a case. So get plenty of rest.
Chairman's orders.
Thank you. Chairman's orders. Thank you, sir.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
All righty. And so with that, we go to our, wait a second, what time is it before somebody, I got 6:36. Can y'all stay with it?
Yes.
What's next?
Do you think this next one is going to be short?
No, I do not.
That was the leading question.
Yeah.
No,
Should we do dinner first?
In full disclosure, to be kind to the applicant, I did tell them that they did not have to stick to the 20 minutes. So if that is.
Oh, thanks so much, Katie.
I was just gonna say, if that was the wrong thing to do, blame me, not the applicant.
We only have 45 people in the audience. And I know that some of those people are the applicant. So, but there are going to be speakers and there's going to be a presentation. So your call, folks, at 6:37.
Break.
Wait.
Dinner time.
A quick break.
Wait. Oh, I know what Mr. Pecora is about to ask is Mr. Pecora probably wants us to change the order of the agenda.
And do his discussion.
Yeah. Should
All
I
right.
let him speak and then we'll only have the hospital left and the decisions?
I was just going to suggest that as a compromise, as a special favor to Mr. Pecora.
Okay, Mr. Pecora?
Yeah,
Amy,
I'm
I'm gonna, Ms. Suchin's, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, Mr. Pecora, if you would go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so Joe Pecora representing the applicant. It's just a discussion item as it relates to a response to Bob Barilak and the commission's continued request to add more than the required 30% affordable to 830G projects. I went through my numbers and I can offer an additional affordable unit to the Four Orchard approved development, set aside development, provided all 6 affordable units are 1-bedroom units and not allocated towards both 1-bedroom and 3 bedrooms.
Mr. Barilak?
Mr. Pecora, the only question I had about that, was a suggestion that the change you propose to make somehow, and let me just make sure I understand the change, but the question was, there's a suggestion that the change would make this property, this application become not a set-aside application. What I understand you were going to do is you've got a 15-unit property, 5 of which are to be affordable based on state median income. 3 of those at 60% of state median and 2 of them at 80% of state median. That's what you have now. After the proposed change, you would have exactly the same 5 units, which is more than 30%, based on state median, 3 of them at 60% of state median and 2 of them at 80%. The only change you're making is, other than the bedroom mix, which I can't see how any part of the statute or regulations talks about unit mix at all. The only change you're making is you're proposing to give us another unit that is affordable at 80% of area median, not state median. I don't see how that changes the status of this as a set aside.
So,
Hey, Mr. Pecora, I'm sorry, I just got to interrupt you guys. That RTM meeting last night must have worn me out more than I thought. So right now, we've skipped around in the agenda and we have gone to item 12B and have temporarily skipped over 12A. And this item is for Orchard LLC. And Mr. Pecora, as he just described, is discussing a proposal to change the allocation of affordable units to increase it to over 30%. And he has been advised that this makes the his building not be considered a set aside, and we do not understand how statutorily that would be the case. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pecora.
So I'm not going to tell you it's not a set aside or anything. What I'm telling you is that if I were to have come in with this application from the get-go, you would have the ability to deny the application, and I would not be protected under 830G in an appeal. That's
but why?
Well-
I don't.
because
I don't
that's
follow
because case law says that, according to Michael Santora.
Okay,
He-
so
he
then
will-
I'd love to read the cases. But to the substance of what you're proposing, I don't have any questions. I thank you for doing it.
Well,
Well,
Mr.
I-
Santora, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. What I'd like to know is this represents to me a material change, because you are changing the mix that is being offered or being provided to the affordable portion. And does or does that not, I'm asking this as a general question to whatever legal authorities might be available to us, does that or does that not change the nature of the application that was approved? And does that, I mean, can we have people, can we have developers come in with an 830G and then, having been approved, turn around and change the detail? I mean, that's not something I feel as though I have any handle on, but I think it would be useful to get some legal advice on that.
Well, to me, that's the beauty of what I'm asking. If you were to deny this request and I were to appeal it, I would not be protected under 830G. Thus, I wouldn't appeal it. Yeah, I'm happy with the current situation and I'm happy with the proposed situation. So what I'm trying to do is get you to a point where to show you that there are ways of getting there. And as Mike Santora said to me, the fact that this is a small project really doesn't impact you at all on your hue points. If I came in with 100-unit project and you couldn't count the market rate units, and all I was asking to do was to add 2 affordables, you would lose quite a bit of leverage with the state if you were to want to appeal the 830G projects or get a moratorium, I should say. The fact that this is a small project, it's immaterial to how it affects you in the moratorium. I think you only lose 1 point.
No, Mr. Pecora, I totally understand this, what you're saying, and I think I appreciate your rationale. What I'm asking perhaps of staff and chairperson, do we have a legal opinion on whether this
for want of a better word, is kosher.
Well, it's interesting. It can be kosher. I think we need to ask an attorney that's supposed to give us this advice. Katie did talk to Chris Smith, right?
Well, I was copied in an email between Mr. Santoro, Mr. Pecora, and attorney Chris Smith. And his take was the same as Mr. Santoro's, which is what Mr. Pecora has reported, that if you were to proceed with this, that it would no longer be considered a set-aside development. To your point, however, it is very frustrating that there's not a set of rules that lay this stuff out, because the rules that got us to where we are with this approval are clear with the process that you've taken to approve this project in the first place. Mr. Santoro believes, as does Mr. Smith, that changing this at this stage, based on the based on the unit mix changing, would now in fact make this so that it wouldn't be considered a set aside. So as Mr. Pecora stated, the ramifications of that are that you no longer get to count the market rate units and et cetera, and you end up not being able to you can count it towards the 10%, but you don't get the moratorium points. Right. Now, the next stage, which is slightly more complicated in my mind, at least, and I did send this question to Mrs. Santoro today, and this I think was the direction that Nick was going in, is you have an yesterday, you have an application that comes before you for an 830G, you approve it. Then you have a request to change the affordability plan, which is not an 830G application. It's just simply Planning and Zoning Commission, you approved something and I would like to amend that. So then the question becomes, there's no rights of appeal to that, as Mr. Pecora has stated, which I agree with. But then is this now just a non-conforming entity within your town? And then Mr. Santoro's answer to that is, well, if you had your own set of regulations, this wouldn't be a problem. So to which I answered or questioned, if we had an affordable housing regulation that said you needed to have something more than 30%, let's say 32%, whatever the number is, it doesn't matter, anything more than 30%. And then one comes in and says, I don't want to do 32%. I will do an 830G application at 30%. They get it approved, they build it. Then they come in with a similar request that Mr. Pecora has come in with, and we say, good, now you have to comply with the 32% because you're legally non-conforming something. And, so, and I don't want to overcomplicate this, but since we're out in the wind here, there's no rulings other than these case law that Mr. Santoro talks about, which he's given me the same answer today that he gave me 2 years ago when I asked him the same question. Where in the statutes does it say this?
Right.
And his response is the same.
So are other terms of the plan in play? I mean, is the deed restriction still in play? I mean,
yeah, no, the deed restriction, what the statute says and what Mr. Pecora's suggestion is that he remains deed restricted for 40 years, but it is greater than 30% affordability. And then in addition, it is, I believe that from what I read and understood, there's not full bedroom parity, but I have never been able to find where the statute requires bedroom parity. And in fact, we always ask people to give us bedroom parity because we think it's socially responsible. But the statute doesn't. So rather than spend a whole lot of time, Mr. Pecora, on this, bottom line, I think we need a formal legal opinion from an 830G expert, and we'll just get that. And I think that it's fine. I think it's okay for the commission to get it and request it. Because you've kindly offered up a higher than 30% affordability. So I think
the frustrating thing is what we need the opinion on, I think, is Mike Santoro is just saying this is no longer meets the definition of set aside, but he's not the deciding authority on this, in my opinion. So that's the struggle for me, is that who is he to say that? I mean, he's basically on case law, but he's not the decider.
It absolutely meets the definition. What he's saying is that there's some judicial interpretation of the law that none of us has seen.
Yes.
Nor has our counsel seen it.
And I looked,
by the way, I think very highly of Mrs. Santoro, so that's not meant.
Yeah,
in
I get
any-
it.
No,
I
no,
totally get it.
we
It's just-
totally, I think Santoro's terrific. I agree with you guys, but on the other hand, the case law he's referencing is not anything that's, if Mr. Smith, it isn't in any of the material Ira Bloom gave us at the seminar on affordable housing case law. I went through my book again after we got this over
So did
the
I.
weekend. There you go. We've all looked at it. Mr. Barilak borrows I've sent him all the case references from my book and he's very familiar with them. And I've never seen it. So my sense is
Mark,
we go and we get a formal legal opinion, and I don't think it should be from anybody other than someone who's completely specialized in 830G. And we send them in our request for a legal opinion. I'd like to cite the actual statute that says not less than, I'm remembering wrong, but it's not less than 30% affordable but in
That's
any
right.
event, it can exceed, and the language is in the statute, and it makes no sense to me.
So I guess, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, for the purpose of anybody who's playing at home, could you identify who Mr. Santoro is and Mr. Smith?
Oh, Mr. Santoro is our Department of Housing, Connecticut Department of Housing person that we talked. What's his formal title? I don't even.
He's the Director, Office of Policy Research and Housing Support from the Department of Housing in Hartford. Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
No, that's right. And
Like,
Mr.
my overuse of acronyms, it's the same issue.
Yeah.
I just assume everybody knows everybody.
I know, Mr. Smith?
Is
Oh,
an attorney
Yep.
who
He's
is
an attorney.
very active in the Connecticut Bar Association and is teaches lots of seminars that I've taken, is knowledgeable about 830G.
Right. But the point is we need to have our own legal opinion.
We definitely do, because and the other thing is I don't normally, I find it odd, especially that they would say the appeals process doesn't apply to the developer. It is not fair to the developer. It just isn't. I mean, Mr. Pecora, I'm not dying to take up your cause. I know you're a big boy and you can take care of yourself, but it doesn't make sense to me that they would leave you out in the wind and say, oh no, you give them more affordability and you're cooked, you're on your own. That is not fair.
Margarita.
It's actually perverse.
Yeah, I mean, Margarita, the only reason I allocate the affordable units to the size of the units is so I don't have to get into an argument with you or appeal. And the numbers work, and that's fine. If you pull up my red line application and you go to page 13, all I'm doing is just simplifying it in the sense that I'm already allowed to do what I'm doing. So go to page 13. Right there. I'm sorry, page 12, it's 13 right there.
Yeah.
So if my first applicants are not, if I don't have any families that have 4 people or more in it,
right,
I automatically don't have to take them.
Right. But Mr. Pecora, we're making a different point.
Oh, I know what your argument is. All I'm saying
so
is,
that's why we want a legal opinion. And so what I would say to you is put this on hold. This is my private recommendation, not the commission. I would put this on hold. Let us get a legal opinion, because we think, and Bob Barilak just said the word, it is perverse that you would lose protection of appeal when offering more affordable housing.
Yeah, it won't take us long. It won't take us long. We'll have an answer in just a couple of weeks.
And I guess more importantly is obviously we want more affordable housing units, but I don't think it's, we don't want to just concede that means we don't get the 10% and the housing unit equivalency.
Exactly.
That's the issue. I mean, who says who, I guess is the question.
Right.
well, I would, as Bob had indicated, it won't take you long. I hope it doesn't, because I'm about to go to the market.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. You get tenants now and you can always revise it later. I mean, that's that would be, you can change it later. At this point, it's more important. I just don't like the,
We need clarity. We need
Yeah,
clarity.
one question might be, like, I'm just gonna play this out for a second. If, let's say that the commission does this, and then Mr. Santoro says, well, now you've lost UHUE. The question also is, what's the process of appeal of that decision? Because perhaps the commission may want to entertain going down that road on this particular application, to see what happens, to play this out. So I'll find out what the process of appeal is, if there is any, on decisions in the Department of Housing, and maybe that would be something the commission would want to
And I would
contemplate also.
And I would like clarification on one other thing. For somebody to do this, do we have to come back as a special permit? Because if that's the case, you might as well kiss it goodbye.
So one of the reasons that we would like you to keep 830G is in the back of our minds, we had this idea that what we could do as a commission down the road when the Affordable Housing Trust has money is we approve an 830G and we say to the applicant, if you wish, kindly go to the Housing Trust and either increase your affordability or decrease the size of your building, depending on what you talk to them about, and you don't have to come back to us. Okay, so the building can be smaller or more units can be affordable, and we give an approval, but that's why we need it to stay in 830G, because what we've approved statutorily is an 830G. And we would like to be able to send you to the Housing Trust once you have a zoning approval. So there's no interface between zoning and the trust. We want to keep them totally separate. So
Wow.
that decision gets made first, and you go off and the trust says, I have zero money or I have $40 million. And they talk to you and you've got your approval to do what you proposed. But if you want to do more affordability, they can do a deal with you. That's what we had in mind.
Understood.
I had one question for Mr. Pecor. So I understand we're ending up proposed mix, 6 one-bedroom apartments. What's in your current mix? What's in your current plan?
Patrick, can you pull up that spreadsheet?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. What he's really doing is moving. He's got ones and twos. He's moving 2 of his affordable 1-bedrooms to affordable 2-bedrooms to 1-bedrooms.
So look at what's on the screen, and the top piece is the original application, 5 1-bedroom market, 5 3-bedroom market, 3 1-bedroom market, and 2 3-bedroom affordable. I'm sorry, 3-bedroom, 3 1-bedroom affordable, and 2 3-bedroom affordable. And what I'm doing is what I'm asking for is what's below. So.
Okay, can someone do the math for me? How many bedrooms are we getting? We're getting 6 bedrooms. How many bedrooms are we giving up?
None.
We're giving up none, so we're going 6 to 6.
Joe, tell me if I say this wrong. Right now, you have 5 apartments that are affordable and 10 that are market. Okay. At the end of the day, he's going to have 6 that are affordable and 9 that are market. That's what he's proposing.
I'm talking about bedrooms.
Yeah, bedrooms. So you have 6 plus 3 is 9, what was original.
Right.
So that's 9. And now you're getting 6.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. So that's something to think about.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
He's reducing the
And it's
number
pretty important.
of bedrooms, right?
It is, but we keep asking for parity. This is the thing we said before. We keep asking for bedroom parity, and the way the commission's always done it on an 830G is we say, pretty please, can you give us bedroom parity, because the statute doesn't require it. So we ask people to make the affordables the same size. Now Santoro says there's case law that says that we have to do that, that's required, but we've never found the statute that says that. And we would love that because we've been leaning on all sorts of people to give us bedroom parity.
Marguerite, I'd like to rephrase what you just said. He's not saying that case law says that you have to. What he's saying is case law says that it defends you.
Yeah, yeah. Same thing.
Well, it's not the same thing because
Your hair splitting.
under the statute, it doesn't state that.
Exactly. But case law isn't the statute. You know that. We know that. I mean, what I'm saying is case law is what we follow because it's, this is common law. That's what you use for 830G, especially because 830G, don't get me started, has so many holes in the way the statute's written. All right, you guys. So we're going to work on this. Okay, Mr. Pecora, and stay tuned.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good timing.
Perfect timing. All right. Okay. So we are now taking our dinner break and we're really sorry, Greenwich Hospital.
You can eat dinner too.
You can eat dinner too. And it is now 7 p.m. exactly. How much time do you guys want?
7:20.
You're so demanding.
Oh, please.
All
I want to have dessert too.
Why don't you authorize a raise and then we'll consider lowering that threshold of break.
All right. Okie doke, everybody. See you at 7:20. It's funny. I wouldn't have said that I was zonked out, but staying up till as late as I did, whenever the RTM meeting, and it was just a little bit after 1, but till I walked the dogs and everything. It was an interesting meeting though. Nothing was as bad as when they had the hearing on the housing bills last year. And that went all night. They stopped for a nap at 4 o'clock in the morning and then they picked up again at 7, I think it was. That was a long day the next day. Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm meeting.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that.
It made them regret having Zoom because they never would have had as many people. That was one of the pushbacks. Some of the people who don't like Zoom, what they say is that what happens is you get folks that would never take the trouble to come to a public meeting. And yes, that's true, but you get people who would not have been able to get a babysitter. So.
As I always like to say, our big luxury back in the day was taking our shoes off underneath the dais.
I do sometimes miss the nuts and the food going up and down the dais. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I take exception to that. Oh, wait. Different nuts. Sorry. I thought you took-
And then, of course, it also, I like how much cozier it is, though. Because I don't, I think that it stays civil without as much formality. Although it is bad when you don't announce the applications.
Yeah, little things.
Yeah, I miss getting kicked under the dais.
Yeah, that's true too. Or
I
punch.
forgot
Oh, what did I say? What did I say?
I blocked that out. That's funny.
No, I used to kick him, and then he's like, "I don't understand. She was mad at me. I didn't know she was mad at me." And I'm like, "Look at your shin. That's why you have all
No.
the bruises."
Yes, that's me. Beat up.
Yeah. I'm hoping that at some point, I guess we're not going to hear from people. You haven't gotten any emails of commentary on the affordable housing plan.
No.
I guess other people wrote more interesting ones than we did or something. All right, we have a whole team of people here, but we're waiting for a commission. I think we have a group of people here. Oh, Katie went away now.
Mr. Lowe also dropped off, I guess.
Oh, no, he's back now.
I just brought him back in. Ms. Suchins, I'm not seeing Mr. Granatini in the room, so I don't know if he's.
I was just gonna say, if you could add Craig Yanes, I'm checking to see if Chris is under a different name.
I'm sorry, what was that last name?
Craig Yanes.
Thank you.
Nice background, Madam Kelly.
Thank you. It's Nurses Week, well, Hospital Week, Nurses Day.
I don't see Craig as well, Amy.
All right, Craig just replied to me. Oh, there's Chris. Chris just appeared on my screen.
There, I see him now.
Attendee list.
Yep.
All right, is there anybody we
And
need
there's
to?
Craig. There he is.
All right,
Got them both now.
and
All
now
right.
we've got the commission. All right, folks, we are ready to go again. So we are now going to discussion item 12A, which is Greenwich Hospital and GH Realty Holding Company LLC, application PLPZ for a pre-app review. And with that, I turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you very much. We appreciate everyone's time this evening. We're going to go through a very brief presentation, recognizing that you will have questions along the way for us to respond to. So I will keep my remarks to the body of the presentation, but I would ask my colleague Luke if he would just bring that up. And before I start, is there any concern with that outline? And we'll introduce people as we go. It seems like it might be more efficient.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give Luke a minute. So as he's doing that, I do again want to thank everyone for this evening, especially realizing that, you've already past your dinner hour. So we are grateful for your time. It's been some time, and we've made significant changes since our rejection of our proposal last August. But before we get into the technical details, I want to set the stage for why we've been so passionate, so persistent about not letting this project go down. And it really comes down to our serious obligation of ensuring that our town has access to state-of-the-art healthcare. Now, the healthcare, the cancer care that I want for the care that we all want for our families, our neighbors, our families, the people that we care about, and the cancer care that each of us in this room should seek out, given that we would be in the need for that. Luke, I'm going to go to the next slide, but I probably need to let you get into presenter mode.
My computer is struggling.
Okay, take your time. It's okay.
There we go. I think that looks good.
Yep, that looks perfect. Just go right to the next slide. All right, so the prevalence of cancer in Greenwich is one before that, maybe. There you go. So the prevalence of cancer is growing. It's not a surprise, given that we continue to be an aging population, but therefore we have a response to that. We have an obligation to respond when our population needs change. At the same time, the cancer care is undergoing a dramatic transformation. So what was impossible just 5 years ago is now imaginable today. And Greenwich Hospital has the ability to provide world-class cancer care through our connection to Smilo, but we cannot do it in our existing facility. Next slide, Luke. At Greenwich Hospital, we are exceptionally fortunate to be connected to Smilo Cancer Center. It's a premier institution for research and clinical care in oncology. To be very blunt about it, as I think many of you can appreciate, not all cancer care is created equal. The care at Smilow stands apart. It's only one of 70 NCI designated cancer centers in the country. It's a distinction that puts us in the category of Sloan Kettering in Dana-Farber. In fact, we just recruited our new head of cancer care at Smilow from the Dana-Farber, Dr. Weiner, who recently participated in one of our town meetings. And that is what we would be bringing to Greenwich. Today, many people in Greenwich drive to New Haven for Smilow care or to New York for care. We believe delivering care to patients near their home offers invaluable quality of life benefits to patients and their families, especially considering how many cancers have actually now become chronic diseases that require monitoring for sometimes many years after treatment is completed. Next slide, Luke. The new cancer center is central to the development of this vision. It provides the necessary infrastructure to house state-of-the-art equipment, and it can facilitate the comprehensive, integrated care that has become the gold standard of cancer care today. Teams of doctors working together around the patient. Finally, it also serves as a physical manifestation of Greenwich Yale New Haven Health System's commitment to the care of oncology needs. It's extremely important as we strive and continue to recruit top talent to our center. Next slide, Luke. Co-locating the cancer center with the hospital is extremely important. In fact, it's essential. This is in part because of the technology and equipment required, specifically for the radiation oncology, but also because of the importance of providing comprehensive and integrated care. Cutting-edge cancer care is not just oncologists, but a team of doctors in surgery, medical oncology, radiation therapy, imaging, and pathology who are collaborating together in one place, all centered around the needs of one individual patient. The patient centricity was actually a top consideration in the siting and design of the building, from the wraparound care that will be provided to the serene settings with surrounding green space and access to healing gardens during infusion treatments. Now, before turning things over to our partners to talk about some of the changes that we've made to the design since we met with you last August, I want to emphasize that many of the changes you will hear about are a direct response to what we heard from the commission and our neighbors. We have worked closely with the community and our neighbors to listen to their feedback, to integrate changes that reflect in the feedback, and then to communicate the changes we are proposing. We have held a number of meetings within the community and have more meetings planned. And we've also created a special website to facilitate additional communication in real time that will be continuously updated for the surrounding neighbors and beyond to the town of Greenwich. So with that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Council Amy Sukins. She will talk about some of the zone change considerations.
Thanks, Diane. As she noted, I'm just going to outline a few of the considerations for the zone change that is highlighted in the pre-application. Next slide. I think just to refresh everybody, we are talking about 8 properties at the corner of Lake Avenue and Lafayette Place. They are currently zoned RMF, and our proposal is to rezone those to the H2 zone. The previous uses included office and residential, and the reasons for the change of zone are actually outlined in your plan of conservation and development and the zoning regulations. Next slide. As you're all aware, sorry, could you go back? One more. Thanks, Luke. As you are all aware, the POCD has 6 co-equal principles that are designed to outline the long-term land use goals for the town of Greenwich. While Greenwich is predominantly a residential community, the complementary uses that are necessary to have a well-rounded community are in fact outlined in the various guiding principles, The most relevant of which this evening is Guiding Principle 6, provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. That guiding principle is drawn from both a recognition of the town's noted strength with local access to healthcare, including hospitals, clinics, and top-ranked physicians, as well as one of the challenges, which is an aging community, which is particularly important for, which makes it important for these types of healthcare needs. So then next slide. So guiding principle 6 is implemented in objective 6.4, which is ensure that town residents have state-of-the-art health and safety services. As Diane alluded to earlier, the POCD notes that 40% of Greenwich residents need to seek their health care in other places, primarily New York City, because those services are either not provided in town or not deemed sufficient locally. What the hospital is seeking to do is actually outlined again in the subsections of objective 6.4, which include supporting the efforts of Greenwich Hospital and other health organizations to provide top services to Greenwich residents, and to work with this commission to work with the healthcare entities to identify the significant longer-term means of supporting their land use needs. So with that, next slide. The POCD is your aspirational goals for your land use in the community. The comprehensive plan is what implements those in practice. And so you probably remember from your various land use training through the years, the comprehensive plan is is found in the zoning regulations and the zoning map, and it focuses on the actual use of the property. As property that's zoned RMF, the hospital has really no need for that RMF zone property with respect to the goals that are outlined in the POCD. And so without the zone change, there's no need for the hospital to continue to hold this property, which makes the zone change a key component in implementing the goals outlined in the POCD, and frankly outlined in the purposes of the H1 and H2 zones that have been adopted. Next slide. And those purposes are outlined on this slide. In particular, the proposal before you is the actualization of purposes 1 and 2. It's the development of a hospital facility to meet the town of Greenwich's major medical needs, and to develop adequate space within the zone to meet the future needs. The H1 and H2 zones are intended to be compatible. The H1 zone, as you know, is the primary hospital campus at 5 Perry Ridge, and the H2 zone is intended to be a step down from that more intense zone. We believe that the H2 zone, given its proximity to the H1 and the adjacent H2 zone for the Bentheim Center, is consistent with the surrounding uses, particularly in light of the substantial revisions that have been taken into account, as Diane noted, in the design that you will see that addresses the concerns that had been raised by the commission and certain members of the public during the prior application. So with that, I'll turn it over to Luke Voiland, who will walk you through the revisions to the building development.
Thank you, Amy. So as was stated both by Diane and Amy, all of our changes and adaptations that have been incorporated into the design reflect the character of the community, we believe, and the needs of the neighbors that have been expressed through the various engagements that we have heard, participated in, and been part of. So we're really pleased to share now some of the changes that have occurred to the building. So this slide is a site plan showing the site along with the former outline from the last time around. So the big red dashed lines on the left side here, I'll circle it, are where there used to be a parking lot, providing a good amount of the parking. That has all been moved underneath the building now. We've dramatically increased the amount of parking. So there's all the parking occurs under the building, except for a few service spaces over here. And then the other dashed outline on the right-hand side here in red shows the previous building footprint, which was, as you can see, significantly closer to the road and right up against the blue dashed line, which is our setbacks. As you can see now, the Smile Cancer Center is a smaller footprint, and this is achieved by taking what was a 2-story sort of spread out design and pulling it into a 3-story more compact design that's shifted a little bit to the left side of the site here. So these changes have made the building further from the road and further from the neighboring properties along that side of Lafayette. This is a cross section through the building. Lafayette is approximately here. You can see this is the Bentheim building, and then the Lodge, which is one of our neighboring buildings, and then Fairfield House to the left over here. And what you can see again in the dashed red is the scale of the prior building. Again, it was shifted towards Lafayette and bigger and sort of taller, closer to the road. In our new arrangement, we've pulled that mass of the building to the left and sort of concentrated it towards the center of the site, which we believe reduces its impact and visibility and so on. It is slightly taller, but it is, as you can see, only the mechanical area that's slightly taller. And one of the things we have done is pulled out this purple area here, which is the treatment vaults, and those sit completely underground and they're not within the building footprint. For the architects in the crowd, that allowed us to shrink our floor-to-floor heights and actually reduce the height a bit of some of those floors, which makes the 3-story almost the same size as the 2-story. The landscape plan you can see here is illustrating the sort of verdant and lush planting plan we have for the site. A lot of the approaches along this side are similar, but in this case, we've enhanced and added more. One thing those on the board will appreciate is we are retaining the historic and nature wall along that corner. And then we're also increasing our green space by more than 30%. So you can see dramatically, particularly on this side, there's obviously no parking lot, and now we have walking space and a green space that's available for use by not only patients and families, but folks who live in the neighborhood. Surface parking was eliminated and the setback was increased. And then just to point out, this area here is actually part of the building, and that is what we're calling the healing garden, which is the space accessible by patients from the upper story of the building. When they're receiving their infusion treatments, they can sit outside if the weather is pleasant, and have a nice experience from that location. From a service perspective, you can see our service yard remains here. It's significantly further from Lafayette than before. And in a moment, you'll see in the 3D view, we've introduced a screen wall here and a grade change that really hides that and makes it much less visible than before. So this is the view from Lake Avenue of the primary entrance. You can see the drop-off area, and to the right is where there had been a parking lot, and now we no longer have that. The parking entrance is around that corner there. So all the traffic would flow in that way, and they could park underneath the building. You can see the large amount of landscaping we have here, and there's this dry riverbed concept that will take water down the slope, and there will actually be a water feature here. It's hard to see in this view, and then another water feature here in the middle of the turnaround, and then further water features in the green space. This is just another view, slightly different angle of that, showing the architecture, which is relatively similar to what you saw before, but again, we have a somewhat different arrangement of the stories with a 3-story instead of a 2-story approach. From Lafayette, you can see here that again, the building sits much further back from the road, and here we have a significant amount of planting and a bit of lawn. And then the loading area is sort of tucked behind that wall there and down the slope slightly. So you really aren't going to experience that as much as before. And then another point here is the power lines that feed the building that would come off from just behind this view are going to all run underneath the street and underground. And so that will be a significant improvement. As you may know, it's pretty visible right now. There's a lot, sort of a mass of wires up there. So we think that's a nice improvement. From a sustainability perspective, we've made quite a few changes, and these aren't as visible or obvious, but I'd say one of the primary changes here is that there's a very energy efficient mechanical system that's electrified, meaning that all of the air handling equipment and everything is run by electricity, and we're not using fossil fuels on site to heat and cool the building. So we think that's the right move from a carbon perspective. In addition to the green space, which I spoke about, there's a rain garden system provided on site to capture rainwater, and we'll be reusing non-potable water on the site for certain uses like irrigation. And then we'll have EV parking spaces in our parking garage in addition. So there's a longer list here, but those are sort of the highlights. I'll turn it over to Chris to talk about traffic and parking.
Thanks, Luke. So Ty and Bond has prepared a detailed traffic and parking study to support the project in conformance with town requirements. We've developed site traffic and the parking generation for the building based on a detailed operational program analysis, which is included in our traffic study. And we expect that, Beta will go through that when they do their review. We did consider a lot of the commentary and back and forth that occurred with the prior application when we reviewed all those materials in preparing this traffic study and parking study to make sure that we were kind of capturing some of the concerns and themes that were coming through in the peer review. And then ultimately, the study demonstrates that the project will have a negligible impact to the roadway network and that we can accommodate the peak parking demand within the parking system. Next slide. So the study area for the project includes 5 local roadway intersections plus the 2 site driveways. And this study area mimics the same study area that was used for the previous application. Next slide. Just to give a very high level overview of the capacity results for each of the locations. I put together these kind of tabular format where you have the time of day kind of running left to right across the tables, and then the periods running top to bottom. So as you look kind of down each column, that explains to you what the levels of service are for each of the intersections during the existing background and combined conditions. So as you look at the tables, you can see that the only location where we saw any change in level of service at the local roadway network intersections was at the roundabout at Deerfield Lake and Glenville Road, where in the morning peak hour, we've reduced the capacity of that location from a B to a C. So we've maintained that level of service C there. And then the only location where there is a level of service D is an existing condition at Deerfield, West Putnam, and Field Point Road. And then the 2 site driveways are the 2 boxes in the middle there indicating level of service C for kind of the main site driveway, and then the level of service A for the service drive, which is an entry drive only. So service vehicles will enter from Lafayette and then exit out the main site driveways on Lake Avenue. Next slide. So just to touch on the parking. So this slide demonstrates the existing parking supply at Greenwich Hospital and then the future parking supply at Greenwich Hospital. So in the top chart, you see we've got a total parking supply of 1,160 spaces. And as we transition from existing to future, there are lots that go away. So lot D and the staff and the additional surface lots are within the parcels that are being used for this new development. So those two facilities go away, and in their place, we are building a 120 space garage underneath the proposed building. Next slide. And then this slide talks about peak parking demand. So there were several parking surveys that were conducted pre-pandemic, and those results are presented in this table. So we looked at the various parking facilities across the Greenwich Hospital, the overall Greenwich Hospital parking supply system. Looking at the change in parking demand, we've got the new Greenwich, the new Smilo Cancer Center. That peak demand is 99 spaces out of the 120 on the site. And then the staff garage will take on an additional 70 parked vehicles from the facility. And then there are some changes being implemented within the main hospital, which will result in a reduction of parking demand of 55. So when you look at all of the existing unchanged parking demand and the future change from this new facility, the net change in peak parking demand is 114 kind of new spaces that are being required to support the project. So that, you look at the total future demand compared to the future supply, and we still have a 140 space surplus across the parking facilities.
Chris, thanks. My name is Chris Enders, Senior Project Executive with Gilbane Building Company. Gilbane's been hired as a construction manager for the Smilo Cancer Center. Having recently completed 2 projects in the town of Greenwich, the New Lebanon Elementary School and the addition and renovation to the Greenwich Library, we're acutely familiar with what it takes to be successful as a builder in the town of Greenwich. Next slide, please. So our site, bounded by Lafayette Place, Lake Avenue, and residential dwellings, has its own set of unique challenges, not unlike any other construction projects. One of those challenges is the requirement to remove quite a bit of rock from the site to create our below grade parking structures that Chris just spoke about. To reach the bottom of excavation, again, a fair amount of rock removal is required. The most efficient means to reach that goal is to use controlled blasts. We understand the public and the residents, the local neighbors' concerns related to blasting as our means to accomplish this task. And we assure you that we're committed to being good neighbors and guests in the community. To this end, the blasting is completed in strict compliance with local and state regulations. Pre-blast surveys will be completed. All residences and dwellings or buildings within 500 feet of the project site in the blast zones. Blast monitoring set up, seismographic monitoring set up throughout the process of rock removal. And the data that's available is instantly available. And we're committed to full transparency with regards to these results. So our experience as professional builders, having also blasted immediately adjacent to operating MRIs, functional operating rooms, linear accelerators, and again, New Lebanon School had a fair amount of rock removal removed via blasting as well. We're acutely familiar with what it takes to deliver the service of rock removal both safely and efficiently. So at this point, I'm going to kick it over to David Ginter.
There we go. Good evening. So Redness and Mead has been hired to handle the overall stormwater management as well as overall site planning design for the property here. And here to talk quickly about stormwater management and what we're doing to ensure that there is no adverse impacts to offsite and downstream facilities. For starters, I want to point out that with this new redesign, with moving the parking underground, we're able to reduce overall impervious coverage on the property by about 11,000 square feet from what currently exists today. And as such, overall peak rates of runoff leaving the property will naturally decrease from current day conditions. However, that alone is not enough to meet the intent and the requirements of the town drainage manual. So we are still proposing a fair amount of on-site treatment practices to further treat and reduce the rates of runoff leaving this property at the completion of the project. Some of the treatment practices will include surface rain gardens. A couple of photos included on this slide show you what some of those rain gardens might look like, as well as below grade sand filters are proposed to further treat runoff from driveways and roof areas, as well as an infiltration system to provide some groundwater recharge where we are able on the property here as well. So essentially, all impervious coverage will be treated via one of these practices before discharging from the property. We do have a comprehensive sediment erosion control plan put together in place to mitigate potential impacts during construction. And we have been working with Chris and the Gilbane team to further refine that as we've been going through the process over the last few months, and we'll continue to refine that as things progress and move closer to eventually, ideally, hopefully, a construction of this facility. We have seen some of the neighborhood letters that have been written in regards to stormwater concerns, especially from some of the folks in the Glen Court neighborhood. We have met with some of the neighbors previously to tonight to have some more technical discussions regarding what is being proposed and how we are proposing to mitigate any stormwater on site. As well as we will be presenting additional information at some upcoming neighborhood meetings that Diane has alluded to previously. I also want to point out that these plans have been discussed with Scott Marucci, the town engineer, multiple occasions during this most current design process, and believe that we have met the requirements of the town drainage manual. The proposal overall from a stormwater management standpoint is very similar to that which was approved by Scott last year. I know the overall project was not, but as a referral, from a referral standpoint, Scott did review last year's drainage design and had no major comments with it, and seemingly approved it, and don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to have this approved by Scott once it's formally referred to him. With that, I'll turn it back over to Diane.
Imagine me not being muted, sorry. So I just want to, in closing, thank everybody for listening to this. I know that we've had several conversations, perhaps with people that are listening in the community, and also with the commission. And we really would look forward to hearing some of your thoughts on this. We've worked hard to make changes. I, for one, will tell you that I do believe that this is a better facility, a better presentation, and a better fit in the neighborhood. But I know that it's a collective discussion that we'd like to have right now. Thank you.
Commissioners?
So may I begin?
Oh, yes, I see the finger this time.
Okay. So my concerns are focused primarily on the zone change and the attendant impact on the residential neighborhood, and not on the desirability and suitability of a cancer center somewhere in Greenwich. Among the comments in this application's zone change narrative is the declarative statement that, quote, the zone change application is entirely consistent with the 2019 Greenwich Plan of Conservation and Development. Although it may be consistent with one of the features of one of the guiding principles, it seems distinctly at odds with the POCD's first guiding principle. We on this commission on several occasions have cited the delicate balance, if you will, between the potentially conflicting goals articulated in the POCD of preserving our community character and sense of place and maintaining our residential neighborhoods, while seeking, as this application points out, to offer high quality infrastructure, including healthcare services. So it's not clear that the hospital has sufficiently provided the rationale for the need for this facility at this location, particularly in light of the potentially unwarranted impingement upon the residential lifestyle and the surrounding neighborhoods. And given the certainly the past explicit expressions of concern and objection from the immediate neighborhood. None of the identified constraints concerning the specific features of the proposed cancer center seem to preclude the hospital from siting this facility in a different place outside this residential neighborhood. And I remain, I guess, somewhat unconvinced that not about the need and the growing cancer cases in the area and in general, not the desirability for having an enhanced healthcare service and provision to the populace here, but to this particular site. That notwithstanding the attempts and successful attempts at reducing the scope of the project, including the setbacks and the footprint and the driveways, et cetera, and landscaping. And so I toss that out there, and I really would like to hear. I know that there's been an effort on the part of the hospital to reach out to the public. I know that, but when I look at that and I try to add up what has been done and how many times the public has engaged in this, either voluntarily or solicited by the hospital, it does not. I'm not convinced that those meetings were that numerous or that that everybody was totally engaged. And that may be my fault for inattention to the detail here, but I'm just giving you my impression. So I will be interested to hear how the immediate neighborhood responds to this new proposal, and to the extent that the hospital wishes to address again some of my concerns, and you've heard them before. I'm certainly open to that too. But in particular, I'd be very interested to know how the various adaptations, changes, incorporations of public input and input from this body has been felt and absorbed by the residents of this neighborhood.
Thank you. And who's next? Who wants to comment next? Mr. Yeski. See, he raises the whole hand, Peter. That's the difference. It's the whole hand.
Okay, that's it.
All right,
I'm
Mr.
just
Yeski.
following our chairwoman's direction, or maybe I'm listening to the RTM last night saying, let's be civil in an organized way. You know,
Yes,
let's not
good.
go crazy. Let's be professional.
All right, Mr. Yeski.
and I went to Catholic school, and that's how you did it. I would agree with Peter about wanting to hear the local neighborhood. And I would definitely agree that we need to dig in the hospital, and we're giving guidance back on why this site. Two comments. One, the POCD. I'm very familiar with it. There is a balance. It's actually in the mission statement that the balance occurs and some of the detail. And it is kind of a balance between residential neighborhood and healthcare. And we can kind of say lots of things about residential neighborhoods, but there is a conflict here. And there is a need conflict that we're going to have to dig deeper into. I would suggest the hospital, in the spirit of guidance, come back with more digging into what this means to the healthcare of Greenwich. I suggested once before, go bigger, talk about the whole hospital complex, and actually, bring in more market data. You brought in a few new things, which is good, which is very good, but we're still struggling. We still have this challenge. Number two, I think part of the denial was the site, and it does get into the impact on the neighbors. And I'll just speak personally. I don't think that the site was well thought out enough, and I thought that the hospital could do a lot better in looking at that site. I believe they've looked at other sites, so we need more data on that. But I do think, to give the hospital some credit here, and they've come back with a smaller building, no surface parking. They're going underground, which is very interesting, something we've been asking many developers to do to help us out on the parking. I don't know the actual parking calculations, but it sounds like they have excess, though I'm not sure it's excess in this building or excess overall on the campus idea, what they use, 140 plus. I'd be curious, little things like, is the parking underground with a few of those extra surface parkings enough to service this building? I mean, that's a big improvement by shrinking the building. Coming back to the POCD, we knew that this was an issue. We talked a lot about it. We have a lot of conflicts with other institutions in town, particularly schools. Schools are mentioned in the third guiding principle, and we specifically highlight them and other institutions where there's always a conflict with residential. And in there, we talk about you've got to do everything you can to buffer it in every imaginable way. I just don't mean trees, but for example, I heard a lot on the last application about noise levels, and I heard one of the engineers talking about the air moving and the air handling equipment, and that was a concern on the last time, and that noise can carry. So definitely want to hear more about things like that, more about the landscaping. Now this is detailed, but it all gets back to what's the negative impact on the neighborhood. And quite frankly, we have let other schools, for example, expand next to them. But in that case, you could imagine taking another part of the school and moving it, although it did happen on a couple schools where we basically forced them to go to a whole nother campus. So I'd love to hear more about some of those categories. I was just taking some notes. You mentioned things like energy management, as you may be aware in other applications tonight, that's becoming a bigger importance in the commission. And although we don't have detailed regulations, we're going to vote on one about a narrative. But beyond that, if this building can, and I'm sure another commissioner, Commissioner Wells would be into this too, about the energy management of the building. I mentioned the noise, the buffering. Impressed that you've retained a construction manager. That wasn't in the last one. And it looked like from the site that you could do almost everything on site. They need to think about what that means to the neighbors. For example, I'm always stunned why larger developments don't go to the neighbors and explain blasting, because the immediate reaction is, you're going to wreck my building. And there are procedures. And maybe this is a case where you can use your neighborhood advisory council to explain what that means, because there's a lot of fear of that sort of thing, and understandably at this point. So those are a lot of things that I'm trying to power up to show the neighborhood that you're trying to do the best possible job. I'm sure there's others. I mean, we don't really know the substance behind some of this. We read a written document. We have history, obviously, at this point in time. But I'm still somewhat open-minded about that conflict, and I'm willing to be convinced. Is that enough,
Okay.
Chair, lady, woman, Mrs.
Hey,
Chair?
that's up to you, Mr. Commissioner. Do you feel like you got all the key points out?
There's a
Is
lot of
this-
little things, but I think the key points got out there. The traffic.
Yeah.
But there's always little things like, do they have a traffic management system? One thought that occurred to me, one of the things that always seems to happen in traffic, and I got stuck in it this morning. I don't know what happened to Lake Avenue. Anybody know?
Oh,
what happened?
there was an accident on Lake Avenue. It was, yeah.
Well, it's spilled over onto North Street, and
Yep.
North Street is backed up forever. But hours of operation should come into this. I don't remember that on the first application, but I did notice, and this is another detail, the hospital may have known that we looked at a dialysis center. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Is that right? Dialysis center. And they made a big deal about hours of operation because they realized people were going to be in there for 3 or 4 hours, and they had flips, and they were going to do it after the traffic. And that made a lot of sense. And I don't remember us doing a lot of that, not to mention the shift loads. I don't know when the shifts change in the hospital, but that's got to generate a lot of traffic. If they're changing at 8 or 8:30 and you're starting at 8:30, that's a bottleneck. So there's that stuff is on the site plan. The POCD is a different issue that we're going to have to, work our way through. I'm done.
You're sure?
Stick a fork in me.
Okay, well,
That's what the nuns
reserve
used to
that.
say.
Reserve that. How do you want to do this, Ms. Suchins and Ms. Kelly? Do you want to answer the commissioners as they go, or do you want to hit everybody at the same time?
Well, I don't mind addressing the first two.
Why don't you do that? Because I think
Otherwise, yeah.
it gets lost. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you. And the things that I'm going to address are going to be very kind of items that we will bring back more detail, but just for point of clarification. I do appreciate, the community character, and we did work really hard to try to put that into this new proposal. We did look at 3 other sites in earnest over the summer, over the last year, and did a real analysis of viability. And they all had significant barriers to them, whether it be the ability to handle the kind of work that we were wanting to do, to the location, and quite honestly, to the accessibility of current standing buildings that were available that we could invest in to a reasonable amount without having to purchase. We own this land right now, so that does have an impact. And we looked at other property that we owned, and it quite honestly had other much more environmental concerns in the same neighborhood. So it didn't really take away from that. So which is why we are proposing of making significant more investments by putting this parking underground and opening up green space. It's adding significant costs to this project, which is probably why you don't see it everywhere, because it's and it is sold for the sole purpose of actually making it a better fit in the community. We did a lot of work prior to, and we can reinforce that, about really looking at the load balancing and how we're using this building, because this is not a 24/7 operation as the main hospital is. So to your point, Mr. Yeski, you're absolutely right. There's differences in the shift of staff that come in and out, but it's the amount of patients that actually leave and enter the building. Much like a dialysis center, it's not frequent. They're there for several hours at a time. So that really has an impact on it. And I completely agree with you on participation and communication with the neighbors. We've had a community outreach with a smaller group a couple times, and then with a larger group, we've met with some neighbors individually about their individual concerns that needed to be individual meetings mostly about water. drainage, but happy to meet with additional. We had some plans, quite honestly, in full disclosure, we thought we would be at the end of May. So some of our meetings with our neighbors we're going to be, one of them was going to be tonight. So those are going to be next week. But so we're going to continue with those, and we'll make sure we have information back on that. Noise level, we have all that information, so we will continue to provide the detail that you're looking for. But I do just want to say, when we talk about the planning and why this building, you know, the kind of strategic plan, if you will. And as we've talked about, we simply do our planning based on the needs of a community. That's the only data that you really look at. What is the prevalence? And I've, you know, number one, the most traffic entity that people come in and rely on Greenwich Hospital for is oncology, and it's growing, and we can't fit what we want, what we would need. And that's followed by heart and vascular. And then that's followed by neuro issues, which is why those are some of our key strategies. And then, of course, a huge women's service in births. We're very happy and proud of that. We deliver over 3,000 babies a year. And then children's services with pediatrics and pediatric emergency physicians. So the things that are our priorities are the prevalent, it really go in order of the prevalence of disease. And that's what we've put our time and energy and resources into. But without any doubt, the number one has been oncology, and that has the most increase in rates. So the building that we're proposing will allow us to do the state-of-the-art work. It's things that we can't co-locate all together in one building. So the site of the location remains critical to us. And I know sometimes I've heard, you know, well, if you can get your cancer care in New Haven, or couldn't we do it like a, you know, like a just infusion? But if somebody has to go to the hospital, they should go to the hospital in their community where they're getting their cancer care, which would be the same town preferably. So if you're, you know, if your infusion isn't going well and you need to go to the hospital, you don't just go to the hospital for one day, you're going for several days and you're away from your family. So we can get into that at another time, but we remain committed to that. And it's really from housing the clinical needs, the things that the equipment and the resources that are available to us that weren't even here 5 years ago. It's extraordinary. This cancer center will actually have an open bay, if you will, because we know some of the things are cutting edge, that we are building this so that we will have to coming back and asking for additional, so we can continue to grow with the resources that are going to be available for people with this treatment. So I'm probably rambling on. So I am going to see if I go ahead, because it's best if you just remind me of a question.
Yeah.
May I ask a follow-up question there?
Please do.
Sure, of course.
Please. Yeah.
Did I understand
So we
you to
pay you the big
say?
salary.
Oh, good. Did I understand you say, because I didn't understand this the first time around, that there are going to be patients that have to stay at the hospital for several days and get their treatment at this cancer center?
No. So what I'm saying is, whenever a patient is getting their infusion or their radiation therapy treatment, there is always a chance that they will come in, and when they come in for their treatment, their chemo treatment, they are seen by their physician and by their nurse. And there's always a chance that they're going to say, you know, you actually need to be admitted to the hospital. And it's you leave the treatment, you leave the cancer center, and then you are admitted to the hospital to get stronger or work on whatever it is that prevented you from going home that day. And my point is the question keeps coming up. There's you know, there's other centers that aren't that far away. Well, if you're at another center and you have to go to the hospital, you don't come back to Greenwich. You go to the other hospital, which could be in Manhattan, or could be in New Haven. So it's where your treatment full, whether it's inpatient or whether it's in the cancer center, have it in the same proximity. So that's where the patient's close to their home. And Dr. Weiner, as Dr. Fuchs before him, there is a very strong movement in the cancer world, if you will, through the NCI designated centers, is that cancer care, when possible, should be close to home. Patients do better, families do better. It's less resources physically, emotionally, and financial. That is why the Smilo Cancer Center actually in their charter is that if you are going to do it, you are going to give it the same level of care that you will have at the center you're getting treatment. So if you're getting breast cancer, prostate, colorectal, lung, or GYN uro cancer at Greenwich Hospital by Yale School of Medicine, Smilo physicians, it would be the same care as if you were up in New Haven. There will be no difference. Now, can we do that in our facility today? No, we cannot. We cannot. We don't have the equipment. We don't have the room. We have the resources and we have the physicians. What we don't have is the facility.
All right, Ms. Kelly, if I may, just as a follow-up there, I mean, to some extent, with all due respect, I feel you are preaching to the choir.
I know, I'm sorry. It's the nurse in me.
No, with regard to the articulated need for enhanced cancer care in Greenwich. So I'm not sure that you need, that the effort should be entirely on trying to convince people that this is a current need, a growing need, and a desirable need to be satisfied by the town. Again, I come back to my own concerns, and I think they're shared by at least a commissioner or two other commissioners, is primarily on this zone change and this location. And I am not, and I've heard the arguments that, well, it's nice, or it's important to have the team of physicians in relative proximity to one another, but we're talking about maybe getting a location within a mile or two, and the norm is not to have emergencies which occur and require the immediate removal of somebody from this proposed center to the hospital. But even so, there are ways to do that, and we have you all are on record in your application as citing these other very nearby satellite entities that are part of Greenwich Hospital, whether it's 500 West Putnam or elsewhere. So I would like to see more focus on why here, and I appreciate that you provided us with some feedback there and saying that you own the buildings. And I totally understand that, but again, I'm coming back to the neighborhood. It's residential. And there is, at least on the part of some, there is a sense of institutional creep and sort of an insinuation, a further insinuation of the hospital's campus and on their lives. So again, I apologize for being repetitive, but I'm trying to steer.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't, yeah. So in the same being repetitive, we had really in earnest looked at 3 other sites and spent significant dollars to research those sites and had real concerns that we couldn't move forward with. So, it leaves us to then, why do we not try to do what we think is really clinically the best? Because no matter what site we would want to go to, right? I'm not sure what neighborhood would be excited about this. And I know that's a harsh thing to say. And what we're trying to say is that we're trying really hard to make sure that we would actually improve some of the things in this neighborhood. I mean, that lot of land right now, there's nothing all that advantageous about it right now. I mean, I say that and there is knowing that we own it. But we aren't going to put in resources because I don't know how we keep that lot of land. Because if we can't build something that we need clinically, we're not for profit clinical organization. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm thinking so when we looked at the other areas, they had real issues. They had real concerns, and we really scoured. We worked with realtors. We worked with other, trying to figure out where else in this, and we kept coming back to this. So I'm being repetitive too, but we did spend several months and a lot of money looking at other sites, and we came back to this and really tried to make it that it would be an enhancement to the neighborhood. This building would be so much nicer than what we have there. And I'm convinced it would be nicer because I don't know what the lot is going to look like if we aren't there, because it's too big. If it can't be something that's healthcare, Greenwich Hospital can't, there'd be no purpose for us to have it.
Well, in the spirit of not being repetitive.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you guys go right ahead. You'll let the rest of us
I'm
talk.
okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, you guys. Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead. Don't stop just because we're teasing.
Yeah, I'm still with Peter. I need to be convinced. I have an open mind, but you mentioned a couple things, and I'm just, we haven't gotten a formal application. So you mentioned a couple things in terms of why this site that caught my attention. You mentioned a couple times that some national organization, which you're certified to be, and I don't understand that exactly, although in the first application I looked into it, and I think I told you, when I got up to like 16 pages, I got lost. But you're certified at some level, and you mentioned that in there they recommend keeping this close to the hospital. Now, I don't know whether there's any studies along those lines or other hospital experiences or whatever, because that's what we're struggling with. Why across the street from the hospital at that point in time? So if there's something there, and I'm trying not to be repetitive, I'm trying to get an actual data that will help us get more comfortable with why this particular location. Now, again, I don't know.
No,
maybe
I can respond to that. It's a national cancer designation. There are 70 in the United States. Smilo Cancer Center is one of them. In order to be national cancer designation, you have to have comprehensive team-based care. You have to have wraparound services for your patients. So I hate using, well, anyway, I'll use myself. So if I'm having the patient, I have access to my oncologist and my surgeon and my radiology, my radiation therapy, that they can come up with a treatment plan and meet with me as a team. And then I'm not chasing one doctor and another doctor and another doctor and hoping all the doctors talk to each other. So the best practice, state-of-the-art care in order for you to be part of the national designation, and there's so many other requirements, but it's team-based care. And team-based care means it's about the patient at the center, and if the patient's not tracing all over different offices in all parts of Greenwich or Hartford or wherever else you're going to be to see the patient, because they know access to care is a predictor of doing better for patients because they can follow the treatment plan better. So
you need, not to cut you off, but you need to dig deeper on that and come back in your application. Why? Because that goes at Peter's core, my concern too, about why this location. And we have talked all about that. And maybe you need to provide some other site information, about other sites.
You asking for why the other locations didn't work? Like, I want to be clear about, because I feel like we've talked a lot about what other sites and why it didn't work. And
well, I think that would be helpful, but not necessarily the final decision making. What would be more helpful is what I just mentioned. As you say things like this, we like to understand why it has to be across the street. It sounds like there's some rationale. I don't know the organization or anything. Are there other hospitals that have done the same thing?
Most hospitals ideally would love their cancer centers to be in their hospital, but most of hospitals are old buildings, can't afford them. Second is when you have a hospital cancer center that's connected by a bridge or a tunnel. If you go to the Dana-Farber, Brigham Women's, that's how they've done that. And we can't connect it by a building. So I'm hoping nobody from my organization is listening, because that's really what our physicians would want, but we can't do that. So the third is you can get there by walking. The fourth is you're across town and then you're completely, and then I have to tell you, some of this is financial. If you are too far, you have to have repeat of services in your building and scarce resources. we can't do certain radiation oncology treatments without having a physician, a physicist, and a MD in close proximity to the patient. If something, even though they're not maybe treating that patient, they have to be in the building. They have to be around in case something goes awry. And, you know, healthcare resources are not endless. You can't have multitudes and multiples of rare, some of these rare scientists. So it's, you know, there's so many things to this, but I'm happy to try to kind of maybe put this in a grid again. Maybe that would be helpful.
Well, we've been making some suggestions, so
Yeah,
yeah.
no, and I
it's a
appreciate it.
pre-app,
Yeah, I do. I appreciate it.
But we're
Miss-
dominating, and the
I know.
chairwoman has already smacked my wrist. I'm
I know
sorry.
I'm not smacking you at all. I was hoping that the commission would engage fully in this dialogue. I think it's very, this is why we have the pre-app. I know it's going to be a long one, but this is why we have it, to have a full engagement from the commission. Mr. Wells.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think the hospital has made the case for why the town would need a facility like this in Greenwich. I think they've made it very well. I also think they've covered the reasons why they feel it's important in the location where they propose it to be. I'd also like to say that I think they've listened very carefully, certainly to the commission's concerns and hopefully some of the neighbors. This proposal is significantly improved from what we saw last summer in a number of ways. I mean, I'm not going to go through them all, you know, more green, all electric, smaller footprint, parking underground, all of that. So I see a major improvement from what we've had before. I think this is going to really boil down to the very valid concerns of the neighbors, their concerns and needs versus the town's needs. Now, I'm not sure it can be a perfect situation where the neighbors have a veto over everything that happens in their town, in their neighborhood. At the same time, I don't think the town can run roughshod over the neighbors. So this is a balancing act, but I just want to end it by commending the hospital and their very excellent staff on the significant improvements in their proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Wells, since you mentioned that, I wanted to tell you that I have an article that I will ask, that we'll share with the commission. It is about the downside. You're going to not believe I'm saying this. The downside of having too much community input. Because what happens is often you have fear of change. You have what Ryan Fazio calls the status quo bias. And as a result, you may not do what's right long-term for a community. And I think, so I'll send it to you guys, but that's basically it. And that's why we're here, to find that balance between what's right for the community, what we think the community has agreed to and supported in the POCD, and at the same time, just make sure that there are not major concerns that are coming up. It's where's that balance? And that's why it's so nice to have a special permit, because then you can really weigh those factors. Okay, who wants to go next? It looked like maybe Bob Barilak.
I just wanted to say a 15-second version of what Arn said so well. Thank you so much for bringing this back. I really appreciate it. Not that I don't think that the neighbors' concerns that we'll hear are illegitimate. I think they very much are. But striking the balance between the public good and the local stress is such a key part of this. And I thank you for doing such a great job of putting it before us again.
Okay. So yeah, we're all saying that we're clear on that balance. I guess Nick is next.
I think we've gone back and forth about the need next door to the hospital. I'm kind of a little beyond that now. I would like to thank the design team, because I think actually having Gilbane come in with the logistics to really understand how a building would be built on the site The red line profiles, it really indicate what we saw in August and what's now, how much smaller the building is. Both in height and in footprint, because I think it really, one of those things is that it's the impact on the street that we've all talked about. One thing or two things I'd like to see if you do come back is you had provided a lot of really great landscape site sections showing the building in relationship to the surrounding area, the backyard, the front yard, so on and so forth. I'd like to see two going from Lafayette to the building. That's the one I think actually most people are going to really pass by a lot, and it seems that the building's been pushed back a lot from that corner. And I think something that my colleagues have always been looking for, you had created a volumetric massing model for calculation. It'd be very interesting to see if we could get that massing model dropped into a photo rendering of the corner to see how this building works with the surrounding area and how far it's actually pushed back from the street, and something that's a little bit more plain to see to the average person. Because looking at the sections and how they're the things you've put together with in conjunction to the other buildings in the street, and the lodge and the other areas nearby, other buildings nearby. And what I find, which is very interesting, is that actually from the street, as you pass around the building, how much the height of the building has changed and has gotten lowered, and that actually even the penthouse where the machinery is one of those things you may not even notice from the street anymore, which is great. And in fact, I think the big thing, I think this is probably all of us saying this, is that all of the parking is underground. So in a sense, this smaller building actually now is sitting in its own park. Lots of landscaping all the way around. The building's smaller. Those things that actually we are accustomed to seeing on the surface is now underground. The walking park, which is something I think we've all talked about along Lake Avenue. So those two issues for me, just that I would like to see if you can get a massing model in there so everybody very plain to see how this building works. And that site section, so we can really see a relationship of the street curb to the building as you pass by it.
I love a lot of the changes that you guys have made. I think they're terrific. There's a request I have for you that I made another time, and I think it kind of got lost, and I want to come back to it. If I go to the Yale website, it says there are currently 13 cancer center locations in the state, and it actually lists us as a Smilo, as one of the Smilos already. It lists us as the 14th. So there are 14. And to me, one of the most important things you can do is look at best practices and learn from other times you've done stuff and learn from other communities. And I know we've commented that in some other communities, you weren't in as much of a residential neighborhood, et cetera. But my question is, are there any lessons learned from these locations, from these other 13 locations that have informed what you've done here? What have you taken away from those locations in terms of the community need, in terms of the physical layout? What has Yale learned? Because we did feel, and the commission said that originally, that there was a little bit of, there wasn't as much sensitivity to the surrounding neighborhood as we would have liked to have seen initially. And we attributed that to potentially being because some of those communities, they weren't in residential neighborhoods. But so if you look at those other 13 locations, what's out there? What's lessons learned? What are best practices? What would guide Greenwich in doing the right thing for its residents? Because Yale's got this great experience it can share with us about what it's been doing. And we've never touched on that. That would help me personally a lot. And I know I touched on it and then we moved on. And I didn't circle back to it any time I've had the opportunity. So I'm just laying that out now. So that was the one comment. There's a lot of things I really like that you're doing. Obviously, burying the parking is fantastic. Addressing, making sure that you don't have that you're trying to address the traffic, to reduce the traffic, that you've reduced the imprint that the building has on the neighborhood. Those are all terrific steps forward, and I was very pleased to see them. Anybody else from the commission not have their questions answered? Anything they want to ask Ms. Kelly or Ms. Suchins? No. All right. How about if we turn to public comment?
Good idea.
Good idea. Okay, doke. So we right now, oh, wait, I just lost everybody. Okay. So would everybody in the public who wishes to speak, please raise your virtual hand. There are currently only 3 of you, 5. Okay, keep going, folks. Everybody who wishes to speak, kindly raise your virtual hand and we will call on you in the order of hands raised. The first speaker, okay, I'm up to, Patrick, how many are you seeing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Folks, if you can we're going to be loose about the clock. How about that? Since we want to hear what you say and what your reactions are. Patrick is going to look at, or I'll do it. Patrick or somebody could do it. Peter Lowe, he's my clock man. Do you have your iPhone there?
Do.
Okay, just start your iPhone to run to 3 minutes. People try to stay not longer than 3 minutes. Don't repeat what other people say. If it begins to get really bad, we'll switch it off, but I don't want to make people feel like they've got to gallop through their comments either. The first speaker is Patrice McCann, and ma'am, if you would go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I could just let everyone in the audience know, if you keep clicking the raise your hand, you're going to move to the bottom of the list. So you may be third and now you're going to be last if you keep clicking the raise your hand button. So click it once, it stays on, we see you, you're in the queue. That's it.
Yeah, because we're down to 4 now.
Right.
All right, so we've got Patrice, I don't know where she went.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you turned on your
When
camera.
you were letting me in, all of a sudden I timed out.
Okay, all right, go ahead, ma'am. And after that is somebody named Barry.
Great. Well, thank you to everyone on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I always appreciate when I'm able to speak. You know, I feel strongly for Greenwich Hospital and the Cancer Center, but I also feel more strongly that it shouldn't be in our neighborhood. I'm also part of the advisory committee, and I want to clear up some misinformation. We've only had about 3 meetings. The first meeting, Ms. Kelly did attend, and nothing was really discussed other than we did say thank you for some of the changes, which really was resulting from the P&Z dialogues of making sure that anybody dropping off medical supplies weren't blocking Greenwich Lodge. And then, you know, changing that some of the generators wouldn't happen on weekends, although, you know, we understand it still does. But there has been no input requested from us. So I'm a little surprised that it was shared that this new design was the result of our input. Our 2 meetings, one was a doctor discussing COVID and the spikes. Another meeting was sharing all of their sites, which I again stated, hey, maybe they can take some of those sites and put this Smilo Cancer Center elsewhere. I also asked on multiple occasions if there was updates, if there was new planning, anything to share. At no time were we made aware before this that a new design was coming out. So I have to say, there is no input, there is no advisory on this. So I mean, for me, myself, I'm not really sure what this advisory council is. I wasn't even part of the survey. I never received the survey. We as a committee were never included as to questions. And even that survey was a little faulty. It did not state that it was going to be on Lafayette Place and Lake Ave. The other thing that I want to share is we all know Memorial Sloan Kettering. Yes, it is in New York City, along with some of the other top hospitals, but it was failed to be stated that it is also right here in West Harrison, Westchester, which I know 70% of those that were deemed coming to Greenwich Hospital, that's 5 minutes down the road. Again, as far as it goes to doctors being on site, everybody knows every hospital with the satellite campuses, they take their staff and they go to that site on a schedule where their patients can go. So if there is an emergency, they are well staffed. So I just wanted to share that thought on that. The other thing that I wanted to say too was I'm a little concerned with these, every time there's a new president, there's a different promise. Years before I even moved to Greenwich, when I was still in New York City, it was stated Greenwich Hospital would never expand. Well, expanded. Then it was stated with the Bentheim Cancer Center right across in my parking lot that after that, it would never happen again. Now here we are again. And even Ms. Kelly did say, if this doesn't happen, or if it does happen and cancer continues to grow, and then there's childhood cancer, cardiac care, how are we to know? And she did state, it is recorded, that this isn't going to happen again, this growth. Again, we are for it, just not here in a residential area. You are going to change a residence and set a precedence to make it a rezone. Who's to stop then Wells Fargo and others? You're going to take a house that they take the condos that are no longer usage. And I know the square footage has changed, but if I read it correctly, I thought it's now 3 stories. So I'm a little concerned with that. And then there's also on Saturdays, which is again, our peaceful residential weekends to enjoy and de-stress of work. They have it that they have from 7 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. hours on a Saturday. That is not very residential. That's not very caring about your community. And I think those are the points, because I know I want to leave time for others. I can definitely go on, but again, I just ask, please reject this again. I think change is good. I'm all for change. I'm a businesswoman. I wouldn't survive in 20 something years of business if I didn't change and go with technology, but just not here. I'd rather see it on Putnam Ave if they're going to do it, or somewhere else. And again, there is a place in West Harrison that is Memorial Sloan Kettering. So thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Barry.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Now, I let Ms. McCann go on, and I don't know, I was unclear about your instructions with regard to.
How long did she talk?
Just almost exactly 5 minutes. I tried at 3 minutes. I put my finger up, but you were not watching. So, I'm looking for guidance here on the timing issue.
Okay, Barry, can you try to keep your, we're going to stick with, we've only got a handful more speakers. Let's just make sure people don't go over 5 minutes. How about that?
Good.
All right, 5 minutes it is. And Ms.
All right.
McCann, I've lost her.
Well, my friend Patrice kept it within 5 minutes at least, I noticed.
Yes,
that.
she did. She was good. So, sir, your last name?
So I'm Barry Cohen.
Hello, Barry Cohen.
Yes, and you've seen me before. And I've been living at the Greenwich Lodge for over 30 years. We're not going anywhere. We love Greenwich Hospital, and so we certainly use Greenwich Hospital. And the newly designed cancer center looks beautiful. I don't see, looks nice. And I appreciate the advantage of having a cancer center right next to the hospital. But my 2 or 3 minutes is going to be about the impact on traffic here. I need to correct Mr. Granati, Mr. Granatini. I wrote it down. For instance, I have that report. I have the tie-in bond April 14, 2022 report on my screen. And for instance, that Glenville road thing, he said it would go from LOS, remember, is level of service, and he said it would go from a B to a C. So I'm looking at section 5.1, capacity analysis, where it says the Glenville Road eastbound approach to the Lakeville roundabout changes from LOSC under background conditions to LOSD under the combined conditions during the AM peak. So I just wanted to get that in, that we have to be accurate here. D is not great. It's actually considered acceptable, but it's really not very good. So anyway, another important section deals with the Church Sherwood project. So in section 3.1, see, I went through this in some detail because I think this is important to actually go through their thing. Here's in 3.1 where they state that, yeah, they're aware of the Church Sherwood Place, 192 unit project at the church in Sherwood. And they say, based upon discussions with Town of Greenwich and review of traffic study, the development was not included in this study. And actually, and the next sentence is really amazing. The development is not anticipated to add significant traffic to the study area roadways. And the project has not been approved by the Town of Greenwich and facing a challenging regulatory process. So they really wanted just to dismiss the possibility that the church in Sherwood project would actually go through, and the impact would just, it isn't even just the sum of the parts. There's an interaction kind of effect when you have both of these, Church Sherwood thing and the hospital on these little roads. Now, you really should drive around Church Street to Sherwood Place, to William, to Patterson, up Northfield. You have to slalom around the parked cars. It's two SUVs can hardly pass each other. One has to stop and let the other go by. The traffic report is about intersections only, about the time it takes to get through an intersection. Nothing about the actual traffic passing each other in these two-way streets. And they have a collision history which is based on history, not on the possibility of greater collisions when you have heavier traffic on the streets. There's 364 extra trips that are going to be done according to the hospital, but in the 3 peak times. And they're all going through our neighborhood. And don't forget about GPS and Waze. They're going to direct people all around the little roads here that have been very residential. But you know, when traffic is heavy on Sherwood or Church or whatever, they're going to direct them all around Northfield and Patterson and all of these local streets. Let's see, that's pretty much.
That's good. Did he make 5 minutes?
He hasn't even gotten to 4, but he's
Okay,
within 5 seconds.
okay, you're good, sir.
Thank you.
Patrick. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
I'm looking at the seismic devices should be in each house, in each place. We should have our
Yeah,
own seismic.
and yeah, we'll make sure
device.
that the blasting will be handled. We got that one.
Right, and
okay.
I think,
All right.
I think that's it.
Okay, our next speaker is Tara Spies-Rustiri, followed by Charles. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Hello, and I know she's been working a great deal on this, so let's hear all your analysis, ma'am.
So a couple of things. First of all, I am on the Neighborhood Advisory Council. I'm also a member of D7, the RTM and D7. So like Margarita and others, I am very tired, having been up till 1:30 in the morning, but want to point out a couple of things. We actually had a meeting with neighbors last week as representatives of D7. Just a few of us actually met with neighbors via Zoom, because obviously as their representatives, we want to really know what they think. And the neighbors are concerned about a couple of things. I think that obviously the commission members and have really hit on a number of really important points in relationship to site and traffic and those types of things. But the reality is, one of the things that really stuck out was this idea that the neighbors have really been involved. There was comments about, 89% of people think that this, is a good thing, when in fact, only 200 people were surveyed. And of those, only 31% actually lived within the vicinity of the hospital. 42% lived in the town less than 5 years. 49% were 34 years or younger, which means that they're really not going to be homeowners that are established in the community. So I think the idea of acceptance within the community was a bit false. And I think some of the neighbors really kind of took a little bit of an issue with that. In regards to consistent use of the words campus, having worked in oncology for over 20 years myself, when you see an institution that right now has faculty and staff that are only really covering a very small number of types of cancer in the solid tumors for the most part, there is a much larger treatment paradigm here in oncology. And my question is, when will this expand? When are you going to be looking to increase in other areas of oncology, and how is that going to impact the neighborhood? And you know, we're not even talking about pediatric oncology, which every parent in the world, if they ever had a child with a pediatric cancer, would want to have them treated as close as possible. I think these questions about where the location is really does impact that. This is now Yale New Haven, right? We're not talking about Greenwich Hospital. We're talking about Yale New Haven and a multi-billion-dollar industry that is going to seek to take more than just looking at what we've been stating here, which I wrote down over and over, the town of Greenwich needs. We're not talking about just Greenwich needs. We're talking about the hospital is going to want influx from Westchester and upper middle Fairfield County, and they're going to seek to try to expand this. That's my concern about the impact that this is going to have overall on the community. So there's a lot of nuances to this. I think there needs to be more done in regards to the neighbors. You know, we talked about having, I know I was supposed to participate in the meeting tonight. There's going to be one next week, but I asked, what's the point? I mean, you have a plan. Are you going to change the plan? Is anything going to really, are the neighbors' concerns really going to be a part of this? And that matters to me. I mean, I think I've said enough. Patrice and I have had many conversations, so much of what she said. And actually, the only other one thing is that the employee parking seems to have gone down a lot. When I started to look at the numbers quickly, employee parking is going down. Where are those people going to end up parking? I know those people. I work at the hospital. So I wonder if there's shift in, like, we're having less, but there's going to be employees that are maybe parking in and around the neighborhood and seeking parking. So that's kind of a bit of an aside, something that just popped up while I was listening. But so thank you. I really do hope that there's going to be more thought and consideration of concerns to the neighbors. And I do take, Margarita, your comments about Ryan saying sometimes neighbor impact is tough. I get it, but you know, this is a neighborhood, and
I know we need to look at that, but it's just to keep making sure that we're also looking at the long-term good. What is the long-term good of the community?
I agree.
That's the question. What is the long-term good of the community? Thank you very much. I know you've spent a huge amount of time looking at the plan, so I really appreciate that. She was the first person to ask for a set of plans when you submitted. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Charles. If you would kindly identify yourself, and you are followed by Maria Alpert.
Hello, I'm Matthew Charles Kamen, a member of the community. I happen to be an
I'm sorry, sir, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Could you say your name again?
Hello, can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better. You must have been in a car or something?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, that's much better. Don't go on the car speaker.
Yeah, no worries. My name is Matthew Charles Kamen. I've been working in the medical field and population health for over a decade. Actually, I happen to be an expert in this space, and I want to introduce some new comments. I echo everything on all the feedback from both the commissioners and other members of the community, but I would even contest the assertion and the apparent agreement that there's actually a need for a supply of this sort of oncology infusion service in a hospital outpatient facility directly located in right next to the hospital campus. There's plenty of supply in the market. There certainly is demand, and there's a convenience factor of being able to get these services close to home. But I would even contest that, knowing this market and knowing the profile of the community that lives around us. Another question I would have is around the affordability of these treatments. Do we need the infusion center to be a hospital outpatient clinic? Why couldn't it be a physician office? Why does it need to be located next to the hospital campus? I understand, appreciate, and promote team-based care and understand the synergies of locating a hospital outpatient infusion clinic next to the inpatient facility, but I don't think it's necessarily mandated. And I'd like to understand what some of the alternate locations were and plans for, Yale New Haven to satisfy some of the demand for which there's already plenty of supply in the community. And I agree with the comments that it's going to bring a lot of traffic in from northern Westchester, and the other comments about the parking and the traffic not being managed. But that's my point to add here is I really think the community is pretty well served, given the existing facilities who are of great quality, may I add, and I don't necessarily see a need for this clinic in the community myself as a healthcare practitioner. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And then Maria Alpert, you are next. And after that is Sue McClanahan. Maria Alpert, if you would unmute. There you go.
Sorry. Yep, sorry. I guess I probably didn't need to speak at this point because between Tara and someone else, I just wanted to reiterate that the neighborhood council has not served a purpose. We were, you know, the speech, the sort of discussion about cancer is getting worse, more people will have cancer, we need to be able to take care of the people. We've heard that now 4 times. I think as a resident that lives maybe 100 feet from the blasting, I'm a little disappointed, and I think the hospital could have done better if they had actually asked what the immediate neighbors' concerns were. I'm sorry, 5 hours, I'm tired.
Oh yeah, we're tired too.
Yeah,
Never
tired
worry
too,
about
I
that.
know. And perhaps if they had actually asked and tried to talk to us about what will the blasting be like? You're going to have 2 to 3 years of disruption. You're not going to be able to get in your driveway. You can't get down Lafayette Place right now in the morning or at lunchtime or at nighttime. It takes 5 lights sometimes to get to the post road. So maybe if some of these things had been discussed and been, we might feel better about it. I certainly don't. I'm on the council as well. Let me be clear about that. And I speak for myself, not for anybody here at Fairfield House, but we are going to be butted right up against this massive 3-story below ground blasting project. And for some of us that work at home, people here that have babies, elderly people, nervous people, people with pets, it's going to be not a pleasant place to live for a while. And I think we could have done better in actually including us in some of these conversations, and maybe things would be a little better. I don't know about that answer, but I do think the traffic will be far worse than it already is. And, you know, please try to include us the rest of the way along this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, our next speaker is Sue McClanahan, and then we're going to ask if anybody else. Oh, you did it already? Oh, Patrick.
There. Did I?
Yes,
am I
ma'am.
unmuted? Am I on? It's Sue
Yes,
McClanahan.
ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's just that Patrick is so efficient. It's good.
No,
This
I'm
is
just-
working out great because he doesn't have to run the clock, so he can bring people in and out. It's awesome. Go ahead.
I'm going to be very brief. I've lived in Greenwich for many years. I remember when the hospital was a little building that we haven't seen for millions of years. But I live also at Lafayette Fairfield House. And I am concerned, as I'd written to you on a previous meeting, about the blasting and the drainage, where the water's going. What I would like to see is, and I don't know the term for it, a three-dimensional view of what the plans are, so that if we're standing in, say, in the driveway of Fairfield House, what will it look like in real time? And I know they can do this somehow or other. And I don't know if that's something that would be considered. I understand there's a need, but I think we also, our neighbors were concerned about the noise. And I'm concerned that how do the people got on the advisory committee? But, you know, that I would like to participate in that if it's something that everyone can join. That's all I really have to say. My feelings is sometimes you wonder what, you know, the issue you have might be better than the issue you do not know anything about. And we do know what the hospital's doing. And I have sort of mixed emotions at this point, having listened to everybody and having been chairing the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for many years and many years ago. So I know a lot of the stories that go around this, But I thank you for your time and your
Thank
good
you very
work that
much.
you're doing.
Thank you very much, Ms. McClanahan. And the next speaker is Dale Lewis. And there's a few of you who have sent in emails. Katie, there's somebody that had to leave the meeting that you're going to read their comments into the public record.
Yes.
And then Dale Lewis, whenever you're ready, if you would unmute. And I see a couple of other people who I know may want to speak. You've sent in comments, so please feel free to raise your virtual hand. Mr. Lewis, if you would go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dale Lewis. My wife and I have lived at 4 Glen Court for 26 years, and I appreciate all the comments tonight. I share many of them. This is a residential neighborhood, and we want to be great neighbors to the hospital. We hope that they will do the same for us. I'd like to talk tonight about 2 groups of issues, perhaps a little different. First is the storm drain system that serves our part of town. It's an antique, it's undersized even for its existing flow. It's breached in at least one area. This has been documented, was discovered by the Redness engineers. This is the stormwater system that serves this part of Greenwich. And the hospital is preparing to not only use this system for the existing flow, but to add thousands of gallons to the system. The additional flow will come through a 12-inch pipe that, as I said, is an antique, broken in places. It runs across the top of my property, and Ms. Kelly was kind enough to come to my home today and see it, and I do appreciate that, Diane. The 12-inch pipe is slated to run into an 18-inch pipe just outside the church rectory. And the Redness report indicates that that's going to be a satisfactory connection from the old pipe to this new one. Actually, elsewhere in their report, they say the opposite. There are so many problems with the drainage system that what really needs to happen, in my view, is a collaboration between the hospital and the town to replace this antiquated system with one that is modern, useful, and can take the flow, the considerable flow that will come from this project. For example, it's noted in the Redness study that should the pumps under the parking garage slab fail, there will be an outflow of 150 gallons per minute flowing through the drainage site. My home has been indicated on one of the Redness studies as a drainage collection basin. And so I think we need to define the problem in a better way. I think Redness could be helpful with that. But at the same time, I think the system, and I talked about this with Ms. Kelly today, the system really, in fact, has to be replaced. And this is really an issue of town and hospital collaboration. My second concerns have to do with our neighbors here in Glen Court. And I've spoken to many of them over the past few weeks. There's a lot of concern about the water debris that will be coming down during the construction site. There's concern about ingress and egress here into Glen Court and how that will function. There's concern about the safety of our children. Happily, we live in a neighborhood with many young families. That's a great thing for Glen Court. But these are children whom we have to be careful of when they're playing on the street, and now with the increase in traffic and in outflow, downstream flow, we have to pay attention to them. Another concern that is coming up on Glen Court has to do with parked trucks, both during the day and in particular in the evening. When the Helmsley Pavilion was built, we had trucks and semi-trailers parked here in Glen Court, a no parking street, throughout the night because they were waiting to be brought to the construction site. I was told today that the construction site is more spacious in this case, which is great. But that is a concern. There's no question but that some of the concerns of people who live on Glen Court would be very well answered if there were a police presence, a police detail at Glen Court to help cars come in and out. So if the application were to be approved, that would be something that would be quite essential. There's been some talk about noise, and a comment was made that this is only a weekday facility, but the noise will continue far beyond the weekday workday. And we know that from other institutions, the noise produced by imaging equipment is considerable. It runs 24/7, and I think that needs to be discussed. The good news today is that Miss Kelly came and spoke to me together with Mr. Wolpensinger. We appreciate that. And I will stop, Mr.
5 minutes,
Lowe.
sir.
I see you.
He's our clock.
And,
He's 5 minutes.
We appreciate it, but it is a very
Thank you. I'm
problematic
glad you
proposal.
had a chance. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right. All righty, that's it for the public comment. Anybody else? Last, going once, going twice? Okay, I think we're in good shape.
You want me to read?
We want to hear the letter you got. I believe it was from Karen Fesuliotis from the who lives in the neighborhood.
Yes, and she asked that I read this into the record. So today, the commission will be deciding whether it will accept a pre-application for proposed redesigned Greenwich Hospital expansion for 55,000 square foot cancer center in central Greenwich. I am sure that you're all aware of the importance of this decision and the potential impact to the neighborhood. While many of the topics that I'm raising this letter may have been addressed by other letters to this commission, and I do apologize for the length of this letter and for any redundancy it may have, the proposed facility has a number of issues that I believe need to be addressed that justify why this pre-application should not be accepted by this commission. Header, those in opposition to this pre-application are not opposed to a cancer center. I do not believe that anyone who is opposed to having this expansion on Lake Avenue and Lafayette Avenue is opposed to Greenwich Hospital having a cancer treatment center in Greenwich. I find it ironic that I'm speaking in opposition to this facility in its current location, since my 97-year-old father is in hospice for mesothelioma and could have been a beneficiary of this facility. However, this has not swayed me in my opposition for this facility in this location. As a former board chair of another board in town, I would guarantee that you have been bombarded with letters from cancer patients urging you to approve this facility. I myself have heard from individuals who have stated that they remember taking a loved one miles away for treatment or for consultations with cancer specialists, and it was trying for all involved. That being said, I, for one, do not believe that anyone is advocating that Greenwich Hospital not have a cancer center. What we who live in the neighborhood are saying is that the issue facing you and your decision is whether the cancer center belongs in this particular neighborhood. I would argue that it does not. Second point, the special permit should not be considered. What has not been mentioned in the recent discussion with this commission is that Greenwich Hospital is seeking special permit and site plan approval to develop the property as the Smilo Cancer Center with associated site improvements, which is the special permit application. In August of last year, you heard numerous objections to the plan for Greenwich Hospital to build this center on this site. I do not believe the objections has changed. However, I have heard that individuals are, quote, resigned to the fact that you will more than likely grant approval for this project. Despite this, quote, resignation, the rezoning and text amendment should not be granted. The applicant appears to have reduced the impact of their building on the surrounding neighborhood, but the size has not been reduced. It is now just hidden. The building size is still approximately 55,000 square feet, which is the equivalent of a football field being placed in the middle of a residential neighborhood. To put this in perspective, 55,000 square feet buildings are the new design of smaller big box stores. This does not belong in the heart of central Greenwich. It needs to be restated that Greenwich Hospital could accommodate their desire for a, quote, satellite center in Greenwich through a reduction in the size and scope of this project to accommodate their needs, or better yet, their needs can be accomplished by relocating this project to another location. Allowing this application with its current lot coverage and building coverage will only add to the further disintegration of this neighborhood. Rezoning contrary to the POCD neighborhood goals and should not be granted by this commission. Third, the POCD justification offered by the pre-app conflicts with the POCD neighborhood goals. The POCD states that zoning protects community character. Indeed, one of the stated goals is to prevent commercial impacts and activities from encroaching on residential zones. While the hospital is a not-for-profit entity, it is engaging in commercial activity and expansion would be contrary to the POCD's stated goal of protecting community character. While the proposed expansion would support Objective 6.4, which calls for the support of the hospital's effort to provide medical services to Greenwich residents, this goal could be accomplished in ways that are different from the one proposed by the applicant in a way that does not further erode the neighborhood in which it is proposed. The preservation of residential zones, as stated in the POCD, should override Objective 6.4, since a hospital could support this POCD objective by simply relocating the facility to a location that would not dramatically encroach on residents who live near the currently proposed site. 4, there are other hospital models that can accomplish the POCD objective and Greenwich hospital goals. If you look at hospital models today, there appear to be 2 distinct models. The first is the establishment of a hospital campus with every possible treatment offered, from emergency, acute, and specialty care. Stanford Hospital appears to have such a model locally. The relatively new hospital has a trauma center and other treatments available on one campus. They also have a satellite at the Tully Center. The second model is one that has been followed by other specialty hospitals, mostly based in New York City. In this model, there is the main hospital, which offers diagnostic and other treatment. The hospital then establishes satellite locations in areas that they feel will generate the most need and thus the most business, because let's face it, hospitals are in the business to make money, even if they are not-for-profit entities. One such example that is most relevant to the issue before you is Sloan Kettering. The Hospital for Special Surgery is another entity that has pursued this model in our area as well. In the tri-state area, Sloan Kettering has established locations in Westchester, Nassau, Comac, and in New York, and Bergen, and Monmouth in New Jersey. This is the model that Greenwich Hospital could and should choose to follow should their application be denied. While the hospital feels it is desirable to have the cancer facility close to the main hospital, in reality, there is no need to expand the site, in essence, to create a campus that would encroach on a neighborhood that already has seen the erosion of their lifestyle due to the hospital's breast cancer facility. The hospital is able to create a state-of-the-art cancer center facility away from the main hospital just as easily, with no effect to the quality of care that their patients would get. You have heard time and again from neighbors who cannot get out of their driveway or must listen to the generator that's been tested for the Cohen Center or other concerns. Adding a 55,000 square foot facility with the support systems will only add to their burden and erode the neighborhood further. This is not a hospital campus. It is a hospital that is in a neighborhood, and that neighborhood should be preserved. 5, the proposed expansion would not result in the closing of Greenwich Hospital. In their first application in a neighborhood meeting held last year with the neighborhood, it was clear that the rejection of this facility by P&Z will not result in the closing of the hospital, and the hospital will remain viable for at least, as they admitted, the next 20 years and presumably beyond. While senior hospital personnel expressed a concern about their profit margin, there is no indication that the failure to grant approval of the application results in the doors closing. While this is not a factor the commission may consider, as it was reported in the press, I feel it was necessary to bring this to the commission's attention, as the entire questioning and answers provided were not necessarily reported. 6, the proposed pre-application for the expansion does not benefit the neighborhood. I would also argue the primary impetus for the Yale New Haven system is to establish a foothold in Lower Fairfield County and Westchester for the treatment of more complex cancers. They have already established the Breast Cancer Center and seek to expand their cancer treatment. When they first presented this plan in an application that was rejected by this commission and is now the subject of litigation by the hospital, they estimated that approximately 60% of the patients they anticipated they would see would come from Westchester. Now they state that there are many much cases that would come from Greenwich. While it is disingenuous to state that this facility should not be built because treatment would not necessarily be for Greenwich residents, I'm a proponent of that argument. The negative impact to the neighborhood in terms of traffic, security, and the degradation of the neighborhood cannot be understated, nor should it be ignored by this commission. Again, the approval of this facility does nothing to advance the POCD goal of preserving and enhancing Greenwich neighborhoods. Just 2 more pages, sorry.
2 more
draft-
pages?
2 more
We're-
pages.
Where's
Oh, no,
low
I'm
on the
sorry, just
clocking?
one more page.
Just so you know, you're way over, but our chairperson fell asleep and I was trying to.
No, I was trying to write things down. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but I've been trying to read this as energetically and as excitingly as possible.
No, I understand, but in fairness, this is running over. I just stated.
Okay, I'll look up more
Just
often.
one more
Sorry.
page. This is just the traffic and parking. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's been to enough P&Z meetings to know that nearly every traffic study presented to the commission has stated that one facility or the next would not have an impact on traffic. And if the structure proposed is built, the impact would not as benign as originally claimed. I often wonder why any traffic study is required, since the conclusion will rarely result in a rejection by your body because of potential traffic impact. In fact, I cannot recall one traffic study done by an applicant that has stated there would be a negative impact. That being said, contrary to what the hospital claims, one only need live in the neighborhood where this facility is being proposed to know that the addition of this facility will not alleviate the traffic in this densely populated area. Just today, I was stopped at a roundabout on the hospital side of Lake Avenue, and a car from Williams Street, who had a stop sign and should have waited for me to go, blasted through, narrowly missing my car as I attempted to cross the road. I had the right of way. This scenario is repeated daily. Additionally, whenever there is an accident on I-95 or on the Merritt, the roads are inundated with traffic seeking to cut through North Street so that they can join the Merritt further along their route home. This occurred just yesterday when there was a collision on the corner of Lake and Carlton. I'm just skipping ahead now. The neighborhoods, especially in the downtown area, are under attack from the influx of traffic. Okay, so parking and security are concerns. While Greenwich Hospital contends that the parking structure that will accompany this proposal will alleviate the parking situation along with their valet parking, in reality, there is already a parking issue at Greenwich Hospital. Greenwich Hospital has proceeded without the input of the neighborhood. They also would like to address the hospital's claim that they have engaged. I think it says things that you've already heard. So in conclusion, I thank you for considering my comments and urge you to deny the pre-application in its entirety. It is not in keeping with the POCD and will not preserve or enhance the residential neighborhood. And there are other locations that could be considered by the applicant that would advance their goals without further negatively impacting the neighborhood.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so do you guys mind if we listen to Henry Orphis from D7? Let's just do one more person. Henry, you're late raising your hand, darn you.
Presumably he has something new to add.
Yes. I will ask him that. Mr. Orphis.
Okay, yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, and the commission is asking that they hope you're adding something new to the discussion.
Very
'Cause
briefly.
We had ended the public comment, but when I saw it was you, I wanted to give you a chance because I know you live in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Margarita. I also sent you and Katie a very brief email. My one comment, besides seconding many of the comments that you've heard tonight, especially from Karen, is that to the extent the commission is concerned about the needs of the community as a whole, as opposed to just to those of the neighborhood, I respectfully suggest the needs of the community as a whole, if there is a need for an additional cancer treatment facility, could be met if that facility were built in an existing commercial zone, not in a residential area. As a result, I believe the commission should strongly consider not granting a variance for the construction of the facility on Lake Avenue, but rather encourage the hospital and work with it to build the facility elsewhere where there's already commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okie dokie. Now, time to do the wrap up. So you guys heard a lot of input. Oh, Mr. McRae, I saw that you wanted to say something.
I think I can sum up the wrap up real easy.
Great.
This is a pre-app.
I love that.
And what I've heard in the past hour or so is that the hospital and its complete design team really, really need to sit down with all of the neighbors, or as many neighbors as can be at a meeting, and go through this project in detail. Because it seems that a lot of the concerns that the neighbors do have can be answered by things they've already done, or need to be brought directly to the hospital's attention so they can be addressed. So I really think, you can talk to us a lot, but I really think it's the neighbors that need to hear things and ask questions and have their questions answered. And I think it's upon the hospital's responsibility to bring that design team, so even the technical questions about flooding and blasting can be talked about. Because I think they've gone out of their way to really kind of address a lot of these issues. And it would seem that actually, rather than neighbors trying to do deep dive into all of the information that's been provided, maybe the hospital could sift a lot of this out for them so they can actually address the specific concerns. I think that would be the best first step, way before they come back with an honest God, application. Because I think if we get into another application, a formal application, and we're still hearing from the neighbors about, I don't know what's going on, I'd love to understand more, that kind of stuff, we'll be back to where we started again.
Okay, so what about Ms. Kelly? Do you have any parting thoughts and words as you've listened to all this?
Yes, thank you. I do. And I agree with you, Mr. Macri. We actually, I had written down for Mrs. Appert that we actually had tonight scheduled to have the water discussion, and the blasting discussion was supposed to be at the meeting this evening, because we thought we were doing this meeting at the end of May. So we had to change that. So in fairness to them, the technical stuff was supposed to be presented tonight. We do have to get maybe a better way of referencing some of our meetings, because, Ms. McMahon had talked about not being at the meetings that we presented. I actually presented March 22nd to the advisory group on these plans, and Dr. Boyd was there to ask some, to talk about the clinical parts. So we clearly have to do maybe post minutes with more detail, just to keep everybody's memory fresh. But we definitely do hear that we need to have a series of larger meetings. We actually, again, have them scheduled for this week and next week with the technical pieces. So we hear that loud and clear. We actually agree with it. We do have some follow-ups. I heard you loud and clear, Mr. Yeski and Mr. Lowe, about just some of the specifics about the why. And we plan to really talk about those too at the meetings, and trying to just kind of talk about where we are coming from that. I'm not sure, we'll see how that goes. And a lot of our meetings have been one-on-one meetings with water drainage. Mike Wolfensinger has met with several people. And so maybe we need to get that in the minutes of when people we've met with, because maybe they're not coming forward because we're meeting with them and resolving and talking through the issues. So definitely more to come.
So, Madam Chairman, Mrs. DeLuca, I think actually when we reconvene for this, I don't know if it's going to be another pre-app or the final plan, leading off with those two issues of Mr. Yeski's and Mr. Lowe's concerns and the results of the neighborhood meetings, because I think that'll tee us up into the rest of it. But we'd like to know how that was resolved in terms of my colleagues' concerns and the neighbor concerns.
And the neighborhood meetings have already been rescheduled. Maybe Amy can refresh but I think it's next Monday and Thursday. Have they already been on the?
Right, Monday and Wednesday next week. Again, as Diane noted, we had thought we would be on your May 24th agenda, so we wanted to try and make those timely, but we also didn't want to lose the opportunity to have a more extensive discussion with you tonight. So that's why we move forward with meeting tonight, with the understanding that those neighbor meetings would follow.
Ms. Okins, while you're here, we've got a kind of a captive audience. Those two meetings are at what time and where?
Hold on.
Okay.
The neighborhood meeting is Monday evening. Hold on. Believe.
Looking to see, I know I saw Rob Marchant and
Yes.
And-
So
and
the
Leslie here
neighborhood
earlier.
So the neighborhood advisory council meeting is Monday, May 16th, 6 o'clock at the hospital for the advisory council members. And the wider neighborhood meeting is May 18th, also at 6 o'clock in the Noble Conference Room at the hospital.
So Mr. Marchant and Ms. Yeager, if you happen to write about the Greenwich Hospital application, would you kindly publicize those dates so neighbors can participate and are aware that the hospital is looking for input? That's would be appropriate, right, Ms. Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, because one of the things I heard somebody say was that maybe it hadn't been circulated enough, but if you get a little notice in the press, maybe it'll help. And the community can move together and find a good solution as one. Okay, anything else, commission? Dead silence. Okay, I think we're in good shape. One of the things we might want to do, well, let's see, I'd be curious. I think the last thing is if you give Katie some input on how your sessions go with residents, and then you figure out what a good timeline is for you to move forward. And when you want to move forward, and whether you want to hit all the pieces of the application or whether you want to go do the rezone site, whatever, just how you want to do it, and just talk to Katie about what works best. And I'm sure Ms. Suchin, you just unmuted. Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we're happy to keep Katie apprised. I think we've tried to keep her in the loop in case somebody reaches out to her about neighborhood meetings or any of that. Make sure she's aware so she can share that if there's a call, and also just to the extent that there's any question from the commission members about whether those meetings are occurring, she can share that with you as well.
And maybe Katie and Patrick can, or Katie or Patrick or someone from staff can also attend your meetings so they can kind of give input afterwards, since we are not allowed. Okay, Mr. Lowe, you look like you're thinking something. Go ahead.
There's also the option to come back as another pre-application if there's something that comes out of those meetings that changes your plan to the point that you'd want to discuss that with the commission.
And you won't have to give us a whole presentation. We can just visit and talk. If something comes out that's food for thought, you can just do it quickly. If you're going to do it quickly, we could just have you jump on an agenda.
Understand.
Mr. Lowe, you want to say something?
That was extremely perceptive in this blurry Zoom world, that you could pick up that I was about to say something. Good for you. I was just going to say that
I normally watch you guys, except for when I'm trying to take notes. Sorry. My typing is slow.
I would encourage the applicant, when reaching out to the public. We're hearing a number of comments tonight. And I don't know how realistic it is, but it seems to me it's incumbent upon the applicant to reach out to these people who've spoken tonight and to encourage them to reach out to others in their immediate community, in the residential area around the hospital, to come and participate, and give them enough notice and enough time so that everyone is satisfied that everyone's voice has been heard. It doesn't do any good at all to kind of schedule a meeting, encourage, I'm not saying anybody's ever done this, but encourage a certain segment to come or not come, or this or that. This should be as inclusive as possible, because in the long run, that will be the most efficient way to address all of these issues.
Just to that comment, the prior meetings that the hospital had were in fact noticed as extensively as we could. We reached out, the team reached out to the Chamber of Commerce. It was posted on the various hospital social media. But to the chairwoman's comment about the reporters and such, I did want to also mention that the microsite website that Diane mentioned at the beginning of the meeting does have a link for contacting somebody at the hospital. That is a monitored email address. So it doesn't go into the ether. Someone is actually receiving those emails. So if there's a member of the public who wants additional information and has questions or wants to know when those meetings might be, they can use that. If they don't have another contact, they can use that website in order to contact somebody at the hospital and be updated about what the progress or status is.
I understand that, and what I'm suggesting is that the applicant actively recruit as many people, particularly in the neighborhood, as possible and encourage their participation. And by reaching out to the individuals who have spoken tonight and others who have spoken in the past.
And we've certainly done that. Katie's been very helpful about alerting us to people who may have spoken in the past or may have reached out to her. And we've tried to contact a number of those people, others that have reached out through somebody else in the hospital, whether it's an RTM member or whatever we have been. And that's frankly how we've had a number of these individual meetings. So we will absolutely continue to do that.
Great.
Ms. Sukins, did you advertise that website or that email address, or did I miss that earlier?
I don't know if we announced it tonight. It is, I'm trying to remember if it's in our application materials. Hold on a second.
So that it might be a beneficial thing to publish as well.
Yes, I was just gonna say the, hold on. Waiting for somebody. Somebody's gonna tell me. Hold on, I have it available.
I mean, is it worth placing a small ad in the Greenwich Times newspaper and just get it out that way?
We could certainly do that. Hold on, I'm just looking to see if I had
I think Mr. Wells, I think actually, if we've got the journalists are here already, I'm sure they're going to have articles on this. That's what everybody's going to be looking for. I think an ad buried in the back of pages might be a little lost.
Yeah, I'd be happy to put it in the record, but also if it can go out over the internet here, that may be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't pull up the website itself, but because I don't have my email, because I don't have my email open, but I did send the information previously to the link to the address in a prior information to Katie. Thank you, Kate, from the ether. The website is Smilo Cancer Center Hospital Greenwich, all as one word, .org.
And can we put that on our website? Is that cheating?
Absolutely, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm asking Katie if that's legit. If it's somewhere on the
Yeah,
P&Z
if it's just-
website, it says if you're interested in learning more about the Smilo Center cancer application, click here, and it
We
would
have an
redirect.
area of the website where we list applications that are currently pending with us. And so we could throw that on there just as a link.
And I can forward the link directly to Katie and Patrick, just so they have it correctly.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you guys soon. You're going to see how it goes with the public. You're going to do more outreach, as Mr. McRae suggested. And you may come back for a pre-app or whatever, and we'll see. I think you've heard all the concerns, or at least for now. Yes?
Yes.
Okie dokie. So 9:33.
Thank you very much for your time.
Bye-bye. All right. We got one more item on the agenda, peeps, and I'm going to just cover that for you. This is item 15. And then we'll go to the decisions, okay? This is the Westcog Riparian Corridor Zoning Protections Project. I first heard from Westcog in November of last year because I was asking them about sustainability, and they said they would keep us on their radar. they are now pursuing grant funds through the Long Island Sound Futures Fund to focus on 3 municipalities as pilots to adopt model riparian zoning regulations. They would help us with public and stakeholder engagement, assist us in adopting the regulations, and monitor the impact of those regulations. And they're going to look at land cover values, and particularly they're hoping to see increased forest canopy, reduced impervious, and just a greater control over the riparian buffer areas. Since we already have done the coastal buffers, I'm thinking that would be one step forward. We can do this later as the decisions, when we're doing the decisions, but what they are asking us to do in order to apply for the funding, they need a commitment from our planning and zoning that we will engage in adopting these regulations and that we will work with them. And as we discussed yesterday, unclear to us right now whether this would be a staff person or a commissioner, what their preference is, who the other, it's Newtown and Norwalk. But obviously, as we discussed yesterday, we've got both commissioners and staff people who are deeply interested in the sustainability topic. In addition, this is a very near and dear topic to our first selectman because he promised people we would do this after Ida. So that's, I'll wait till we get to the decisions and then I will read you the letter that we would have to sign and send in support of that we would participate in this so that they may request funding. And with that, I don't think we need public comment on this, right? Okay. All right.
If
So
there's
with,
anyone who wants to say anything.
does anybody want to say anything? No, I think everybody's pretty much gone. So I see Peter Berg is here. Peter Berg, this is really cool, exciting stuff because we're now going to begin to protect the river areas. Okay, so with that, do you guys want to start doing some decisions? We have several. We
Really?
have, well, 207 Byram Shore.
Okay, so let's see.
We
Horse Neck
have
was
the
pushed.
first, let me just ask you a question, Nick. Are you ready to do 26 Homestead tonight?
I think, yeah, I think we can.
Okay, so we have 207.
Would you like to?
Yeah, I think I'd like to.
Okay.
I don't feel like I need more time, but I know you were sort of trying to get to moving parts on it. So 207 Byram Shore, which is Glenmere 2. We have 26 Homestead, which is Darien Partners LLC. And then we have the EMAC and the Affordable Housing Plan and the letter of support for the grant on the riparian zoning.
Okay. I have notes for EMAC and I have notes for affordable.
right.
You can do the riparian thing.
Well, you might even let, you know, you could always let someone else do EMAC and Affordable Housing Plan. It's got, each of those has an owner on the commission.
Whatever boat you float.
Okay, whatever you guys want to do. So what sequence, if y'all want to let Nick do it, that's fine too.
Okay,
So what
Byram
sequence
Shores-
do you want to take it in it?
Start with Byram Shore.
Okay,
It's at 207 Byram Shore Road, application PLPZ 2021-562, final coastal site plan. Applicants requesting final site plan under the sections to construct an in-ground pool, spa, pergola, pavilion, outdoor bar, grill, stairs, so on and so forth, located in the R1 and the COZ flood overlay zone in reference to sections 615, 17, 6111, 6139, and 205 of the building zone regulations and 22A90 to 22A96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The subject, whereas the subject property straddles the X and VE 17 and flood zones and has direct flood frontage on Long Island Sound. Commission found that we have endorsements from zoning, sewer, engineering, conservation, DEP, and wetlands. Therefore, a motion to approve final plan with the following comments. It's noted that the applicant has relocated the proposal 10 feet to the northwest, satisfying both conservation and engineering comments. Per the sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter dated 4/25/22 acknowledging receipt of the sewer division and sewer division P and Z comments, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I couldn't tell who that was.
I
think it was-
won.
I think it was
What?
Arn.
It was Arn. Okay. All
Sorry,
right.
Peter.
So the motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to Darien Partners.
Okay, let's go 26 Homestead Lane application PLPZ 2021 547 final coastal site plan special permit. Applicant seeking to construct a new two-family dwelling and related site stormwater improvements on a 4,941 square foot property in the R6 and COZ zones for section 6111 of the BZR and 622A 90 and 22A 96 of the General Connecticut statutes. Whereas the subject is located in the AE flood zone and has no direct water frontage. The commission finds that we've got endorsements from zoning, sewer, engineering, conservation, and wetlands. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Third floor baths shall be limited to a 1/2 bath that is sink and toilet. There shall be no closets on the third floor. The proposed stairways to the third floor shall remain open. That is no doors, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay, well, you have to make a comment about the parking. And the parking that the applicant is providing 4 spaces where, Patrick, help me.
I'm sorry, what was-
There's 3 bedrooms. There's 3 bedrooms. My math is always bad on the,
It's
there's 2 3-bedroom units and
5.2, I think, 5.2.
Yeah.
so the applicant is providing 4 parking spaces where 5.2 would be required under the zoning regulations. Because under the zoning regulations, and I think we just say that, and we're going to see if we get a second for it on that basis. But I think we have to make it clear that what the parking situation is.
And the parking is the 4 that they have, they're tandem, right?
Yes.
So that's the other
So
thing.
you have to say that there are 4
buckle up.
parking, 4 tandem parking spaces.
So the applicant is providing 4 tandem parking spaces where 5.2 would be required.
Okay, now, do I have a second?
Second.
Peter, that was your chance, Peter.
So
Yeah, I was giving you an opening.
does anybody want to discuss this motion that has been made and seconded? It is on the floor. Mr. Yeski.
I guess I've heard Katie and you. It sounds like it'd be a bad thing for our regulations in the future, and people could spend a lot of time figuring out how to do it. And let me tell you, I've owned buildings with half baths on the 3rd floor, and it's a bedroom. So, I mean, and we're taking a lot of guidance from what you've told us about the history of planning and zoning, and this just doesn't sound like a precedent we want to set.
Okay.
Am I like off base, or did I mishear things, or what?
No, believe you've stated the concerns accurately. Would staff like to answer that? Is that okay if you address Mr. Yeski's concerns?
Yes, what you picked up on was correct. The regulations have read this way for a long time. There's been plenty of applications over the years that have tried to argue the same with all kinds of variations of closets, bathrooms, egress windows, etc. And the commission has consistently interpreted their regulations in the same way, that these types of rooms do in fact require the the parking space as if they were a bedroom.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. That's what I heard.
Well, in fact, the regulations would seem to indicate that as a definition, they are bedrooms. So we're asked to treat them as such, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
And we have the ability to waive the parking if we were to wish. Does anybody wish to modify this application? No, I thought we could waive the parking
Not
in,
in residential properties.
right, there you go.
That's, yeah.
all righty. So with that,
Yeah, however, you could interpret that the rooms in this building don't qualify
there you go.
parking, but that I think that's a little bit of a distinction.
Yeah.
And the concession that the commission has made for parking over the years would be the tandem, but even with the tandem, they're only getting to 4.
Okay.
And
All
the
righty.
the garage space is the other similar thing. If it's other people don't have the garage space in the neighborhood, that's been looked at also by the commission. But as Mr. Leroux stated, there's a concession for anything less than.
Yeah, the quantity can't, yeah.
All right. So let me go for some votes here and see how this goes. Mr. Yeski,
No.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Nay, no.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also a no. The motion fails to carry 3-2. Let's see if we can redo this motion, because we don't particularly like split votes. Does anybody want to discuss a modified motion on this application?
It seems
sh-
that it's the third floor room is the issue.
The third floor rooms, yes, those are the
Okay,
issue.
so how would you go beyond half bath, no closets to make it not a bedroom?
Well,
Maybe you're the one that perhaps would best explain that, right? I mean, we're arguing that they are bedrooms by definition, and therefore they require additional parking, which they're not providing. Therefore, some of us are saying that the regulations suggest that we should not approve of this, right?
Right. So we have to, it's some way of actually saying that it's like, to me, as an extreme, it's an unfinished storage area. That way, there's no way that can be construed as a room, no matter what. A yoga room or bedroom or otherwise, right?
Folks?
Well, I'm confused about Mr. McRae's position here.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that I think what I'm hearing is that everybody, we want to make sure that this is not a bedroom in no way, shape, or form. And to do that, we basically really need to say that, how is it constructed in such a way that it cannot be ever construed as a bedroom or converted to be a bedroom or seen as a bedroom?
And I have a question then to staff. If we had it as unfinished space of some kind, and we did that modification, and they then applied to the building department down the road or just went up and did some sheetrock, how do you control that?
I mean, we do have something that we could put into the tracking system, but it's not a foolproof system, frankly.
What if we just remove the bathroom? I mean, isn't that the thing that's putting it, over the line in terms of
It's
bedroom?
the rooms
If there's
themselves.
It's just
Well,
an
the only
empty
thing-
room can be defined as a bedroom, even if it doesn't have a bathroom.
Yes.
Lots of bedrooms don't have bathrooms.
Right.
Okay, well then by that definition, the living room could be a bedroom.
That was where he went, but there is a
Right.
living room and it is marked as a living room.
Yeah,
so-
but someone could put a bed in there. I mean,
I
I'm just
know.
saying, this is getting a little bit ridiculous to my mind.
Well, what we
Well-
have in the case law is that, just generally speaking, it's the spirit of the regulation, meaning that if you have a room that is in the normal location of a living room, it's a living room. So in this instance, where it's a separate space, it could easily be conceived that this is a bedroom, even if it was called out as a yoga room or a den or something. I
So
mean,
the
living
way
room-
the commission has done it in the past is you got your living room, you got your dining room, you got your kitchen, you got your bedrooms. And then when you have a space that is an extra room, if you will, we have counted that as a bedroom. So we don't go to the point where we're telling you your living room is a bedroom, but it's that extra space. And that's how we've done it. I remember voting on one of these before. I would say, I would say that the applicant has to bring the application into compliance with the regulations. What about if we just do this? Do you want to give it a shot with a motion to deny? Does anybody think that we could get to 4-1 with a motion to, well, what, could we just give it a shot?
Sure.
And say that because the parking is non-conforming to the doesn't conform to the regulations, that we are denying it?
Yes, let's do it.
Nick?
Okay. So 26 Homestead Lane, application PLPZ 2021-547, final coastal site plan special permit. We did the whereases, and the commission found that zoning, sewer, engineering, conservation, wetlands. Therefore, motion to deny the application without prejudice. Is that the way,
Without
right?
prejudice, yeah.
Okay.
Without prejudice, yeah. That means that
Without
they
prejudice.
can come in, that means they can come in with a modified plan.
Which they can come in with a modified plan, which is we'd like to see them figure out a modified plan.
Otherwise, they have to wait at least a year to come back in.
Okay, so without prejudice, thank you for remembering that, Nick. Do I have a second for that one?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Yes, to deny.
Mr.
Aye.
Wells? Mr.
Yes,
Wells?
to deny.
Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Albin is also yes. Nick, I'm going to let you go last.
I'm a nay to deny.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it's 4-1, so we'll move on.
He is a little grumpy, isn't he? What?
Yeah. You never know when he's going to like an application and when he's not. It's kind of the mystery of working with you guys. It's like, okay,
The
they
Wizard of
didn't,
Oz.
they
Come on, we
didn't
gotta
like
hurry up.
that one. Okay,
Second
let's
set
go.
starts in 15 minutes.
Okay,
Okay, so
planning
we
and zoning
skip that. Hold on a
energy.
second. Here we go. Text amendment, site plans approval, procedure, site plan approval, PLPZ 2022-154. Text amendment will modify section 614 of the building zone regulations. The suggested revisions are in keeping with objective 4.2 of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, to motion to approve the text amendment as proposed. 4.2, yeah.
And very specifically pursuant to the creation of the Energy Management Commission, which was one of the recommendations of the POCD, and to the implementation of its recommendations. Do I have a second?
Arn.
Second.
Arn, you
Wait.
got to do it.
Second.
Arn.
Is it Arn?
It's
Okay.
me, because Peter deferred to
Darn.
me. Peter,
All right.
Peter
Okay,
nominated
so
me to
Wells
second.
has
Thank you.
seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye. No, Nick, it'll get better. I promise you're going to be okay with this. He was still fussing. I know.
I know.
I know.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for taking
All
it for
right.
the team.
Albin is also aye, and that's 5-0. But Nick, when you heard the Arnold thing, didn't you kind of figure that?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I think
You're
my
like-
biggest issue is I didn't see what the deliverable was, but when it was formatted, it made sense.
And not only that, but we're gonna get guidance on the narrative. Okay, now the drum roll.
I can do draft affordable. That's easy.
Yes.
Okay, draft affordable housing plan pursuant to Title 8, Chapter 126A, Section 830J of the General Statutes of the State of Connecticut. Every municipality in the state shall prepare an affordable housing plan at least once every 5 years, specifying how the municipality intends to increase the number of affordable housing units within the municipality. The commission finds that the affordable housing plan as dated 4/7/2021 1722 meets the Title 8, Chapter 126, 830J requirement. Therefore, a motion to approve the affordable.
as well as is consistent with the regional plan of conservation and development and the town's plan of conservation and development. Therefore, the motion blanky blank. We could even say the state housing plan, but I've got to really compare, and I haven't done that. So let's just go with that. Therefore, a motion to approve. Go ahead, Nick.
Yes, I said that. But therefore, a motion to approve the affordable draft housing plan.
All right, do I have a second? Mr. Lowe has seconded, right? All right, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And huge congratulations to Mr. Barilak and Ms. DeLuca. Let's just hope we can go on a roll and get this.
I thought his name was Sean. Never mind. Never mind. The jury was.
No, we got to start calling her Wigglesworth soon.
I was referring to Bob. Never mind.
No, Bob's name isn't Sean. That would upset Sean.
confused.
Soon she's going to be Wigglesworth.
Yes.
When does that happen?
I can't say. I don't want to put it out there.
Okay.
This is a public
meeting. You just
I don't
tell
want
us.
it to get crashed, you know.
Do we have a vote? Or we have an action on the riparian?
Yeah, hold on. Hold your horses. Okay. I hereby move.
That's something else.
Sean's tired.
Sean is
Pat,
definitely
you have something
tired.
else to do.
Okay, look, it's only 9:55. We're going to finish by 10. I hereby move that we why did I just blank on what I was going to say? I hereby move that the commission provide its support to WestCog and to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation for the application to implement the riparian corridor protection zoning project through the Long Island Sound Futures Fund, and to work with WestCog to develop and implement zoning strategies along riparian corridors to reduce non-point source pollutant loads discharging into Long Island Sound. In so doing, I note that objective 4.2 of our POCD is to encourage sustainability initiatives and infrastructure to reduce negative impacts on the environment. Further, subpoint K of that objective is to protect stream corridor buffers by limiting the removal of vegetation, construction, soil disturbance, and installation of impervious surfaces, as well as the use of pesticides and other chemicals within floodplains near streams. This effort is also consistent with our watershed management plans, which are the Byram River Watershed Management Plan, which has goals to reduce non-point source pollution. The Mianus River Watershed Management Plan, which has the goal to avoid future increases in stormwater-related impacts through low-impact development-based policies and ordinances, and to encourage better stewardship of public and private lands by implementing education and outreach programs for landowners and municipal officials. And with that, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye, absolutely.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
He doesn't sound happy.
What? No,
Albin, I'm just giving you grief. Albin is also an aye. And with that, that motion passes 5-0. Katie, I'm going to draft this into the letter and send it to Charlie tonight.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay,
great.
so I
Okay.
will send it to him and to Mike Tolles and copy you, so we've got it done. I assume that they forward it to the Fish and Wildlife Commission people.
If they need me to put it on letterhead and sign it and all that stuff, I can get that over. We could do that too.
Why don't we do that second?
Okay. Yep.
Because I don't have letterhead.
Yep. I can get that.
Yeah. So we'll do that, we'll sign it, and then we'll send it, but he seemed quite eager to get it done. Okay, we're done, guys. We have an executive session this week.
We do?